Shit. Alright. Alright. Starting a little later. I'm kind of watching Zelda ROM hack. OT ROM hack. That's actually pretty impressive. Guess we'll continue this. Holy, that runtime. That level. You think I'd be like fucking level a zillion. I should swap over to a different save file at the very end. Just to make sure we beat the Shadow Queen easy. Alright, well, we're back. And where the egg yet? Also, I feel like I need to go to the store and grab like some energy or something. Make a coffee. Problem is, let's surprise work tomorrow. Thought I wasn't gonna be working this week, but it's alright. At least the rest of this week. Tomorrow's the game news too, so I guess I need to not be jacked on caffeine. But I could probably do a cup. Yeah, we're gonna let the stream warm up. I'm gonna go make a cup. A cuppa. I'll get started proper. Yeah, no more Animal Wall. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. I definitely felt like there needed to be a little bit more of like a hit of progression post eggs. It's mostly just focused on a handful of pretty gnarly secrets and stuff. The game. I guess you do get the ability to fly. That's after you do all the bunnies. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. Coffee brew. Just a cup, so I'm gonna take long. And I can find a giant spider. I know one right up here, man. Almost knocked over my monitor trying to get the hell out and grab something to kill it. A bunch of them must have birthed. I don't know where they come from, man. I don't know why they love my room so much. It's fucking hot as hell in here. Anywho, shooting the shit while we're waiting, warming here. Yeah, so we're continuing the 1000 Year Door playthrough. I mean, I love 1000 Year Door. The dual playthrough is definitely, probably won't be doing it again. Or I'll just literally play it twice in a row and just compare something. It's a neat thing here and there for sure, but it's definitely, definitely a little extra. On that, and it's like, obviously it affects like the pace of shit, how long you're in each level. I feel like, while we get interesting discussion, and that's the highlight, and we get to see all the differences in detail. I feel like we kind of got the point already, and I feel like we know exactly kind of what's probably been changed. We'll ride it out. Excess Express should be pretty simple to sync, as it's mostly story. But the 2 levels after will be a little more spicy. We'll see how it's different or not. Part of me was like, maybe I'll just play the remake for the last couple of chapters. Yeah, I might as well finish the gimmick. And get back to Unicorn and splitting that with Knights. Tomorrow's, where the fuck I figure out I'm going to work, will be the Jeff Keighley Summer Games AAA high budget bonanza. That starts at 6 CST. What's up, Sarah? Yeah, that'll start at 6 CST. And I think there's something every hour for a bit. We'll see. I'm waiting for some coffee to brew. And we'll get started. Be a few minutes. Yeah, I'll be restreaming that, and then I also plan on restreaming there's some on Saturday, Sunday, and I think a little bit Monday. Overlays and remotes. I just like the look of the minimalism. Kind of focused on the game. That works. That's enough for me. Alright, I'm gonna get that coffee. I'll be right back. What's up, Outcast? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have emotes. Okay, my style. Streaming for like 11 to 12 years. I think I'm over any of that bullshit. I'm probably streaming longer than some people have actually been alive on this platform. There's 12-year-olds probably watching this shit. Or 11-year-olds, man. We got it. Anyways, let's get started. Have a coffee. I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to stay up, which would suck, but I could. And then sleep and wake up for Jeff's Bonanza. I'm going to try to sleep. We'll see how I'm feeling near the tail end of the stream. Alright. So we're on Chapter 6, XX Express, Ashley Heights. This is a lot of people's favorites. I like this one quite a bit. It's just kind of like a chill mystery train chapter. It's a little bit of a dungeon in there. Some other surprises. Should be easy to sync play, so if anybody's fresh in here, I'm playing with 2 controllers. It's a huge pain in the ass. But it's interesting. We've took a break to do Animal Well for 4 or 5 days, which was a good time. We're back on this. Probably be just focused purely on this. And then in the future we'll be splitting Time with Unicorn Overlord and Indies. When we're not doing the Jeff Keighley Summer Bonanza. What's up, Redless? Yeah, so I guess some quick thoughts on this since it's been a bit, or if you guys want to talk about it, if anybody's been playing it maybe. I would say, in general, I think it's a lesser remake, but I do think it's pretty good still. They changed the stars on this thing. I think there's some script changes that take out a little bit of the teeth of some of the charm and the humor I don't care for. It's generally the same soul, I suppose. They didn't like change all the dialogue. It's not like a Fire Emblem 3DS thing where they take a 20 box conversation and turn it into just dots and a punchline, right? So it's about the same soul, but they changed it. Some of it I get a little bit modernization. Some of it feels overcorrected a bit. Those parts or whatever. Yeah, the music. Apparently, the original composer's on there somewhere. She is not the director. The main composer. That's the person who does, I think, Origami and all that. I did a little research. I think Yoko Shimomura is even on this. So you get 2 chicks who are pretty good making tunes, and then whatever the main composer is, which a lot of people like the soundtrack. I don't. You can play the original music, so it's not a big problem in terms of how strong of a remake it is. Visuals, I think some areas are arguably improved. There's some general things I don't like. Reflective ground, post-production. Mario looks like he's radioactive sometimes. There's a lot of glow. Some areas are a little overzealous with some of the shadowing and lighting. Petal Meadows is an example. There's a couple rooms like in Keelhawke's cave that you actually can't even like see certain secrets. But generally I would say stuff like Chapter 2, 3, with some of the camera work and cutscenes. Stuff like 4 is arguable. I think there's some improvements there, but I think they also kind of miss some of the art style. So there's some, it's a little all over the place there. I think most people would say it's better just because it's widescreen, high fidelity. You could go mod the original though and get that. So for me, it's more about how the art direction looks. It's definitely a more bright game. It doesn't use as many of the darker colors and shit. And it's mixed effect, but it's not too bad. Gameplay wise, it's pretty much the same, but I think they've made a few changes to some of the quality of life, which I think is all good. Some respawn rates are cut in like Boggy Woods. There's a shortcut in Keelhole. There's a shortcut, a big one, after 3 out of 6 backtracks or trips. And Creepy Steeple, which I think is good. Some stuff subtle, you wouldn't know. Like I said, the respawns nobody talks about because nobody is doing this, which is what's cool about this, but it's also a pain in the ass. So I think generally that stuff's good. I think they could go maybe even a little harder if they wanted for some of the side stuff, but I like that they kind of kept it tighter. I don't think anybody would really complain about the new stuff. I feel like it's kind of a side effect of an era that tried to squeeze a little more game time out of stuff. That was unnecessary. I mean, I don't want things to be casualized or baby moded. You want the friction where it's supposed to be, but just walking back and forth and Keelhaul and Creepy Steeple 6 times is not really anything special. There's definitely some changes that seem interesting that aren't. The wheel seems really good, but it's actually slower than swapping party members in the original because of fancy new animations. There is stuff like Vivian's power that's a little quicker, but they didn't change any of the enemy pathing to actually let you dodge, even in her chapter. So there's stuff like that I feel like they could have went a little harder on. That would have been more fun, but yeah, they did some shit. There's some balancing. They changed the animations on some enemies to usually take longer. The stage doesn't fuck you very often. It's usually fucks the enemy. That stuff. Paper Mario's never been a hard game. So I feel like making it easier in any way is kind of goofy, but I mean, it doesn't really affect it too much. It does make some of those maybe more fun to juke instead of just kind of these shotgun blasts you have to remember exist after your next playthrough, because you really only see some of these attacks a couple times. They changed stuff like giving you pretty much infinite money, no repercussions for running, which I like that for replays, and I just like it in general. You could choose to fight if you want, right? There's a lot of hallways and 1,000-year doors, so it can be pretty hard to dodge anyways. So yeah, you just get a lot of money. I don't really know why, you just kind of do. They up the prices of some stuff, but it's not really crazy. Other than that, I feel like what affects the gameplay most is probably the performance. That's probably going to be the biggest critique you're going to hear from most people outside the music. But since the music's optional, all it really affects is the price of the game, which, I mean, you add in a big soundtrack like this, it's definitely going to be part of that $60, right? I would have probably preferred something else and a cheaper game, but that's not what they're going for. But the performance is just kind of bad. Chugs randomly, especially in fights. It's not even a smooth like sub 30. It's kind of a little bit all over the place. It's not, Jedi Survivor or on PC or anything crazy like that, or Last of Us Remake on PC, kind of like, wow, first party, it shouldn't be this bad, or big publisher, it shouldn't be this bad. But it does make the hits feel less juicy. It does make the timing feel a little odd, and the fights just look less smooth in general. So it's bad aesthetically, and it's bad for gameplay. Anything timing based or action based, which this doesn't have much of, but it does have action commands, which is where a lot of the skill is. Kind of sucks a bit there. Like I said, you notice it a lot more when you're doing this. Or at the beginning of our playthrough, I didn't have the left side 60 because I wasn't really sure how to do deinterlacing on my GV USB, because the onboard deinterlacing doesn't work. at all, I don't think. So other than that, what else? Where else are we at right now? I think that's about it. I think that's, I'm refreshing my own memory on some of this, but I think that's about what they've changed about how I feel on it. I think mostly because you can change the music, it's a fine way to play it. If there's a Switch 2 and you can play this on that, and it's like 60, which I wouldn't be surprised if that's probably why they didn't give a fuck on this. Then I think that would fix the performance issues, and it might be the way to play it in the future. But stuff like the scripts, stuff like the art style, like I said, not deal breakers, and I think they're kind of weighed against the quality of life improvements pretty well. So could be the better way to play it, but as of right now, I think there's just enough stuff where I'd probably rather play the original or just like a kind of modded HD version of the original, which a lot of people aren't going to be able to do. So it's more about availability, and obviously, I mean, people aren't going to be emulating. So this is the only way to play this game unless you want to pay a few $100s to some rando for his GameCube copy and get all the necessary stuff. I'm not selling mine, so fuck off. It changes. This is 2 and 3, now it's 1 and 2. I think it's just passenger cars are labeled. Makes sense. Nice, we'll get started. Music bad next. Yeah. What about it? Oops, the starting syn's still on there. I mean, not really much of anything. I mean, it's like, makes sense they do it. It's fine. I think it's, I don't know if it's more in line with the Japanese, but I mean, that was bound to be how it was. I mean, it wasn't going to fly any other way, so. The Japanese, is it was always that way, kind of. I mean, there's a different connotation in it probably back then, so unless they just made her Girl from Go, which I don't think would fly, then it was just bound to happen. I don't really have like a problem with it. It's not much of anything. I don't think it really changes the character, the meat of anything. There never was really much dialogue on it, or like any charm related to it. It's just kind of like who they are, so I don't really care. Doesn't matter much to me. I think not calling them the Shadow Sirens kind of sucks. I don't know why they changed that. The 3 Shadows sounds kind of lame. Or the Shadow Sirens is a cooler name. But I don't know. Maybe that's... Is there something hidden there with sirens I don't understand? Yeah. Maybe that's what the original Japanese was like. Like I said, there's some stuff that's just relating back to the Japanese. And, I mean, I imagine the Japanese meaning behind some of the Vivian stuff was probably different, probably originally. And everything was very different back then. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That's what they would do. American-German release of the original. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it doesn't really factor in a whole lot. Vivian barely even gets any dialogue if you don't put her in the party. Same with everybody, but she doesn't get much in her own chapter. I definitely have more problems with them changing like certain words that had a bit more spice to them, like crazy, right? Or instead of him burping, they call him a doof. Like I'm talking to somebody's cat or some shit. Like those, I feel like that those actually matter a bit more to me. Not that I'm saying those things don't matter, like we're talking about, but I mean, how it affects kind of the spice of the charm of the dialogue and stuff, right? I like the gradient in the original and the chapter thing better. It's cute they try to have them hanging up. I mean, obviously this is going for more of like a paperized style. I don't think it's as excessive as Origami King, but they're definitely going for it. I've gotten over it a bit, I think, at this point. I think I'm just kind of predisposed to eye-rolling the overly paper bullshit from Sticker Starting on. But yeah, no, script changes, yeah, like I said, it's more changing micro stuff that kind of makes some of the fun of the dialogue a little less teeth. You know, some characters don't say dog anymore when they're trying to talk like kind of slang. They'll just say something lame. They don't replace anything with anything very good. Any new jokes are just kind of like boring. So I don't think it's a lot. Like I said, I think the heart and soul of it is mostly the same. It's a lot of minor shit, but they did decide to change a lot of minor shit. Like I said, the Vivian thing, I mean, that stuff's fine. I think changing the cricket to the frog again, it makes sense. That's how it used to be. You know, none of that's like really hurts the game in any way, but usage of certain slang and certain humor and charm, I feel like the word lunatic, loony is not, like I said, I don't know. I'd like to think I'm not that out of the loop, but I think they're maybe overcorrect a lot of words, and it's a little odd. I think they're trying to like make sure this game in the next 50 years could never be anything anyone bats an eye at. Like even bad guys aren't allowed to say anything slightly negative, right? But at times there's also people who do shit on you, so it's odd. It's not very consistent. So. Mario's cabin. I haven't checked all the dialogue, obviously. There's stuff like Goombella's Tattles. Obviously, I'm not gonna play this game like 8 times for every fucking like party member or some shit. To see all that stuff, but. Yeah, like nut. They don't say nut anymore. We gotta get this nut. It's just a little more funny than we gotta get this guy. Not willing to commit. What, on the nut thing? The inconsistency? Yeah, it's one of those weird ones. Like, I mean, if you change it that some people, like, trash talk in Paper Mario, you change a lot of dialogue. So they, like, don't change that, but they change, like, sometimes what they say a little bit. Like, nobody calls Mario fat anymore. Or skinny. But then they do make fun of him or call him like a husky, sexy, hairy dude or something, right? It's like, so it still has some of that kind of like goofy charm.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like they clearly were trying not to like overly change anything, but they wanted to like make micro changes wherever they could. I think it's mostly the same heart and soul, and there's definitely certain things there's no problems, right? We were talking earlier, but some of the minor dialogue, some of the flavors kind of washed out occasionally. Pretty minor. Matching Yoshi's is a nightmare already doing this. Did they get rid of the star piece? Where is it now? Oh, it's in the middle now. Huh. I haven't tried it yet. I mean, if anything, I feel like moves have gotten buffed in this game, other than infinite jump not being as good. Well, I mean, they can't not make fun of this guy. It's his whole fucking arc, man. That he steals the food and eats it. So this music's pretty quiet. The original is definitely much more in your ear. Oh, this is one of the few times I'd even say the new one even tries to duck the audio instead of just like kind of blaring it or making a new track. Like when you're in the rooms, it's ducked a bit. I don't even know why I'm using Yoshi right now. Mainly because of the running, but it's like it's a pain in the ass turning on the run on everybody over and over when I'm playing like this. Played meta, yeah. Okay. Let's change his dialogue a bit. I guess it sounds like he hates gay people or something. Is that the idea? I'm not even sure anymore. He only signs autographs from chicks. I guess he's sexist. Right? Even though he's like supposed to be a huge douche. Alright. Music doesn't sound too different other than the volume levels. I did kind of like the tunes being a little louder originally. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zip Toad. What was Zip Toad's thing? He was like a pussy. They add that she wants an autograph. Chef Shimi. Love Chef Shimi. I wonder if there's anything in here. Tend to remember less collectibles this deep in because you don't really need them anymore unless you just want completionism, which I think this game has completionism rewards. Oh, also I do like that the money is above the items and farther away. I mean, you get it in the original, so I guess maybe it looks a little better there. Don't you just turn into like some gaudy like gold Mario or some shit? Yeah, awesome. They went all out. It's him. It's the guy. Biddington. Was I able to go get the money from that one rat? For some reason I thought he was in Poshly Heights, but maybe I'm misremembering. Because even though I do the investment thing, it's like I don't really care about the money a whole lot. We need to talk to the conductor first or whatever. Tell him about the threat. The dudes. I hope they change the fat guy to not somehow be the culprit. Just to go all in on the not mentioning anyone's weight in this game. Fresh animation. Oh yeah, that's something I didn't mention. They have a lot of new animations. I think they're all pretty good. They're all fitting. Doesn't Pennington just run an art museum? He's a shitty detective. Oh, damn, he's got the magnifying glass. Nice. A gluttonous one. Why did they add the goofy reaction noise and shit? I don't know if that... I don't think the original had that. If you didn't get that, he's not very good at his job. Original music now. Yeah, the song's not much different. You hear a little bit of that like spooky kind of sounding noise that they use in other songs. Once again, there's kind of this through line, this consistency between them. It's a little bit more clear. I think it's a little louder too. I've tried bouncing these the same. This one's pretty close. I mean, this going a bit more actual jazzy fit. Oddly enough, they did a song like this for the Glitz Pit, which makes this stand out less because they've kind of done it. This style. Like I said, the original has a lot of shared like sounds, but they tend to go for unique feel for most music regardless. I definitely think that the Glitz Pit music was an odd choice. It's supposed to be a little bit more almost spooky-ish, kind of like more weird. It just turned into kind of like generic sleuthing music. Whoa. Really screwed front. Yeah, his new magnifying glass animation's pretty good. The hell, this guy can burp, but not Mario, man? Mario's too fucking cool, man. We wouldn't want the kids to start burping. Because their fucking hero Mario did it. I mean, look what happened to me. I just burp all the time thinking it's cool. Fucking stupid as shit. Unless maybe the original didn't have it, I don't know. Like, I doubt they called him a doof in the Japanese. I'm pissed about that fucking burping line. Okay, he doesn't refer to himself as chubby. It's implied because he's fat. but they don't outright say it. Love sashimi. Isn't the pot underneath these? I think you might have to analyze the stuff on the ground. Yeah, Yoshi says nut a lot though. Change nut to the sneaky so-and-so. Like, I feel like you could use some words that are still like kind of funny and quick, like nut. That's my thing, is I'll change like a word and then it just kind of like sneaky so-and-so. Like Yoshi's like a crass like slang kind of guy from like a wrestling pit. No nuts allowed, yeah. It's just odd. They like, I mean, they had to decide to do it, so it's like, we'll talk about it. Like I said, I don't think it changes the core of everything, but it's odd. Like I said, there's some good stuff, like me and Outcast were talking about, just it's fine, right? Just no problem at all. But then they'll change stuff that kind of makes some of the dialogue like funny or more charming, and kind of replace it with something like not really anything. And then you're just like, eh. like it's still fine, but it's like, I mean, you know, it adds up over time, right? To just be a little less fun, right? Like a few less times you'll get like a small smile kind of thing. Yeah, just so-and-so. I was gonna fight the so-and-so armor. Instead of, or the I guess you can't say that. I'll say the dark nuts. Like, well. The shady so-and-sos instead of the dark nuts. Oh, do I have to check the magazines now? He gets more dialogue, or they just added more in case you didn't get it. Damn, the pot's golden now. I mean, it is a fancy place. Do people use pots made of gold? Probably not on the inside. Gold's supposed to be really brittle and malleable, right? I don't know how much heat is required. I don't know if like a simple cooking session would affect it, but it's probably not a good kind of way to cook. But this is a fancy train. I think it's cool. Why not? It does kind of match his style, huh? If only that was actually the idea. Each Yoshi had like a slightly different way of talking. That'd be ultra soulful. Yeah, because he looks like a little punk on the left. On the right, he's like got the good little boy swoop. But he's making sure, you know, he's still born in a pit. Like in a wrestling pit, but he's like, you know, it's a little bit more proper. Well, it's a good conductor, but it's heavy and softer than steel copper, so it's not used for cookwares often, really at all. Yeah, that's what I figured. I don't think I've like ever seen like a solid gold cook thing, and yeah, it's probably extremely expensive. But I could see maybe like gold plated on the outside and then like the insides. Like what's considered like the best cookware? I mean, I guess it depends, right? I'm sure glass and like steel or iron, it's all different. Wood's different. Is there like a common like catch-all? I guess cooking's too complicated for that, but it's not gold, I'm sure. Sure, gold can be bent by hand. What is gold mixed with normally? Copper, steel, iron. Oh yeah, copper. I forgot that. My grandma's got some cool old copper cookware. Copper cookware, I'm sure, is still around a lot. I always like the look of it though. Shiny kind of. That reddish look. Just gold plated? Sure, yeah. I just don't know if you can mix and match gold with some stuff and still keep like the conductivity. You can water it down. I didn't catch the dialogue there. I'm sure you get the idea. Well, and electronics, it's huge. Or is there lots of stuff now that gets gold is replaced by? I know like wiring tends to be copper or glass. Is that fibers? That's a kind of like glass type of thing, right? Like fiber wire and shit. I know when they came in here and installed it, they're like, don't fucking bend it, like break it. I'm not quite sure how all that works. I've never really researched it. We're out. Let's talk to this guy again. I bet Goombella says something about him being fat. Gotta upgrade Bobbery again. And explore more. It's fine. I have all the characters I need at 2 that I'd probably use. Like Coops and Fishy, because I just have them out. And yes, Goombella. I mean, I like my Bobbery though. I usually like to use his level 9. Or not his level 9, his 9 cost. I'm so low level in this run, I honestly don't think I'll get the FP. I mean, I probably could just buy FP straight out. But, let's see what Goombella says about this. Okay. Right, let's use their wheel. Dude, his name's still Hefty. The gourmet toad, do you think he goes for quality or quantity? There isn't an entree out there he can't lick legally. I like that they changed this guy. He's just here for the food originally, which he's unashamed of. He's clearly just here for the food. I mean, he's all in on it. He's a gourmet. And I was like, no, he's here for the ride. No quantity or quality, Joe. I bet you a lot of Goombella shit's changed because she's pretty vile normally. She's kind of a bitch. I bet if we checked them all, there's probably actually quite a few that are changed. Did anybody like not like Hefty? I mean, he is a criminal. I think that's probably more of his problem. He just stole the food, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd. It's one of the, like, I mean, it's not like it's like cruel or anything. It's just, I don't know. Like nut. I'm like, is nut really something? Feels overly sensitive. Like it's a little, like anything could happen. Oh, is that why it's gold? Oh, in the original it is gold. On, look at that. On the his cookware is gold. So they changed it. That's definitely a knock on the original. His pot looks gold even after it's been stolen. Now they added, okay. Oh, they don't make you listen to his dialogue. They even, the guy who gets stolen from even says that he loves Hefty for it. Can't call him fat anyways though. I don't know, it's odd, man. Like, I'm not advocating for like any cruel dialogue. It's a fucking Paper Mario game. It's about as hands off as you could get already, right? It's just like odd they even bother. Like, there's changes they made that are fine. Some of them are just like nut. Like, really nut? Is that? Like lunatic? Is that? Maybe that's something, I don't know. Oh, like Mario burping, like stuff like that, right? It's not like just like name calling or something. It's like Mario's not allowed to burp. It feels like kind of like a sanitation, kind of like what happened to the Paper Mario series after the Super Paper Mario, where everything's very clean, almost to the point of just being boring, right? Like no unique NPCs or anything like that. Like I said, it's light. It's not. I don't consider it a big deal. We're just talking about it in the moment, but it is unnecessary most of the time. Somebody went out of their way to do it. So. We're going to be talking about it a lot in this chapter because it's mostly dialogue. So. Music-wise, seems pretty close. Like I said, I don't think it's quite as loud, and my mixing's not really any different. I think it's just kind of drowned out a bit by some of the sound effects. The kinds of sounds they use are a little less clear in the soundtrack in general, where I feel like the old synths and shit were very clean and clear. I don't remember her name. Like I said, I looked up the composer finally for the original. I guess she worked on this a bit. So did like 50 other people. She was not leading it up like she did originally. Her name is Yuka Sugiyoko. Fire Emblem and Paper Mario. So just the IS. Yeah, she's apparently credited, but I need to see if this font is disappearing. I have like a day to put it up. I gotta remember to do that before I leave today. The shadows overloading VODs. The penguin with the improbably large brain. Work tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep before work and go in later, or just go in at the end of today and then sleep and then wake up for the Jeff Keighley corporate bonanza. I didn't think I'd be working the rest of the week, but I got a little surprise earlier. Just fine. I made the hours, but fuck, I wasn't ready. My sleep schedule's totally fucked. You guys got any plans this weekend? Anybody gonna be joining me for the Games Fest? Promise I won't be bitching the whole time because we're gonna be watching some indie events. Maybe the AAA ones though we will be. Hoping they announce that SMT5 Vengeance Game Pass. Oh, I thought I need to decide if I'm gonna get that sent in or delay it. Oh, they make the Luigi sound in the background. I like that. It kind of like echoes in the back. He just assumes because it's an explosion it has to be the bomb-oms. Jesus, Pennington. Can he say that? He's not gonna assume it's the fat guy because they're trying to yummify the train. Oh, they changed the evening in both for sure. I feel like even though the audio balance is at the same levels, it's much quieter in this. Turn it up a little bit more. Maybe some of it's on my end. You really can't. It's not very clear. It just kind of like noise in the background. Like, it sounds chill for sure, but like, the original is like very clear. That's in most songs. Either it gets washed out because there's just so many instruments vying for attention at like similar volume levels, or it's just mixed odd in general. I think it's pretty close to the original. The original's a bit more chill, but I like them both. I think it's a good one. Just kind of said, not really anything to remember. Little Bubby's future. Yeah, the kid just is over it. I wish I brought my GBA base. What do you think he's playing? Fire Emblem? Like that toad? I'm glad they left these GBA and not like my Switch or something. Pissed, dude. Oh man, not on the fucking train car, bro. Gold Bob. Doesn't he just want to be a conductor for a train? Still sad that the rainbow floaty text, the wavy text, is gone. That felt like the most distinct thing with the font. They just replaced it with some completely soulless, just static box. It's an autograph. Yeah, it's really lame. And there's no damn good reason for it unless they just couldn't figure it out. Or they thought it was like too much. But it was never distracting, it was just kind of like this like light little fun effect. It's like, I mean, they had to consciously decide not to do it. It's worth talking about. Cause I've seen people like reference this font. It's like a little like nod to this, like with the wavy rainbow text. Like it definitely, it's not something that I think was totally irrelevant. They changed what the save point is, which I mean, makes sense. There's nothing on the fucking back of the ship. Yeah, it's an iconic look. I don't know why they changed it. Maybe to line it up more with the new ones, which are bland on that front. Which is, I find that very necessary. I think the lighting being more red and orange here at night is good. The original deck's kind of more of like a greenish tint, yellow. I think they're both fun. Good solid. Am I ahead of the game right now? I am ahead of the game. I think you're supposed to like assume it's like Zip Toad or some shit. Or you have to talk to Pennington or some crap. He wants to get an autograph for the conductor, but I didn't know if you could skip ahead. Yeah, I just feel like the music has got less presence. You want a Game Boy Advance, my dear lady. Of course it is. My friend is what young children his age crave above all things. As I'm quite sure my grasp of the modern youth culture enthusiast desires has been never been. What the fuck is this change, dude? My grasp of the modern youth culture's enthusiast desires has never been stronger. Why did they change this to just sound way more lame? I have no idea. Maybe this is like a more accurate translation? I mean, it's not like this is like a special line or anything. Young children his age crave above all things. Is it supposed to like make video games not sound as like an addiction or something? Like he craves it. Like he's rabid for video games or something. I have no idea. Maybe I missed it. Maybe there's a line coming up about it. No. Yeah. I mean, well, there's like 8 of them and they had to do something, I guess. What do I hear? It's a little 9 p.m. constant fireworks. Oh, that's right. It's July 4th, isn't it? Oh, no, wait. That's actually in a month. These fucking losers, dude. I'm gonna have to hear this shit every day. The tents must have opened up and all these people are like, damn, I just got paid. Fuck food. I got fireworks to buy. They shit their pants and shoot fireworks in their own houses, and everybody screams and cries and fucking comes and shits and farts, and it's awesome. Right in the middle of the fucking town, man. Just make random shit up. Get paid, bro. Let's go. Oh, what the fuck? You can't do it on the original? What the? I need to get him an autograph, man. They changed his dialogue, but I can't get the autograph? I don't remember the order of events here, man. Oh, his new animation's good. Where he looks at him through the glasses. Okay, in the original now they tell you to go talk to the conductor. Do they not do that now, or is it like in the middle of the hallway? They actually hold your hand less. I say that, but that's because there's literally a button to tell you what to do at all times, so they don't need to put in that kind of dialogue. Little change they made, but he helped me, I'm dying. My brain doesn't work button. It's fucking Paper Mario. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't hurt. I mean, you can just choose not to use it, but it's like, shit, man. I would have probably improved the character swapping and worked on the performance and all that other fancy shit, right? Before making a help me button. It doesn't hurt anything. See, they have the wavy text here. They just don't have it with the rainbow. Yeah, he's got his little hat animation. I like all the animation. I think they add a lot. It's a shame that it's not little stuff like that everywhere. There's times where stuff kind of is at odds, but mostly it's fun. Yeah, the music just doesn't really have any presence. Let's listen to some of the original music again. Like, it's definitely more like at the forefront here. And it's quieter. I mean, maybe just the sound effects make mixing this weird. Maybe I actually need to turn up the other one, but I think it's more just how it's the sound. Maybe he's gonna blow. Really gives you a shine spray. This kid's fucking loaded. Nighttime. The conductor. I mean, this song's, like I said, I mean, it's definitely closer to the same feel, which I respect, but like I said, it just doesn't really have the presence. It definitely feels more just like ignore it background kind of music on a train, but I feel like you can just kind of hear the originals a bit more clearly. Definitely not a big deal. But I don't think you're just supposed to like ignore it. I got that glowing blue light everywhere for nighttime now. Doesn't really make a lot of sense when there's actual lights right next to these, but I guess they want you to remember it's nighttime when there's windows. I said the conductor needed to speak to me? Or is this not the conductor? They mean the guy in the back? The new loading times are like a lot longer. I don't think overall there really would be anything you'd notice, but when you're doing this, these things every fucking time because of that. I guess this is a conductor. Conductor's not the driver, I suppose. You do have to go to the front when the blorbs or whatever attack, so maybe I was just mixing it up. Blanket PI. Amazing work. I'll do a quick resting. Don't know if you naturally get that on the next day or not. I don't help ghosts. I forgot Vivian out. There's no save point here in this. It's at the front, or the old one I mean. So I don't think I'm gonna compare the game overs. If you read the diary. Just be a bit in the house. I'm gonna have to run back through the whole fucking train. Other crap in here, I think. Where though? I guess you come back in here later. This is the big thing. Oh, it's also rougher for replays because you can't advance the text. Like on the left here, you can skip ahead and like put all the text on screen at once. You have to wait for every single blip to play in the new one. And that does actually add up to be a considerable amount of time. If you just wanted to outright skip it, it would take even longer, right? Choice as well. And there's no backlog. The original only had like one text box of backlog, but at least I think. And the new one, there's nothing at all. So, another kind of oddball one. Whatever. Place it in the drawer. I guess they changed it because he can't hold physical objects, so it doesn't make sense to just hand it to him. That makes sense. Although he hands you a blanket, so it doesn't really make sense. You arise not to read my diary, Fate. Love that wood paneling. These pops. Oh, they give you a better mushroom now? I mean, kind of makes sense. 5 HP mushroom, that's one of the games just fucking clogging the inventory. They remind you which room you live in. And I guess it makes sense. Not really. I mean, it's not that hard to like remember which one's his, but there's no reason you've been back yet. This little thing. Yeah. I think I'm yawning so much I'd probably be able to just sleep just fine here later, but I'll probably be wide awake when it's time to fucking get ready to actually hit that. I feel like part of what makes this chapter interesting is its location, obviously, the atmosphere, and it's where it kind of falls after some pretty heavy-duty gameplay chapters. So I feel like having the music be a little less prominent definitely hurts that. But otherwise, it all seems to be there. Like I said, it's not like the music seems like worse. It's just not. It's really audible. Can raise the dead. He's good. Oh no. She called him chubby in the original. I'm on it. I'm on the case. Oh, rich lady. There's something in one of these beds in one of these rooms. I love she's fucking horny about Mario. A fine specimen of a man. I'm on it, man. Yeah, the detective mystery on the train thing's kind of classic. It's fun and it's a good shake-up. I mean, it's funny because Pennington's like incompetent and all that shit. Zip Toad. And he just like in his room. Also hiding. I thought there was a shine spray in one of these, but maybe I already grabbed it. Swap the music again. That's why I need to turn this down. This is the original music. I'm not gonna swap what's the audio thing on the bottom because I'm in like 90% of the time the new shit. stealing shit worked out like that normally, huh? You know, we're pals now. Maybe I should steal again. I think you have to do this at some point. Or you hide. Doesn't zip toe just dupe this? I guess we could ask that one chick about zip toad. Is a zip toad fangirl. Size. Oh god. You cute, cuddly bear of a man. Surprised they don't change any of that. I always thought that shit was funny, so I'm glad they didn't. Can't call somebody a nut, but somebody call fucking Mario a cute, cuddly bear of a man. And all these other, like, horny names or pet names and shit. It's just the ghost. The ghost reappear. Oh, it's in here. The fucking banjo ass music. The original. I mean, they're both goofy. A discolored nostril hair. What do you call him in the original? Called him a fink in this, whatever that is. Probably the same shit. Trader, gotcha. Makes sense. I had them rubbed up in the new one. That's good. Oh my god. It was dupless. It was dupless all along. Oh my. They add dialogue everywhere to tell you where things are. Tell you the exits in the first car. I think that kind of stuff is fine. They do in a lot of places, but you wouldn't even notice. There's not much value in, like, I suppose, remembering at this point. If there's any hidden loot in this area here. I talked to the fat guy over. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I spent 15 of my precious money for nothing. I'm surprised they even let you heal for your full health. This is chapter 6. Right? 3 is Glitzville, 4 is Creepy Steeple, Keel Hall, and then Access Express. Oh, you missed some of it, yeah. I talked for a bit, so it's been about an hour and a half, yeah. We finished the ghost and found Dupless, replacing Zip Code. The music's not as prominent, but it's not bad mixes. It's kind of ignorable, which kind of sucks because I kind of like the diegetic sounded music in the original. That's not bad. Other than that, visuals have been solid. They changed Hefty to not be as fat. I mean, he is fat, but like, and everything he does is because he likes to eat. But they don't just outright call him chubby anymore. Even though, I mean, even though he is. That's about all he missed. Been solid. It's not too much to fuck up really at this point. They changed the cook's pot to gold as well. Huge change. You can't even see the doors outside. It's like so in shadow. Well, he was still in the food, but it was a gold pot instead of an iron one. I mean, in the original, in the background, the pot is gold, but you get an iron pot, so... Yeah, this game does have longer loading times. This is the original music, by the way. For comparison's sake. Same deal as before. So it's pretty similar, just a little bit more clear on the original, a little bit more the foreground. I mean, he still steals it because he's hungry, he wants the food. The pot's just gold because it was gold in the original game, but for some reason the pot you get isn't gold, and they physically put it back up there. I think it's a good change. The chubby jokes, though, not being in it, I don't really see the value in that, but... It's not like they're vile about it. I mean, you like Hefty, he becomes friends with the chef. It's like, why is this picture so clean? This place is supposed to be like abandoned. I don't remember if you get anything for that. No, it wasn't stolen for profit at all. It just is gold now and it wasn't before. It's just because it's more ritzy. And in the original game, the background pots are gold, but the pot you get back is not. But they just changed it to match the background. It's not a problem. That's why I said it was funny. And it was a huge change because it wasn't actually huge. I mean, they've gotten rid of all the chubby parts, but he still stole it for food. I mean, it's like implied he's a glutton. They just don't literally call him a glutton, even though he's fucking holding 2 forks. And he committed a crime for food, right? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They just changed the color and removed blatant mentions of chubbiness. And those are the only changes. And the color of the pot changing is a good thing. The only reason he hid it in the original is just to hide the evidence. I don't think he ever wanted the pot. He just wanted the food. I don't think the gold really changes much there. I mean, I guess maybe technically you could have maybe implied it is. That would be kind of funny. He ate the food out of it, but he really wanted the gold pot. Like being a gourmand. How did they change the steering mounts? I mean, they made the leash or the aggro range on these so much smaller. Let's do some fighting. I'm like insanely underleveled because I've been trying to skip as much as I can. Get the original battle music going. I should check my badge count. Actually, I'm not sure where I'm at. go ahead and just fight the rest of these dudes in this room. Like I said, we really probably need the XP. Yeah. Like I said, I like the idea of having multiple new battle tracks. We'll see how this one's is. Yeah, they're just kind of forgettable. This is the first fights in the chapter, so we'll find out. You like this one a lot? Let's take a listen. Yeah, I not really cared for many of them. Like I said, I like the concept. I like add new stuff, but I find most of the music to be pretty forgettable. Unless some of us are tired of hearing it, but that's kind of this is a playthrough of like minor differences, so it's gonna pop up a lot. They're going more for like a Showtime kind of jazzy sound because of the detective type of thing. That's fun. I like to pull in the Mario motifs a lot. It's nothing super necessary, but this song's pretty solid. We're gonna mix it up. Something wild, but like I said, each chapter having its own battle music I like. It's just that a lot of them have been kind of like boring. I mean, this one being alright. I mean, yeah, of course, it doesn't sound like the style. I mean, but none of the soundtracks sounded like the original style. There's no consistency. It's just kind of all over the place. Much less distinct. But at least this song's like not dog shit or completely super duper forgettable like the other ones. Mario fucking platforming them. God, even the walls are reflective in here. Yeah, like this chapter has like this is all the fights other than the boss, and that's probably got its own track. People are apparently popping off about Chapter 7's music. We're gonna have to see. That's one of my favorite songs in the original. Jesus, I hate this part. I'm sure it's just like more of a rave now than it used to be, and though it always was. We'll find out though. Oh, you have to jump back. Let's go ahead and run through this room. Oh, there's a remake discourse? You know, I didn't know that was happening. when did that get announced? Fill me in, buddy. I'd love to have a take on it, but yeah, I'm not. If there was remake stuff announced today, I didn't catch the Guerrilla Collective stuff. I mean, they've shown that there's a demo coming for Dawn, whatchamacallit, or whatever. I mean, it makes sense if they're gonna remake anything, it'd be Sky. It's not like the style is like overly changed. I feel like some of these Cold Steel games more to remake. And a lot of people don't play the Sky games because they're older, even though they're like important. So if they're important for the story, I'm sure they'd want to remake them, and it's like, you know, easy money for them. Although, do you really want like Nisa to have like another 3 games to work a whole decade on to retranslate? Yeah, I mean, I really like the Sky games, and I think Crossbell's excellent. Yeah. I think people should play them, and I think they hold up just fine. But I get wanting to remake them in the 3D style, you know, just to make a buck or whatever. I think they'll take a little bit of the charm away of the old graphic style. But, they made this actually technically easier in the new one, but now I'm off because I'm thinking it's like the new one. Or they're off pattern in the original. I mean, how does the new ones look? Or how do the new ones look? Oh, they added an item here. Like the new ones, the ones that Japan's had for like a couple years because Nisa's incompetent. Do they look good? I know like from what I've seen of Cold Steel, it looks, you know, a little cheap. Like gets the job done, but you know, they're not really lookers game-wise. I mean, you look at like Modern East, you know, most of those are, they might have like a cool like setting, or maybe like a, you know, maybe like the setup of some of the areas, like an 8's not too bad, but they're not really like pretty games or anything, not like their old stuff. So it's like if they're being remade in a style that looks better than like Cold Steel, like if Kura looks good, then okay. I mean, if it retains the old battle system, maybe throws a little spice in it because you get the same one for 5 games, but they might not care about that. I don't know if Cold Steel mixes it up between the games. Then that's fine. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like over remakes. I mean, I kind of always have been. I mean, I'm playing one right now, but like, you know, I've definitely got, I'm more critical more and more of remakes these days. On one hand, it's like, I guess they don't hurt anything. On another hand, it does kind of affect the industry, so maybe they kind of do. You know, kind of like overly attached to certain IPs or old games instead of want to do something new. Not just from the companies, right, but from you know, people's interests. But I don't know. I mean, I think there's games that need a remake or that could benefit from a remake. I think there's reimaginings that are really interesting. I think there's stuff like Live Alive where you can put some, like a you know, make it available for a community that hasn't had it before, because I mean, that never even came to the West. Make some cool upgrades. Stuff like Night Dive tends to be pretty just good remasters, so it's like, there's good stuff out there. I think it's remakes I don't hate in essence at a base level. I just don't like what they feel like a byproduct of nowadays in the industry. So it's like, I'm fine with the Trails in the Sky remake. It just depends on how it looks and how much they're selling it for. I think there's merit in maybe updating some of the combat. I don't want it to be totally changed because I mean that's kind of unique for those 5 games. I mean, maybe by cross-spell you can mix and match it a bit, but those have always been like glorified, I mean, VNs essentially. But I think people who have brain rot who can't handle playing something as old as Trails in the Sky, a PSP game, not even that fucking old, but like you could only play Cold Steel. It's good for them because they'll get like important parts of the story or characterization, assuming it's still important. I haven't played Cold Steel, so I think it's good for that as well. You know, get people invested in the grand story so that they can keep having people invested in the series all the way through the end, because I do think that's kind of one of the most unique things about that is each game has like importance. And if they want to keep selling, they want to keep people interested, getting them more invested in this grander story is probably good, so you want to get every piece of it out there. So I think there's merit. I mean, obviously you could update the visuals and stuff. Like I like the old style. I mean, I think they're expressive enough with the sprites and shit like that, but maybe they want to do something that's stronger on the storytelling front, visually, at the cost of the art style. That's fine if they can make it look good, but yeah. I don't know, it's a lot of dialogue. If they're going to have Nisa relocalize all of it, it's going to be fucked. And it's going to take years per game. Yeah, there's great remakes out there. Like I said, I mean, stuff like the original Dragon Quest were remade on the SNES, right? Right after the NES. I think those are superior, right? I mean, every Dragon Quest has been remade, and generally, bar a few, you know, there tends to be improvements and stuff. It's like, yeah, a lot of it's just like probably getting another buck, but like there's good ones. There's a good case for them. They've been happening forever. Why jump to DQ? I'm just an example of something old. You know, they're not a new thing. I'm trying to say that remakes aren't like some new thing. It's more that there's more of them. They're more now used to make a buck because they're like scared of taking chances more so than they ever used to be. Like that was always there, but now it's like extreme, right? You know, you see it in movies and stuff. Easter's. I'm just not thinking about East right now. I'm just. It doesn't matter which one I pick. I mean, those are all great examples. I've used this Dragon Quest as an example in the last 50 times we've had this conversation, so it's the first thing that comes to me. I mean, they remade fucking Brick Breaker or Pong or something. We can go all the way back. Doesn't matter. Falcom remakes. I'm just talking about remakes in general. And I'm catching back up with the condo. I mean, it's more that like I'm okay with them doing it. Yeah, I mean, I get there's relevancy there. I mean, Kara definitely looks better than Cold Steel 1 too. Yeah, I mean, Falcom, yeah, I guess they remade all the East games and shit. Not all of them, but a lot of them. CS2's have a point for lore. Why jump to him? You still say this 3D. Jump to the combination, making the creamy conversation. Yeah, I mean, a lot of 3D. It just depends. I mean, you know, when they were doing that kind of stuff, I mean, I don't know if you'd consider them top of the game at all in 2D, but you know, it was probably easier to pull off a particular art style in 2D with smaller teams and stuff. And now it's like, you know, full 3D and all the stuff that comes with that, and obviously remaking an art style and all that shit. You know, there's a lot more room to fuck it up, I suppose. So they could screw it. But I mean, what's the art style? Like, what's the defining features of like the Trails in the Sky art style and the Crossbell one? I mean, is it the color palette tends to be a bit more, I wouldn't call it muted, but the darker kind of color where, I mean, obviously the art style being like top down, like, you know, sprite kind of, they're very distinct looking sprite. I don't even know how you'd explain it. The look, I mean, that's definitely part of it. But I mean, it tends to have a pretty, I feel like the color palette's a pretty big deal. If they kind of turned it more into some kind of like bland or like overtly like vibrant thing, like it might make it feel less of that kind of like semi-grounded world, right? Like everything in the Trails games, at least from what I've played, tends to feel pretty like immersive, right? You know. Yeah, it's like I don't want a bunch of post-processing bullshit, right? If it's Sky, they could fuck the art stuff. It's Crossbow, probably will be. It'll be fine. They even brought back the Crossbow artist for Kiro. You think it'd be Crossbow right away? They just released the console versions of Crossbow not even like a year ago or two. Maybe though. I mean, it happened with Persona. P3P came out on PC, remastered, then a year or so later the remake came out. I mean, they could, and then just reuse that same translation for the West, if they even care about the West anytime soon. Remaking the remake conversation. But yeah. So, I'm just kind of reiterating my take on remakes. It's no different for them. When's the last time they remade something, Falcom? This one? I don't know. At this point, I'm gonna lose access to that. So I'm gonna have to rent it or wait for a good sale. Delayed. Oh wait, we're not repairing properly. Yeah, we'll see. There's just too many things to get through right now. But yeah, I mean... Oh wait, we got the original music right now, so... There's a bit more like a Western sound out here. I'm at like a fucking barbecue restaurant. Gotta get me some pulled pork and fucking brisket. But yeah, I mean, when's the last time they did a remake? Golden Lake brisket. I could go for some fucking brisket, dude. Falsetta, which was on the Vita. I mean, you'd imagine a lot of their teams have probably been swapped out, so. What is their current track record with remakes? That was a long time ago, right? When was Falsetta? Honestly, do we even have any modern, like, comparisons on how they work these days with remakes? Do you think they'd outsource it? They don't. Do they really outsource any of their shit? Falsetta. Memories of Falsetta was 12 years ago, so they haven't remade anything in over 12 years. They've done ports. So maybe they'd outsource a whole remake, though? I don't know. Jesus. If they took their main teams and did that, I mean, god damn. Imagine how long it'd be till the East series is finally done. Or not East, Trails. Like, Jesus, dude. If they remade like 5 games before they did the post-Kura shit. Aren't they supposed to be almost done? Maybe they want to like get as many remakes as they can before like the finale or something. I don't know. Alright, we'll be doing a lot of fighting in this chapter because there's not too much. And I really need more stuff. Oh yeah, spike shield. I forgot I had that. Can I get rid of? Last stand. Damage dodge. Give me 6. We could do flower saver. Could probably drop ice power for a little bit. I could get the teammate swamper now, which is pretty strong. But honestly, the game's like simple enough where it's like just having more power or something. It's kind of just better right now for me, I feel like. What do I have on this that's not on that? Oh, damage dodge B probably. That's not super necessary. I mean, flower saver's probably the biggest one. Spike shield will be good if I can get I'd say spike shield would be good when I can get the jump up, P down, like a hammer down. That would be fine, because then you could jump on everything after that. It's pretty strong. Defend plus P. Wouldn't be horrible. What I really need to do is put on quick change. Quick change should really just be like a standard. Holy. What happened to the sun, man? We'll just use art attack. Oops. I was too ready. I pressed it like immediately. I'm gonna put Mario in the back in this situation. And stop trying to do one turn on each of them just to slightly speed it up, so then I forget to block the star. Oh, when I was on the Earth Tremor, I didn't catch what it looked like. Or it wasn't. I can't recall off the top of my head what it looked like. Oh. You definitely get more damage if you jump. That's why the spikes. Dodge is usually better, but I get it on the next level up. Give me the Sprite. Look at how many fights are down here. Oh. I don't remember if the bed back in the cabin gives you star points. If I should save some for that. The big fight. The double fight, bro. Oh, did they get rid of one? Oops. It's like I need to refresh my feed. Shit's got lag. What does this area sound like normally? Oh, I used the wrong thing. I keep doing that. That Sweet Feast is like on the bottom. I forget how much you get from Sweet Feast, man. Full heal. Super overkill though. Because I don't have very high numbers at all. Yeah, I don't remember it being like full heal like immediately. I think they buffed it. They definitely buffed the power up one, which is fucking crazy. Cause that thing's already nutty. It was good to see it because I don't know if I would use Sweet Feast normally. I think they got rid of a fight down here. Which is funny because you could just dodge them. In the first place. I said I'm doing a little extra fighting because I won't be as sick of it in this chapter, and I need the XP. I don't need it, like we'd probably be fine just rolling in with barely any levels, but it'd be cool to equip some of these badges. Or they separated them a bit here. That's about what they did. Yeah, treat's just better. As long as you're not too worried about the turn economy. Oh, I remember last time I used Shell Sign. Well, you get full heals pretty much every 2 seconds in this game, and I've got so much money on the right that I'll just use all my shit. I think I used Feast a bit back when my original playthrough, probably when I'd have like a lot more health focus. But these days, it's like, yeah, it's really hard to justify it. Free item. I guess I could use it. I got a dried shroom I can waste. I don't remember if you can blow these off and get something. I mean, I know you need to get into the next area. What was the music? I think it was just quiet, right? No, it's just that sound you heard from earlier, just a little bit more ambience. Now it's got this like rockabilly thing going on. These guys are a pain. I'd rather just avoid them. Oops. Somehow that's a jump. These guys are like literally like spike protection, the dudes. Next level, let me oh wait, there's something over there. Use this as the test run, man. I don't know if they changed it though. Oh, really? Will you just like jump up it or some crazy shit? Guess we'll see when we get down there. P up, D down. How much does that one cost? 2. It's a good one to have on, but we'll probably wait. I don't remember where the other defense pluses are. Just skip right in. That's funny. Janky. Oops, missed the jump. The physics I feel like are a little different. So now we gotta redo that. Great. I guess while we're over here, right? Oh no, wait. Don't you have to like run out? Jesus, I forgot there's this many dudes down here. Don't have any Quake hammers and shit right now equipped. So I'm not really caring too much. Is there anything else in the maze? Or is that badge pretty much it? I don't remember. I guess you could swap to Vivian here. Oh, Mario just got fucked. Doesn't even destroy that. These dudes are just annoying, man. Because I usually don't even bother. I need to just put on the spike jump. Take something else off. Otherwise these guys are gonna be a fucking nightmare. Flower saver just for now. Action's too good, bros. Give you a lot of these, man. I guess we'll stay here, because in the other one I have to go back up anyways and I could check the other paths. Oh wait, XP. Yeah. I don't want to risk dying, so I guess we'll sweet dream. Tried grabbing it. Was my XP on this side? Definitely not high. Oops. Wrong controller and I didn't swap them. Maybe we should have just skipped everything I could anyways. Like I said, this playthrough's already like astronomically long because it's in the double. Not being able to do 2 fights at once. Didn't catch that. Poisoned. I don't remember how much it cost to buy the jump up, hammer down. I think you buy that from the big guy, the merchant dude. I should have enough on both. I mean, definitely on the right. Oops. I remembered my place. Thought I was gonna jump. I probably could use this anyways. Crazy how much more you fuck up like 2 things at once. That's why I've been trying to like just stop more. It's very, very long. Just grabbing a little XP. Need it. What a crazy under level. I mean, you get a lot of levels in the last 2 areas, but I'm like a couple chapters out. I'm like half the levels I'd normally be, and I usually skip a shitload standard. More BP. More. Like I said, I probably need a little bit more money on the main file. Should be about right now. Dude, look at that chug, man. Holy fuck, that FPS. Like, it sucks because, like, the FPS starts dipping really hard as soon as you start, like, getting ready to attack. Which is, like, the worst time for it. Like, you're getting ready to do like an action command and then it like cuts to like 15 FPS for a second or 2. So that was just way too little, man. Cleared this out. I don't remember if there was a tile here. I'm gonna say there's nothing else in here. TTYD. Oops. Did they lower the projectile speed? They have like made some animations easier. Grotus, a good example. Piranha plants. They give you a lot more time to I guess prep. There's a lot more animation lined up. Let's see if I can not fuck this up on the left one. I might want to use that badge. Ugh. I feel like controlling this was, they've made it easier. Not sure. Or I have fucking delay. I was trying to time it like right at the end and it fucking fell off. I need to time it earlier. I don't trust the GV USB, man. I just don't. But, I mean, I have gotten some super cards, so. Also, I just timed those really poorly and I just got lucky. I won't make that mistake again. Okay, yeah. Way earlier. Oh, great. I have to go back down. Fucking two maze, man. We gotta fight this too. I'm gonna run from this one. Too much fighting. Can probably just go to the right, huh? There we go. Got it the first time. We could try this goofy shit. How does this work? You just like jump up around here? Oh, great, we got another fight. So I have no fucking money, man. Let me watch that again. I'm actually curious to try it myself for fun. What in the fuck? He just like walked up the wall. Is there like a spot? This comment, one of the first comments. I like that jump. That's what I was thinking. I was like, is this like a joke? Like run up and then it was set up. You start changing right before you get to it. Patched. No, I assume it doesn't matter if you have like Vivian. Oh, there we go. Use it. You just spam jump. Best. Boot upgrade. Don't remember the deal with these little Goombas. Oh, these bastards are annoying. He's invincible. Something with the puzzle, I think. The puzzle. Oh yeah. For some reason beating these up fucking reveals it. I still don't understand. Or do they change that? At least you can just spam out this fight. What was back here? Or just nothing? I don't know why this wall looks so different. Maybe that's just what opens up. Surprising now. Is there anything over here? Oh, they really make sure you know now, man. Button. Did you like get stuck behind it in the original or something? Let's compare the Toadette dialogue, I guess, right? annoying voice. Hello? What the fuck? Like letting go of my A or something? One more toad out once we get back to the town. I think it's because I moved when I jumped. The new one you can move after you jump and still do it, but in the old one I don't think you can. It's kind of do a neutral. Actually, let me see. Yeah, you can. You can move around a bit. I definitely like that better. Having to kind of just sit neutrals makes it more jank. I do have to jump back in the original. Little change actually lets you open the door. Cut down on like the 5 places you actually use this. Ooh. Headaches gotcha. Time for some ibuprofen. Unless you don't take that stuff. Time for drugs. I need one more fight's worth of XP. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna start running back. Cut through their defenses now. The toxins. gonna sleep on the other side, man. I get you, bro. What if they put a shortcut here? The reason I kind of cleared them out is you're bound to run into 50 of them anyways. Yeah, you just get a lot. I guess I just wanted to be able to buy everything right off the bat, which I mean, it barely hurts anything in this. It's not like the reward of money ever felt like crazy good. Remember if there was a secret in here? I'll say no. I think it was just the one in the lobby. Yeah, the sun looks a little off. It looks a little crazy. Oh, I never flipped the switch. Shit. No wonder, dude. I was like, wait a second. I'm missing something. We had to use the key down there. Man, I get too fucking distracted playing two of these fucking things at the same time, dude. Yeah, I guess it's supposed to just have like the mirage look or something. Oh no, you could take the elevator here, that's right. I was like, wait, I thought you did this. I was like, but I haven't fought the blorbs yet or whatever. Like, oh, that makes sense now. Didn't fight them yet because they're after this. I don't know if you have to use this button. Maybe on this one I do. Origami King over here, you really gotta beat the shit out of stuff. Origami King had a lot of action like this. Jesus, dude. I want it to be an epic battle, I guess. Yeah, in the back, in the original, it's in the background there. I wonder why they went with that. Putting it in the foreground. I feel like it's just like a mirage thing. Yeah, time to fight the sun. He's here. He's right fucking here. He's saving in the new ones quick. It's King K, what? It's fucking King K. I love the idea that this guy gets left behind, dude. Like an abandoned place. Does he just live around here? Did he get left behind here too? I guess so. It's like nobody's been down to that drawbridge in forever. It's like, why do they even stop at this station? Who knows? Yeah, you can get back on the train. Yeah, that's true. I guess it probably does happen. Yeah, you can come back. I'll be right back. I think the actual zip toad's on the train when you do as well. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I think that place looked fine. I didn't even really notice anything crazy. I mean, the sun's a little odd, but... I mean, other than the reflective gloss and then some of the post-processing and areas that are too bright, really I think it's been fine visually. Especially when you couple in the new sprites and expressions and all that. I mean, going harder on the paper look, like I said, I'm not a huge fan. But it might just be kind of a knee-jerk reaction from so much of them forcing it from Sticker Star and beyond. Because it doesn't look too bad. Now, I mean, the gloss and reflections everywhere just look like shit. And some of the color work I don't like, but that's kind of shared between all Zeds. Right. Couldn't you see, I don't know if it's on the return trip or in this one as well. Like a Paper Mario 64 reference in the background. Don't you see like the flying guy or whatever? Also blue for night. I don't mind it sometimes, but I think it's a little too much here. It's like bleeding into like everything. Yeah. Like I'm cool with them making it darker, but I kind of like that it looks dark outside and on the inside it's just kind of like dimly lit. Like maybe you could say the new one or the old one's maybe too bright, but I feel like it's you lose either way. Yeah, that like blue glows like pretty strong. They took the pearl off of her gold ring, man. Why did they nerf her ring, bros? Well, I like how they give you the same reward. It means like nothing on the right. That's not too bad on the left. Just for this playthrough, I wouldn't care either way. In a normal replay, but... It winks at ya. The original. I don't call them old. Are you allowed to bring up Mario's age? Judging him for his age, bros. The day everything went wrong. It's like knockdown. She's like, yeah. They don't change that dialogue on either version. He's just sleeping, he's just having a little nappy. And they do show them in the original too, just barely. They make it more obvious in this one. Because they make a loud ass sound effect. Camera angle for it. Wow, Papatch, my guy. Ooh. That's the bomb. Is like a steering wheel or whatever. Yeah, changing where the save point is good in case you die. Not a whole lot of value on it being all the way back here. That's the original. Okay, the classic, I guess. Shit's happening song, the action song. We get like a unique one in this, borrowing that kind of rockabilly thing they had going on in the other area. And there's that electric guitar, man. Could you just stop the train, my guy? That wouldn't be fun though. In case we get cranked, let's save again. Yeah, I mean, I do like the tension music, the action music. I mean, that they use it everywhere, I never really thought was a problem, but, you know, I do like having variety. But yeah, now that it's like this goofy rockabilly shit, it's like, I mean, it fits, you know, in a bubble, in a vacuum, but definitely doesn't feel really as like shit's happening. It. I have so much money, couldn't I just like buy like items and just blast this guy with them? Turn on double dip and just blast. I think I want to store for later. Wilds. I don't know if they ever explain what's up with them. Oh, their blurb noises are like in the song. Yeah, they just kind of are there, and then all of a sudden they're like everywhere. That's why I kind of feel like the generic action music kind of fits a bit more. It sounds almost a little more serious, right? It's still fun. What does he got? I can't spend any money. And the other one I get to spend as much as I want. Yeah, it's like unexpected, right? It's kind of the fun of that. Like, I think they just carry the other side. Yeah, it's a bit more frantic, chaotic. This is more just kind of like an action rockabilly thing going on. Yeah, I like the save point change here. Be after the shop. There's really not much point in not having it right there. Excuse me, the smorg, not the blorg. Or is it that the real zip toad's like in here somewhere? I don't remember exactly. And is there shit like going with the music, or is that just incidental? Sounds kind of like that going with it. You still kind of have to hit neutral. I think it depends on how much you're spinning. They kind of stop you more purposefully. The new one. But they definitely feel like they're zerging the place a bit more in the new one too. It's a little more disturbing in the other one because they're like inside of it, but they're just kind of like pasted on here. Like they're getting fucking absorbed in the other one. Alright. Well, let's start with the original. I'm not doing a boss fight split. Oh yeah, the red ones are gone. That was kind of how you knew where to hit. Maybe they pop up. And it made this big thing sort of stand out a bit. Jeez, barely get him. Doesn't help, it feels a lot more like laggy in general. It's still good in the original, but it's definitely not like it is on this new one. exactly what we need. Fucking RNG. You could get really dicked by this stage in the original, man. Which was fine. I mean, the fog's kind of stupid. Let's compare the power upgrade or the power low. And the boss song. Yeah, I fucked up and that was still way more. They barely put any poison ones, I think is the difference. So there's just like a higher congestion of like power-ups. Because I've gotten +4 before. Okay, it turns red. That's good. Yo, epic guitar solo, bros. Yeah, buy it. Nutty damage, man. I think it forces the phases. I might do that in the original too, though. I mean, they nerfed power bounce, but I feel like the buff to fucking power lift, like, I mean, more than makes up for it. You don't even need to hit that much. You can just for fun, but it's like in casual play. I mean, I guess speedruns would matter more that power bounce is nerfed. But you're getting an extra 2 or 3, possibly. Maybe more. I wouldn't be surprised if we could hit 5 if you got lucky enough. Okay, music stop. Oh, gotta turn back on the controller. The joys of an old wireless crack, turn it off. Save some battery instead of just have it fucking sit there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have to be given enough options too. I could at least see 5. But yeah, I mean, either way, it's a shitload. It's definitely buffed. Which is crazy because, like, I mean, everybody said you don't. Even if you somehow squeeze like 3, even just 2 was pretty good before. I usually wouldn't use it, but in this it's like I feel like I should always use it. It's like you get like a +4 or 5 and it's like your jump just did 10 more damage. Like most bosses in this don't even like have much HP, right? And that's not on top of all the other shit I could be doing. I could be doing D down, P up. I could do hammer down, P up. I can do... there's another one, I think. Obviously you can flower save and then just spam like big stuff the whole time. Four they max it for. But it seems pretty easy to get that compared to the other one. I mean 4/4 almost makes you invincible. Should get like damage dodge. And nail it. We have to do the whole partially sanctum bullshittery. Sleazy rich people music. I need to remember where all of the shine sprites and shit are here. Definitely a few hidden ones. Have like a rich people's place where everything will be polished. That'd definitely make more sense. Alright, we're just gonna do this on the left side so I can remember where everything is. And we'll follow suit. Because so far they haven't changed like any... Yeah, if only the grass wasn't reflected, that's the biggest problem. Am I supposed to jump off one of these? I moved him over here. Soulless bros. You marvelous man. They make this one more obvious. Or don't make it more, it is more obvious than the original. I do want a piece, that's what's so funny about it. Mario's like, this sucks, God, man. And they make this one way harder to see. This like had a hard shadow on it before. Like a juice bar or something? Oh, this pasta. This is for like a quest. don't know if there's anything if you bought a room. I mean, you get some free shit, but look at this fucking like nasty looking low FPS water, man. Sometimes it like chugs. Back here. Troll, I've forgotten a shine sprite somewhere. I need to go back to the Blitz land now that I got this and clean up Rogueport too. Has those Mario horns, man. Yeah. Maybe they want it to be like the games. I don't know. Or some programming thing. Yeah. They restarted the song. The original just had the train music. Which one I changed that up makes sense. I never really minded the Partially Heights having like the same song as the train, but they probably has a budget reason for that. I mean, the train had like 3 songs normally, so. Oh no. It's funny, like, he's the manager of the Sanctum and he's just willing to give him, like, the only thing here. Never really quite sure why he did that. I guess because Mario's just such a cool guy, dude. The original's fucking Sanctum is fucking dimly lit, man. Jesus. Isn't it supposed to be outside? It looks like a painting. This part will take a bit, and the second bit. Gotta avoid some enemies. I always forget about the not the fan favorite part, man. Great. Alright, buddy. Sweet dreams. Is there anything up here? I'd fall off a bunch if I try to do this on both. I'm just not gonna bother. Curious if the others, the original's gonna have this much loot. I don't remember getting like this many items. Maybe. I don't really want that. Ooh, you're getting caught on the lip, my favorite. I was gonna say, I don't think there's anything here. I think they gave you more loot to make it seem more exciting. And I guess because you just got out of a boss fight, but I mean, you know, it's not like you don't have like a shitload of fucking money and free items anyways. Yeah, they give you 2 whole items, unless they're hidden in the original. I don't know where a bunch of hidden blocks are in this. Oh, the pink blue dodge. I suppose they give pretty good XP. But we're about to fight a lot. Oh, I don't forget about it. The most important thing in the game is here. Jesus, another item. I haven't used the right one, not even once. I think you're supposed to throw cubes there? That's what fight wants, so. Oh no. I haven't upgraded her, so she's just gonna seem underwhelming regardless. That's true, but then I'd have to be constantly checking while doing the double playthrough. And at that point, I feel like they would never put new hidden treasure. I think they would just put new obvious treasure. Like, does anybody really think they'll put like new hidden shit in this? Like, some of this stuff's harder to find, but I feel like that's because of like art more than anything. Like, I don't think they would. I really don't want to. Oh, we could test the Stampede, but isn't that expensive? I guess I could use a sweet treat. We could test it. Maybe we could test her after I get the Luigi badge. I don't know if I ever really used Stampede in the original. So I don't really use much Yoshi. In here, there's still 2 spots that there's treasure, so I don't know if I get like some false positives. Like they just added this boo thing. I don't think this was in here originally. We'll see. Become easier to do than the normal move. Yoshis. I get the timing off so fucking wrong. Could still be enough. Okay. I don't know if there's anything extra in that. That blocks like special. Wish I should do that on the other playthrough as well. I don't think that blue cloth is there. Yeah, I don't really know what all hidden blocks there are in the original. Like there's that one where you get a badge in Bogley Woods because you accidentally get that a lot. But other than that, there's ones that are obvious because there's like a shine sprite underneath them. Like this item's there. They added a lot of items to this sink though. What was the original music like? I think it was just silent. Oh no, it had like a kind of mystical sound. Now, the new one has a mystical sound, but they gotta bring in the motif. They gotta bring in the 1,000-year door sound at the beginning. The I don't think this one does that. $55 XP. Time to become beyond Luigi, dude. Luigi 2. Your destiny awaits. Claim your birthright. It's like the closest thing to Waluigi ever being in an actual Mario game. It's Waluigi cosplay. Whoa! I don't even remember what Showstopper does. cleared. I don't have the Wario badge on the left. You have the Wario one and the Luigi one, you get the Waluigi outfit. But the Wario one's too expensive on the left. So we'll get Luigi on the left and Waluigi on the right. Soulless, bro. Destiny. No, I like the Waluigi colors. It's kind of like a hidden unlock, but... Oh wait, I need to get in a fight with a few of these, don't I? Oh, great. I need to fight a few more. How do I keep finding the 5s, man? I'm just gonna run on this one. Really? That's like pure fucking crazy mashing speed, unless it's eating inputs because of lag or something. No, it wouldn't need inputs on that end. That'd have to be a wavebreak prompt, so I think it's just that hard of a mash. Okay, so you have to wait for the stars to collect. These guys are easy XP. Usually they don't even fucking attack. Now we really are Luigi on the left here. He's right. Oh, he had no idea where it even was. Thumbs up. Oh, they just cut this entire backtrack. Probably for the best. Oh no, you just walk out the door. I was like, do you actually walk on? I was like, I don't remember taking the train back. I guess they just cut you needing to walk up the front door and that's it. Treason! To protect, they get fucking unplugged, bros. The pretty say dude a lot. What's up, Rooks? How'd they ruin it? According to the data, they're gonna corrupt you. Gonna turn you into fucking dark peach. What is this song? I hope we get a sick dubstep drop on the moon and base, man. They're gonna inflate you, Pete. They're gonna use you to fly to the moon again. They'll put you back on the ground and inflate. Fly back up. Lazy Chibi 3D. Soulless. How many in the row have they done the new style on? BLR song, dude. I think it's barely anything original, right? Yeah, it's just the cold ambience of the tech room. I need those arrow noises from VLR. In that one song. The one in the final puzzle. Right, I think it was the final puzzle. The room with the cubes. The swoosh. The arrow noise. That's a good song. Think of the people. My most paranoid moment. My restless nightmares. Peach about to start falling down a number chasm. The hands outstretched. Only she seems worried. I guess in the original she's just kind of like just pissed. Inhuman beast. He's talking to a man with a fucking computer for a brain. Is this the one where he finds Rock Hawk? That's a funny scene. Yo, massiveness. Can she say that? Luigi did. Wow. World's most useful character. I should probably turn on the other music. These are like a minute long. Schmoll. Oh. You got me, man. Didn't think he'd attack. He's powerful. Let's just go ahead and take the eggs. I don't even know if anything happens if you keep going there. Like little matches now. The Rock Hawk secret gem, dude. Freeze, chumps. That's better. This hugeness. Imported some super freak stuff. They can call them freaks, man. That's wild. These poor X-Nauts, man. They're the bad guys. Come on, have a little mercy. Like how he can import people. Human trafficking. What else are you doing? What the? They made it way less funny, dude. What the fuck? Why would they change it? It was funny that he just gets like instantly flattened without even like just immediately. Like you know it's coming for like 10 hours on the other side. Lame, dude. You fucking fucked that punchline up. It's like before you know it, he's like just flattened. They nerf speech bubbles. They're not as good. The real problem with the font is they nerfed the wavy rainbow text. Soulless. Soulless. It says use English in the original. It says use words I know. No mention of English allowed. I guess it makes it easier to... Well, I mean, this is the English translation. I guess you don't want to mention that English exists. That's probably the idea. They don't want to like, like, actually mention somewhat real world shit. Even though they mentioned the SAT and all that with the crows. So it's pretty inconsistent there. I guess the crows do wall break, yeah. Bowser saying English is, I guess that's a step too far. On the original, Bowser looks a little bit more angry here. Usually they're really good at in the remake of having new expressions and shit, but he looks kind of just here in the right. He looks pissed in the left because his eyebrows are more like straight. Yeah, he's just dumb. Bowser's got a cool personality in these. He's pretty boring in like the 3D Mario's. He's just kind of there. The moon that floats out in space. She's fine. Luigi. Yeah, kidnapping another dude. I probably should have checked in at every place, but with him. But I've been trying to speed it up a bit, because this has been like the length of like, I mean, almost 2 fucking playthroughs. So we will listen to like half the stories. They're always funny. Alright, time for the cleanup. I didn't check every announcement. I did see like a brief kind of like list of trailers that I don't know if they were all from the Gorilla one or not. I might check that out next time I turn off the stream. Or maybe for the warm-up tomorrow we could check them out. Oh, 70 games, really. Depending on when I go to work tomorrow, we could watch the VOD for it right before the Jeff Keighley Bonanza. Very indie. That's good though. I mean, I have millions of games already on my wish list, but I mean, why not more? Never know. I'll take a peek for sure. Like, oh, how long was it? Like 2 hours or something, or like an hour? I would have woke up for it today, but I didn't know what was happening. I guess it's not cool enough to be on the Keely list. Yeah, if I'm awake, because I don't know if I'm gonna go to work early or late, then we can watch that probably. Beforehand or in between shit. Maybe we'll just watch bits and pieces. Because the next day we've got a lot of events. I think tomorrow it's 3 events. It's an indie one. Let's see here. So tomorrow it's 6 CST, it's the Summer Games Fest, then 2 hours later it's Day of the Devs, which will be indies, and then the Devolver one. I imagine the Summer Games Fest and most of these will run right into each other. Let's get in here. The next day it's at noon is Future of Play. I don't know what that is, but we'll watch it. And that's the wholesome direct, the heckin' wholesome direct. An hour after that, it's the Latin American Games Showcase. I guess we can watch that. Why not? Maybe there's some cool shit in there. And then an hour and a half after that, so maybe we have some time in there to watch the Gorilla one. Is what is this? Women-led studios. Oh, it's deep dives. I don't know if I want to watch a bunch of interviews for like 30 minutes. But maybe we'll just watch, I don't know, some of these on Saturday. Oh, then way later is the Future Game Show, which was super cringy last year. It was the get all of your famous Western voice actors, and then they're going to remind you what they voice acted a lot. It was like Yuri Lowenthal doing this, I'm Spider-Man, I'm Spider-Man, I'm Spider-Man, I'm Spider-Man, and Troy Baker, and then they made like funny skits, real funny skits, hilarious shit. So that'll be special. So I guess we'll watch that, and then the day after, it's Xbox in the afternoon, and then PC Game Show. Xbox one's supposed to be like 2 hours. The Black Ops 6 Direct. Whoa. Luigi. And then it's Ubisoft the day after that, so it's gonna be a lot of whatever random bullshit, but we'll try to fill in the gaps, I think, with the Gorilla one. Note 3 starts tomorrow. Note 3. Then yeah, the fucking if Keely money. Oh, not E3. Yeah, not E3 is tomorrow. The Money Man Bonanza is tomorrow. Absolutely. Alright, can I buy the W emblems 360, dude? How do you get him to do new shit? Dude, look how much this lags, man. Good god, man. Fucking chunky, dude. Ridiculous, man. You need the Ultra Hammer to beat the game? Surely. It is kind of just like here. It's gonna Pretty sure you need it. That'd be crazy if you didn't. Oh, you can open up there. Yeah, I know there's like ways to get it early. But I don't remember how it goes. That's the scary part about putting something like a late game upgrade just right here. It's cool to like show it constantly. Goodbye, Toadette. Goodbye, my sweet. Goodbye. Toadsworth ever get new dialogue? He's just fucking here, dude. The jump up, power down one on the hammer, that's from what's his ass, right? Wait, where is first attack? Did they get rid of that? Or maybe you get it somewhere else in this game? Maybe you get it from the big guy. I need to save everything for the jump deal. Like, is it just from this guy? I thought it was. Oh wait, I should have some money waiting, right? I think you can cash that in now. Right? Maybe I can become Waluigi on both. I mean, I'm not gonna get a lot of money if I didn't have everything. Like how he's drilling for oil. Does everything run on oil in the Mario Kingdom? How much oil do you think the Bowser's copter uses, man? His clown copter. Rat bastard. I only did it twice. Wow. I wonder if I have enough money. What? They gave this guy an entire story now? Did he always have this? I'm sure these are extremely unfunny considering it's like gonna be some like modern Paper Mario strike. I don't know if he had this before, did he? Maybe they want him to look like he's more than just some greedy oil guy. Protect big oil bros. He's doing it for his family. I'm good, dude. Honestly, I'm good. That's not the fresh content I'm really after. Something that is new, and I didn't give him all 3 on the old one, so I'm not 100% sure if it's different there. Say goodbye to Luigi. Got the double Waluigi. Waluigi supremacy. It's over. It should still be there. Maybe I just missed it. Maybe it's on the shelf and I missed it there. Or I bought it and didn't notice already. Oh, there it is. Dude, they made first attack free, but it cost 1 in the old one? Oh, come on, man. I mean, it's good they changed that. But it sucks I have to pay for it in the other one, so I kind of want parity a little bit. I mean, I'm going to equip it because it might save us some fighting on one end that we don't need to care about. And I will be equipping it on the other side as well. How do you cycle the fat man's wares? Like every time the game resets? I mean, I could just keep checking back in. Usually I would have just seen it by now. It might be that I didn't buy as much shit from him, so he's got more to cycle through. We're missing 7 shine sprays. I think there's some more in the moon. Then we got some cleanup to do in Rogueport. We also need to go to the 1,000-year door. do that? That's pretty much everything. I've been pretty lucky, I guess. It's nice too. Clean up to do here. Fuck. Depth perception. Impossible. Long Vivian. Long Vivian. If there's anything else on this side, I want to say no. Oof, forgot these dudes are over here too. Ooh. But they didn't put a hammer bread with this one. That's XP, man. Definitely got some more things to check here. The run back will be a lot more extreme on the left side. I'll definitely be put on first strike. All that juicy stuff. Hey, jump man, there we go. Please have that on the other side, yeah. Yes! Yes! Yahoo! Need 2. I should probably wait for the next level up. I mean, I guess I could get rid of damage dodge. But... when you have spike protection, there's like very little reason to not put on the jump man. It lowers your hammer power, but it ups your jump power. Since jump has 2 attacks, you just get more out of it. Unless some guy has like huge defense, right? But usually it's not like that. Patch 1, you could just use power hammer. Whoa! It's using the wrong controller. Look, I'm trying, alright? Mercy. Remember what's in this chest. Really? The defend plus P, since we're going to be under leveled, aren't super duper necessary? I'd probably prefer the switcheroo before that. We need to get back in here anyways. Because you could just swap your party member out. And there's plenty of good options, so. I'd rather have FP, because then you could keep using your party members. I don't remember when the next FP badge actually is. I almost feel like I should do like an actual FP level at some point. Usually you get a badge and you just kind of equip it that way. You just go all badge points. Don't remember what's in here. I think it's a, with that room that's like big, wide open with the 2 things up in the top near the ceiling. Nope, that's a different one we're gonna be going to. Whose room is this? I don't remember this room. I'm sure I come in here every fucking time, but it might be a trouble or some shit. Oh yeah, good Bellamite. Let's check both. Yeah, I'm feeling like it's probably a trouble. I've done all the troubles in this game like twice. And it ain't recent. That was probably like a fucking lad more than anything. No. It's still one at a time, I think. Actually, let me go double check. I think it's one at a time and you still have to pay 30 to cancel. I think the way they try to make it better is by having the warp room. But yeah, really, the treble board could have used a massive overhaul. If there was anything that could have used a huge overhaul, it's the treble board. It barely had a point in the first place because it was just money in a game you didn't need money. And the stories aren't that interesting. Like there's a couple, like those SDs, which I think you can just turn it in. I don't even know if that is a trouble. So you certainly don't need the fucking food unless you're doing like pit. It's definitely just like a way to squeeze a little more completionism time out. This new one has like an actual like full list of like percentages and shit. RP Miss Mouse, yeah, I don't know if she got improved. I wouldn't know because I don't use it really. I mean, we could compare, but I'm like, eh. It's like those things could have been better for sure. I feel like they could have had Miss Mouse have like a little bit more even appearances in the story, right? Yeah, and I mean, Miss Mouse is like hidden in the trouble board. Like, I just did it because I know. It's like, I feel like if you fuck with the trouble board at all, you're probably just gonna be bored out of your fucking mind, so. I'll check. Because maybe you can accept them all, which would help a lot. And then be able to check them on the run, but I bet it's the same. I'd bet money on it, for sure. There it is. I was like, I knew there was one more somewhere. Oh, I should grab that. I'll do it after jump, man. Maybe I'll get rid of something else. Yeah, like those are places that I actually could use a little bit. Like I said, I'm glad that they were careful with like the quality of life upgrades and shit. Oops. On like backtracking and stuff like that. You know, so you don't like skip like everything in it, but I'm definitely glad that they threw him in. But it's like, yeah, I feel like treble board was like easy, like fucking lay up. To like fix up. We'll see if you can accept them all. I'm not 100% on all that. So. I only did the one, I suppose. I haven't actually tried to accept multiple. I tried doing multiple on the old one. It didn't work because I had to get Miss Mouse, so I had to cancel for 30 coins. But I actually don't know if you have to pay to cancel this. We'll go test it. I shouldn't say before we find out. Yeah, who knows? I mean, they've balanced certain things, so maybe Miss Mouse got a buff, but I don't know, dude. I don't use her anyways, so We could upgrade her to max last and then compare, just remind me. But I mean, yeah, it's not like her quest got any better. It's still a backtrack to the fucking Hooktail Castle. It's still fucking boring as hell. Did they up the boat speed? I think they did. Oh, this is the place I was thinking of. The defend badge in here. Oh, they changed it to be a little different, huh? Actually gonna equip first. Whatchamacallit? Fuck. And the problem with that is you have to actually get first fucking hit. Never really understood this room. I think it's just so that you could scan these guys again. What? That doesn't count as a first strike, but I have spike protection. I guess it doesn't work because it's not like obvious. So I can get my shit back. Keepa. Oh wait, you just get it for free in this. I think making it so that it's free to use first strike is just a straight out upgrade. Like, it's good. Well, they don't attack you in the new one? What the fuck? Nerf to this or whatever. Poppy. I mean, I guess might as well make it look like a cute little thing for them so that you can also tattle them. Then actually make it like how it used to be. I mean, this room sucks in the original as far as the actual fight goes. Oh dude, they made Ultra Hammer cheaper. Unless I just don't have it equipped on the other side. No, I don't have it equipped on the other side, that's right. I took off FP Saber. His first strike costs stuff in the original, man. It just ain't right. Oh, I didn't expect to get that. I didn't know when I was going to stop moving. It's cancer, man. I don't know. I don't think it benefits as much either, other than just availability. And it is on NSO and all that. Like, there's no like camera gotta worry about. The art style's a bit more timeless. I just don't think there's as much. Oh, I think it these coops there. feel like that's part of it. No, I'm not saying there shouldn't be one. I mean, maybe eventually, but yeah. I mean, your white whales and shit are kind of Zelda, Mario 64, that kind of shit. I mean, there's not Star Fox 64. Nothing doesn't even have one. I guess people probably wouldn't care about Smash Bros on N64 either, right? You could just play Ultimate. Alright. We need a lot of fucking badge points, man. I'd probably argue Defend Plus is more important. Than Flower Saver. Maybe on next level up I'll pick up Defend Plus. Jump in. Drop Flower Saver. No, I don't need more than that. I mean, Flower Saver is pretty fucking good. Could get rid of damage dodge. I mean, damage dodge is kind of useful. It's just a one defense for cheap. You just have to skill it. Unless there's something about it I don't remember. But... in fact, if you do like a defense down, attack up build, I don't want to be popping two of those. As long as you could actually do the dodge. I mean, if you were a big gamer, super gamer, you'd always super guard, right? But I don't trust my super guards on this shit. I don't know. Now that there's like a fair amount of like, well, I mean, with the decompile thing, it's like, I guess it makes it easier. I definitely don't think you'd get like a Hurricanian thing or Paper Mario anytime soon. I don't know if there's anything else to clean up here. Yeah. Well, a lot of PS1 games actually get real PC ports. Like FF7. Nintendo doesn't do that for one. Two, I feel like the fandom's just a lot stronger for a lot of these Nintendo games in general. There's a reason you get the people talk about Nintendo bonuses or the Nintendo, you know, rabid fans and stuff. I think they build that culture pretty hard, and I mean, you see it kind of like in a way pay off like that. I mean, Nintendo doesn't want PC ports, but I mean, the fans are pretty adamant about it. I mean, they're good games too, but I mean, the thing is not like PS1 games are bad, so maybe it's because a lot of PS1 shit is ported generally to PC. Generally, I don't know. Is it? What PS1 games are like big boys that don't get any attention? Like right now. I mean, Crash is already like ported, Spyro's already ported and remade. Final Fantasy's already ported. You son of a bitch. What's up, bro? Good night. I don't know. Why can't I think of any PS1 games right now? There's a bazillion. Anybody have like some obvious ones? I mean, Nintendo definitely likes their exclusive little like walled garden type of thing going on, and I mean, in a way, it creates communities like that. But also, you know, it pays off for them because they can charge $60 for a fucking 1,000-year door remake. Post Stardew Hangout, I gotcha. I need a couple more XP. So just like one fight up here. I mean, God knows I'll have to. I probably shouldn't bother because for General White, I'm gonna have to fucking run around and like fucking do a bunch of fights anyways. They're gonna make it. It's a little easier on this side of things. Maybe it's the hardware too? Like emulation and Nintendo stuff's gone hand in hand for a while with like SNES emulation and handheld emulation and shit. So maybe there's just a bit more of a PC scene. I probably won't do Glitz Pit. I might watch and see the changes if there's any, but honestly, this has already been like a 40-50 hour playthrough, and that's usually double my usual playthrough length. And I've still got 2 long ass chapters ahead of me, so it's like, I mean, if I did Glitz Pit, I would probably just do it on the remake side. But no, I did 24, that was it. There's Ape Escape, but sadly nobody cares enough about Ape Escape or Legend of Dragoon. What are some other ones? Yeah, I mean US driven, but I don't want to be like, oh, guess those European people just don't care about games as much. They're not like the powerful US, type people. That doesn't really make any sense. But maybe there is more of like a scene in the US, I guess, with it. And since that was a popular system in the US, that makes a big difference. I mean, I definitely feel like it's the snowball of multiple things. Lunar Stories on PS1, yeah. We were talking about why is there not more decompiles or, people trying to make PC ports of PS1 games. I said it's probably because a lot of those big games already have ports. So it's like, people don't really care. Where Nintendo doesn't do any of that, so it's a bit more of like this white whale. Like, oh, we can, do the unthinkable, man. Put Nintendo games on PC, right? Where it's like if you said you put like a PS1 game on PC, it wouldn't really be like special. Maybe there's like that's what I mean. Maybe there's like a bounty kind of like white whale feel to it. I don't know. Yeah, Soten would be neat because that hasn't been ported to PC yet. All right, the GBA collection is on there, but I don't think Soten's on that. How is Soten not on like modern platforms? I don't even think it's on the Switch, bro. What the fuck is Konami doing? Are they prepping for something? Don't they have like a new Castlevania game coming? It's Konami, yeah. If you'd be like, oh yeah, what's on the Switch? It's like, Soten's on the Switch, right? Surely, right? Like, somehow like Harmony of Dissonance is on the Switch, but not fucking Soten. Especially when they have like a fucking Castlevania show, right? You think they'd at least just shit that port out. They'd probably do like a lazy one. The moon. How are you liking your 1,000-year door playthrough, Average? You been having fun, buddy? Oh yeah? What was it? Zip Toad verified. Little Twitter joke for you there in the new one. I don't think the verified joke was in the original one. Man, imagine adding that in. And being like, damn dude. We're popping up. The real Zip Toad. Changed it to verified instead. Little kiddos, I know what the word real means anymore. Oh, cool, yeah. And the pit. They added this guy to the Trouble Center. You pay him and he tells you how to solve them or some shit. Let me see if you can pull multiple of these. Yeah, you can only do one at a time. Do you have to pay to cancel? Yep. Oh, it's not been improved at all. One at a time, and you have to pay to cancel still. But they added a guy who tells you how to solve the troubles easier. Oh boy. Very odd. Yeah, nice. Did they do anything unique with it? Yeah, better rewards would help a lot. Yeah, better rewards, doing all of them at once. Actual quality of life added to some of those, like Miss Mouse still requiring you to walk through all of Hooktail's castle is pretty fucked. Feels like they just didn't even look at him at all. They're just like, just leave him. Like maybe when you take the trouble and go in there, like it adds something, right? Post chapters, so you don't have like the chapter get compromised. Like a warp up to the top. 22 damage 4 times in one turn. What the? You have to have like a life room? I think I've heard what it is. It's Prince Mush, right? But I don't know for sure. Well, yeah, there's that one. I think there's another Hooktail Castle Trouble, and then there's the Merlin thing where you have to go get your superpower. So it's like you go back to Hooktails a lot, and they added one pipe, which is cool, but it's also like not a whole lot. Because that pipe's only used for a single badge that has you retread through the whole castle if you grab it. So it's like a nightmare. Like they really should add some more quality life to that. It wouldn't even hurt at all. The life room makes it easier. Would you just like super guard like a beast? The 30 HP Yoshi. Best. Mr. Yosh. I probably won't be doing the pit. Honestly, I just have too much to get through, and this has been a very trying, long playthrough, so... It's been a good time. I've loved talking about it and stuff, but definitely been quite a bit. I'm having fun with it, but yeah, it does make any section that has like an ounce of tedium like doubled, right? Kind of want to focus on like all power, but so you have to go back through the ranks. And then what, he's at the bottom of the pit? Or is he just one of the last fights in the Blitz pit? Maybe just a little XP. I just want to have the parity on my fucking abilities. Yeah, I like Majora's Mask quite a bit. I was watching a ROM hack for OT today. That was like a roguelike thing, but it was actually like still had exploration and like this whole area with like dialogue and stuff. Really neat art direction and music. It was called The Ultimate Trial. It has a very like ROM hack name. Like, I've only watched a couple hours, but it's been pretty cool. I put it on my list of eventual ROM hacks to do, but pretty legit. There's like difficulties you can choose and all that. It's a lot of like running through like Pit of Under Trials type of shit, but it's a mixed thing. Like secrets in it, and then some long, some short. You go all the way up, then he contacts you about doing an exhibition match. Okay. Edge to it. I like Majora's Mask. Yeah, I don't know what the good ones are for OT. I'm not really super versed. I mean, my list has Missing Link, Master of Time, The Sealed Palace, Ultimate Trial. There's a few others that are supposed to be good. I don't know what's considered the god one. Might have been Master of Time. But this new Ultimate one seems pretty cool. They like rebalance the combat a bit. So you can't do like power crouch stabs and shit. I've done some Banjo-Kazooie ROM hacks, which there's more coming out I'm interested in, but not enough in general. I mean, I've done like Doom WADs and shit like that. I mean, a little different, but I had a phase. The fucking Mario World phase. Yeah, I guess I've done randomizers a lot. Sure, I've got 100% everything but the new areas. I don't care about 100% star pieces. Yeah, I think there's one if you jump in the bed. Actually not too far off on star pieces, funny enough. Litzville has some. Yeah, I've heard Steel Palace is cool. Like 503 for the remake. I like that they added that pipe, or not the pipe, the jump pad, speed up the backtracking. And I don't mind the visual changes to the cave. That's nice. Yeah, Cortez had more animation. I don't mind like the ghostly blue look underneath. It's one of the few sun-drenched areas while it looks kind of whatever. Kind of fits being a bit more sun-drenched, so. Yeah, there's definitely some chapters I think visually been improved, other than the glossy reflections on everything and the general performance making it all look like shit. But I think some of the camera work and some of the quality of life and new expressions and stuff make some of the chapters better. I just wish there wasn't like these big like overall problems. Like if the performance wasn't bad, if the gloss wasn't as bad, if a couple chapters weren't kind of shit, like I'd be willing to play this one on replays. There's a couple nice changes and quality of life bits, but now if I couldn't put the music badge on, there's no way I would, but there's some cool stuff. I think the script has a bit of its teeth taken out. They change a lot of shit. None of it's like changes the soul of the thing, I suppose, the core, the meat of it, the meaning of anything. But a lot of the kind of funny goofiness kind of gets some of it removed, so it'd be nice if those little things, I guess they weren't little, but aren't a problem. Just Miss Mouse. You don't already have her. And the trouble board, which you can get before chapter 5. So. But yeah, there's definitely some things I wish they would have done more with, like the trouble board. Some of it's all over the place. Like they make it a little easier, which I don't think is really a big deal, but it's already kind of an easy game, so it's kind of an oddball one. You can't even give Zesty the book unless you pick up the trouble. Yeah, money's no object. Even when they try to up the cost of shit, it doesn't make a difference. I think it's good for replays because you just kind of like run past everything and you don't lose money as well, so you can still buy shit. So it does make replays quicker in a way. I mean, the text scroll, not being able to text scroll quickly and no backlog is a pretty big slowdown. Maybe not the backlog, but like not being able to press A to like put all the text on the screen at once actually is probably like a huge time sink. The battles have a little bit of a slowdown. The star points you have to wait to like be collected every single time you get any. Original doesn't have that, and they made partner changing slower in this. So it's like they do little things like that where it's just like, come on, man, like like really you just tune a few of these things and it's got like a lot of improvements. Get rid of the glossy fucking bullshit. How post-production feeling some of these areas are like pedal metas, and it's like put a little bit more bite back in the script, and it's like, I mean, it'd be pretty easy to just recommend over the original possibly, but I don't know. Chugging, when I'm trying to do action commands and I'm getting like in the teens on FPS, it's like, okay, dude. So maybe on the Switch too, it'll be a little better on that front. But yeah. And there's just a few things where it's like, I'd rather just play like an HD mod of the original. I'm going to replay it again. But I still think it's a good way for people to experience the original, or just the game in general, in lieu of actually having another source. So, like, it's definitely, they didn't like fuck it, but they do kind of smear some shit on it, and they really don't need to. Yeah. Yeah, Powerlift got buffed in this. A lot of stuff got buffed, and it didn't need to be. Powerlift in the original is kind of hard to get like 2, maybe 3. In this, I get 4 pretty regularly. So they buff a lot of shit. That makes it even easier, but yeah, it's all over the place. Like I said, you put on the original music. The quality of life's nice for a replay. But sadly, you don't get like the overall package no matter what you play. Maybe there's mods for quality of life stuff. Yeah, it's like, I like that they added new fights to the Coliseum, or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. I don't think they needed to add any new content, really, I suppose, but in lieu of not having anything new, it would have been nice if they tuned everything to the T, like, let you do as many troubles as you want at a time. I mean, maybe that fucks with the game states a bit, so you can't do it for every trouble, but yeah, boss refights. Like, they put some, like, new checklists for you to do and stuff, and all that kind of crap, and it's cute, but yeah, you're just kind of like, Like, I like that they kind of kept it in their pants a bit on the new editions. But I think there was room for actual stuff, because some of the like crappiest stuff in the game is the stuff they didn't even touch. So. There's not a whole lot of that. Like, not touching any of the side stuff, not maybe adding back in some more Miss Mouse shit possibly. It's like shit. And clearly that was like a budget thing, man. Like, Miss Mouse is in like every fucking area, and then all of a sudden she's like, she doesn't even exist anymore. But I don't know, I wouldn't trust the new writers with more than I could throw them, right? So it's like all the new writing they add in here and replacements is like really cheap, like really shit. Like the flurries, room dialogue, and replacing the burp with like the doof and all that shit. Like they added in like Twitter verification jokes. Like maybe I wouldn't want like new dialogue, but I mean, yeah, some more fights. Or... For me, it's more like just the quality of life could be even juicier because it is a game that generally most people's complaints with it are backtracking. And while it's like there's plenty of like side collectibles to get, most people don't mess with the Trouble Lord. Yeah, the real zip toad. It just happened. When the real zip toad sends you an email, it says verified afterwards. Where originally it was just the real zip toad, and that was it. I mean, they don't give him a check mark, but they just say verified instead of the real zip toad. You're just like, like that's one of the changes, really. Like, I mean, they change a lot of dialogue. Like I said, the meaning's usually there, and most of the flavor's there, so I don't think it's like totally fucked. But you miss a bit of the bite, and that's kind of what like I feel like got Paper Mario to be like this particular one to be a little bit more popular. Right? Was like there is kind of funny, goofy shit. It's not like too extreme, but yeah, they sterilize it a bit. You can't say the word nut, lunatic, nothing involving fat. You know, nobody can have any interest in certain characters. Everybody can have interest actually in Mario, but nobody else can say anything about any other character. So it's like, it's very inconsistent, just kind of like all over the place. And stuff like the real zip toad being changed to verified. I mean, it's like, you know, you could argue it's not a big deal, but it's like, why even bother doing it then for some of it, right? Clearly some of it's like sensitivity type of shit. And I like some of the changes I don't have any problem with, but some of it's like, it feels like overdone, and they'll kind of remove a little bit of the charm of some of it. Like, you know, King K won't say like dog, you know, he won't say like slang. Stuff like that, so. I mean, I get times change, so some of these things have different meanings, slang especially. That's why I say like a lot of it I don't mind. Stuff that doesn't really change like the punch of any of the humor, but when they change some of it, you're just like, or change it and then replace it with something worse. Like it could be out change, but they still have like something interesting they replace it with. But usually it's like, you know, kind of lame. Like I keep bringing up the burp line because I think it's just like probably the best example, right? Like instead of him coming out doing like a WWE thing and he just burps, it's like they change it to, well, it's fucking Grubba asks, how are you doing? How are you feeling about this fight? And he just like burps as one of the options, and then the new one's like a doof. Like Mario's feeling like a doof. Like that's how he's feeling. Like, what? It's like they just kind of do shit like that. In a nutshell, it just sounds like nitpicking, but like we're doing like a full comparison playthrough. You see this like every minute, you know, and I think it snowballs a little bit, enough to be like, you know, you put them side by side. Like, which one are you going to want to replay? And like, sadly, it pushes a little bit more. Make you want to do the original every time. Yeah, it's like Mario does still have a lot of charming, like goofy lines, but then they like remove some of them. They don't remove every instance of people being made fun of in this. They just remove some. Like it depends on who it is. Like I feel like the bad guys are like have less, you know, like Cammy Koopa doesn't call like Bowser your chunkiness. That's like, dude, they're like bad guys and they're being goofy and shit. I guess that's too much, you know. Yeah, the bully thing. I mean, some of it's just like they want Mario to be this like safe deal, but that's also kind of why it's sort of funny in the original. It's not like it's extreme, right? It's just like Mario has like a little bit more of this like sociopath thing going on. It's just kind of like unexpected funny. Like you're not like oh yeah, dude, you know. Like it doesn't ruin Mario's like feel at all. Like the game's clearly in a very different kind of deal. Yeah, it's like individually it's not a big deal, and that's probably the justification. is it's like these aren't big deal things, and some of them have good justification. Right? I don't mind a lot of them. Like I said, you know, sometimes times change and all that shit. Sometimes words lose meaning or meaning changes, but some of it's just like, yeah, I feel like it's just people spinning their wheels. I don't know if they're trying to make this like semi-mortal like localization where nothing could ever, even in 100 years, be considered anything crazy. But like I said, it's not just like sensitivity shit. There's a lot of stuff that's like, you know, like the zip code thing. Like they just kind of change it, and it's like, okay, you know, some of it's like probably just matching the original, you know, Japanese, like the frog cricket thing. Totally fine, that works. I don't mind any of the Vivian shit. Like none of that's like a problem. Anything that has to do with like the original script is probably fine, but yeah, when they change things that are clearly like supposed to be like localized to something just kind of worse, it's like, who knows? So it's one of those things I can't really know what the original Japanese is like on a lot of these things. All I see is like I'm just sitting here and then they'll just like, I mean, it's like 99% the same. So like I said, it's not a big deal, you know, but it's like just enough where sometimes it's like less funny. Like, so like that kind of, I feel like the writing's like kind of a big deal in this one. It's like that little edge, you kind of lose it just a little bit. Enough coupled with like, you know, the reflections and that kind of stuff where it's like, enough performance, and you're like, it's like, I probably wouldn't replay this one over the other. It's a cool, like, you know, trip back down memory lane, especially for $60, right? You know, I think it's totally fine to play. This isn't some bastard version of the game where you're losing like all of the what makes it special, right? You know, but there's definitely like a little edge there. Like I said, I think the quality of life stuff and the new expressions on everybody adds a lot, and then being able to play the original soundtrack gets it almost like more worth it. And maybe on the Switch too, when it's not running at like 20 something FPS, it'll just be the better way to play it. But yeah, I just feel like for full price, everything should be better. It doesn't have to be by a lot, but like there shouldn't really be downgrades. I mean, some of it's taste, right? Like some people maybe really pop off to the post-production sun-drenched look of everything, you know. And like I said, I feel like half the chapters do look better, but yeah, I know some people are emotional about this music. Like I was watching some people and they're like, man, you know, I was almost crying from some of these songs. I was like, damn, I guess I'm just fucking Scrooge, man. I was like, god damn. I don't feel that way at all. So I mean, but that's an optional thing. You could just change it, right? I feel like those are some of your better remakes. If it's not like really, really faithful and they're gonna mix it up and it's not a full reimagining, it's like just give me the options, right? I mean, they're not gonna redo the visuals twice, but it's like that's something that's just always gonna be there, right? Like the reflections on everything. So. I don't like this. It's too blue. Yeah, it's kind of like the nighttime areas tend to be like really blue drenched, like blue for night kind of thing. This could definitely be a bit more white. Here we are. Had a lot of save points. I don't think I'm really, oops, I have the wrong controller no wonder. I don't think I'm really too sad about that. Yeah, I wonder why they thought they needed to add like more hand-holding. Like 1,000 Year Door is like, I mean, it's totally optional stuff, so it's like I said, I don't think it bothers me much. There's a lot of really subtle dialogue changes and orders of events that make things easier to like know where to go. Like people on the train will be like, hey, the exit's on car 1, and they won't be in the original. Like those kinds of things are already there to kind of like almost imperceptibly kind of help you out a bit, and I don't think those are a problem. But it's like you already have a button that literally tells you what to do in this. So. The trees are much bigger in this. I think that's cool. Man, I changed the music here. Got more of like a... What was the original? This one was never my favorite. Like it did the job, but it was never really super interesting. And you got to hear it a lot because of the backtracking. I like to try to dodge what I can. Let's hear the new battle song now. Sounds like a JRPG song. Dude, they do have the mist machine. It doesn't affect the enemy though. Why did they like simplify it too much? I feel like if anything, this game should have probably got like a hard mode, man. Just for shits, but... Oh, they can? Okay, I've had it in the original so many times. But I've not seen it a single time in the new one. They must have just messed with the chances. That's interesting then. Yeah, this sounds like a JRPG song. Like a more classic one. I'm playing Trails almost. It's interesting. If there's any... The good boy coins, yeah, raise your rank and shit. I think my build's pretty good. If I've dodged on the original, I'd rather just keep rocking. They added a bunch of big snow piles. I don't mind the trees being like these bigger, more like evergreen type of things. Makes sense. Do this side now. Yeah, it's a little too blue. They're trying to do this like evening. Oh shit, did I not get Nine Sprite? It's like deep blue night kind of thing going on. I mean, it looks good. Yeah, it's just kind of like a filter, post-production feel to it. Pretty unnecessary. I don't hate it, but I do wish they'd just tone it down a bit. Oh wait, I just don't have it on the other one. Oh shit. I have to go back. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like a stormy, like, winter look in the original. Like, it's more dark clouds and white and shit. Like, I don't think it's a huge deal, but I definitely don't think it's like an improvement. It's definitely changing the art style. But like, I like the bigger trees and all that crap. They made this shine sprite easier to get. Pretty much invisible normally. That's fine. God knows they probably don't need that one. There's like a couple like that. Some of them are actually harder to find in the The new one. It's usually star pieces. Yeah, the big evergreens, I don't really get what the giant balls are on them, but the original it's like actual snow on the trees built up, right? Music doesn't sound like it belongs in the game, but it's not bad music. The original's was never that great in the first place. I still feel like Petal Meadows probably looks the worst, and there's just the general reflection look and like kind of glossy set look to everything that I don't like a whole lot. But the new tree assets are AI. I don't know, I wonder if Nintendo's dipped into any AI shit. Oh. New tunes. A mix of the moon and ice shit. What was the original? Not too different. It's not a song I cared much about, so them trying to get it a bit more. Yeah, I guess they do have dots, but it's like little snow bits, isn't it? These look like dew drops. I guess it is still dots. It comes across more like snow buildup. It's interesting. Like I mean, I probably prefer the new trees. Being like bigger, kind of sort of evergreens is cool. Yeah, I wonder why they went with the glass bulbs. Maybe to make it look more unique. I mean, a lot of Mario environments in the old games, right? I mean, they look like faces or something, right? So it's just to make it stand out. No, I think the new music's not too bad here. Yeah, it might be papercraft stuff. Maybe instead of trying to figure out like a paper aesthetic to like a clump of cotton or something on there, like a craft thing. It's like they just have a glass bowl, I guess. I guess if you put a clump of like cotton, it would make it. You actually have that. Those are like probably harder to like. It's like hair, right? Resource intensive. And then you'd ask why the hell the stuff like this would look that way too. I suppose. I don't know. Yeah. Can only guess. You could, I mean that might look a little crazy because there's actual snow on the ground here and it's obviously just kind of like flat paper and the snow build up the same way, so I feel like they probably wanted consistency, so maybe they couldn't figure out how to put like a clump of snow on an evergreen. I mean evergreens tend to have like, you know, a lot of snow, so it's like they just went with like a stylized crystal ball. Not a big deal for sure. I think it's like a prob. Definitely gives it a little bit more of like an otherworldly snow area vibe than just like some snow area like it was before. Like I said, I don't really hold a candle for this zone regardless. I don't mind the blue as much. Maybe they could have toned it down just a little bit. I'm glad the dirt's still reflective though. I do have a problem with that shit. I don't know why this game is so goddamn reflective. I think this like kind of... I feel like the water puddles and stuff and the grime have looked like worse than this generally. I think this is one instance where I might like it better. Like having like ice kind of sitting around. Like any kind of dirt or water looks like very obviously just kind of like pasted on there in the new one. In the original, they tried to make it look like it kind of like soaked in or it's been there for a while, right? Like the walls and like the glitz pit were good examples. I kind of like that there's like actual ice here. Take it we're not a huge fan of the remake? No. I wouldn't say that. But I mean, this is like a side-by-side, so... I think if the performance... Yeah, I mean, some chapters I think are better. I think the quality of life's better. I don't really agree with the difficulty changes, but it's not a big deal. I think the general glossiness of everything I don't like, but some chapters I think look better in general because of camera angles. Like chapter 3, it's got more of like a showman kind of thing going on with the camera work, which is kind of fun for wrestling. I think the new expressions on the characters are good. Like I said, I like the quality of life. I think they could have gone even harder, especially with the Trouble Center. I hate the new music, but you can just play the old music, so... there's a lot of good things. The performance is really bad. I think if the performance was good, you could definitely argue this is like the way to replay it going forward because of the quality of life shit and the new expressions and stuff. But I think there's enough things I don't like that I'd probably rather just play the original. Like I said, some places art style aren't really fucked, but some like Petal Meadows kind of look nasty. Yeah, you kind of... I don't like the reflection, so it's like you kind of give and you take on some of them. Oh, I'm playing on the Switch. I'm not gonna emulate a modern game on stream. Well, the original runs at 60 FPS. The new one's 30 with dips. And those dips tend to be in busy places like Rogueport or in fights. You might not notice, it's just like when you put them next to each other, it makes it feel really shitty. So, I'm gonna be more like hyper sensitive about that because I'm literally fucking having to play both right now, so. But yeah. I don't think they fucked it up. No way. I mean, I think it's a cool way to play it for the first time. I think it captures most of the heart of the original. Some of the script is changed to kind of take a little bit of the bite out of some of the dialogue, but mostly it's fine. Yeah, you'll hear a lot of bitching because generally I'm listening to all the new music, so they're gonna probably bitch about a lot of those, but some chapters haven't been too bad. I feel like Creepy Steeples wasn't too bad. This chapter's is fine music-wise so far. Stuff like that. I don't know how I feel about the voice blips. Some of them are good, some of them are annoying. I feel like overall I like them though. The tutorial or Rogueport theme. Treated better than a Mario and Luigi remix. Yeah. I was a little iffy about the paperized look. But I kind of got over it. I think I have kind of a knee-jerk reaction to the paperized look because of Sticker Star and Beyond overdoing the paper gimmicks instead of just like being in a paper world, right? I think they toned it down enough in this. While it's still very paper aesthetic, and I do think some of the stuff like the noose looks a little shittier because of it with the camera angles they're using from the original. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, I could start ignoring some of them. I'm not like vomiting when I'm playing it, but I do like the distinct sound of the original. That this instrumentation, like, you know, the sounds and stuff are kind of shared through like there's this like kind of through line, the same DNA in a lot of the music. They let a lot of like melodies and shit breathe. Like I feel like the new music has a lot of like a lot going on. It feels very like overproduced and they're all vying for the same air. I kind of like the originals, like very clean, focused on kind of catchiness with like kind of these funky silly sounds and stuff that kind of are carried through most tracks. It does, I mean, it still dips in other genres, but I feel like it kind of captured the tones better. It was more distinct, and the new one's like, I don't know, for me it's like it just sounds like the kind of typical overbaked remake music. Way too much going on. Everything's a fucking guitar solo. I feel like when everything's super ultra bombastic, like nothing really is. But there's some good ones. I mean, I think it's worse at the beginning, for sure. There's some that aren't too bad. I don't think there's a distinct style anymore. It's just kind of like random music. But that's fine for a game too. I do think you lose a little charm with her original soundtrack. But I gotcha. A bit artificial. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's a lot of like kind of goofy synths and stuff, but it is also kind of like a sort of a goofy game. But I'm also a proponent of just because it's like got a big band and money behind it doesn't make it better. So, I mean, they could have done that with the original, right? It's not like they were probably... I mean, maybe that wasn't popular at that point, right? I feel like with Nintendo, it wasn't until Mario Galaxy until they really were like, okay, let's start putting the orchestra in there and shit. But it's not like there was like huge tech limitations on the GameCube. I feel like part of it was kind of the intended style, so... And I feel like they probably put a lot of thought into that, and that kind of means something. I agree with you, though. The loops are pretty short in the original. I like that they added new music to this. I don't think a lot of them are, like, interesting, but I like that they added more instead of reusing a lot of the same songs all the time. New battle themes is cool. Like, I like the idea of it, but a lot of the music just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. Music taste, it's kind of whatever, right? But yeah, I think it's worth playing it, especially if you're doing a replay with the new ST and see what you think, right? Yeah, I don't know. There's an identity in that, like I said, that kind of like through line that they kind of just got rid of. Like I said, I definitely feel like some of the kind of catchiness, not being able to bleed through is kind of shitty. I feel like Macho Grubba is like a good example. That was almost this like hip hop sounding song. This like industrial hip hop song, and like you can barely hear those parts of it anymore. I think it's one of those things when you're sitting here kind of comparing the two, and of course I hold a bit of a candle for the original music because I enjoyed it quite a bit. The kind of atmosphere some of those give, but it makes it a bit more stark. Like a lot of these, I'm like, I just don't. They don't stand out. Like, I mean, I'm grabbing video game OSTs all the time, but there's not many that I like want to re-listen to. So that's part of it. Maybe it's because some of them are kind of like the samey mosh pit of like guitar solos into. Some of them are like they're like medleys. Like they got to change to like a new song every 30 seconds. But some of them aren't too bad, right? I feel like stuff like the kazoo tutorials, Miss Mouse is like way too much, right? Like they just feel overdone. They feel like YouTube like metal covers half the time. They're cool takes on it, but not something I would want really as like a replacement. So. But I mean, that's how they justify the $60. You can't just not change some huge thing. I don't hate big band at all. The idea, there's not really, I mean, I'm sure there's some genres I don't like, but the idea of big band I don't have a problem with. I mean, I do think it's a bit overdone in Mario games. Like, you get some standout tracks in, like, your Galaxies, like Puzzle Plank and stuff like that, but... I do think some of the more modern Mario soundtracks have been a little less memorable. They've gone for more full orchestra, but I don't have a problem with full orchestra or big band at all. The consistency with the original lacks. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. If you consider consistency like using like real instruments or like having like a similar kind of high budget feel, I get that. If that's your through line. For me, I think it's like the instrumentation itself and kind of the focus on some of the kind of catchiness and shit. For this, I feel like it's not going for that, but yeah. I know people are all over the place on the soundtrack. I know some people prefer just the big over-the-top ballbuster songs this has, where I guess I kind of like a bit more range. in my Thousand Year Door. I mean, there's plenty of soundtracks I love that are just all out all the time, but I don't know, I guess there's a tone to the writing I kind of like when it matches a bit in this. Oh, I got you. I see. Yeah, no, I'd agree with that for sure. Yeah, because I'd say the original, this new one's consistent in how like over the top every song is, and how there's, I guess, lots of metal solos, which, I mean, I like metal just fine. That's no problem with that, but there's definitely like a memorability that I feel like is lost and a focus on. Like the original soundtrack, there's some that aren't that great. Like this one, I probably take the new one, honestly. I don't really care about the original version of this song, but there's definitely some, there's just like more breathing room, I feel like, in the original. Right? It's like an Uematsu song or something, where like he doesn't have a whole lot of stuff fighting for air, and so it makes for some more memorable melodies and shit. And this one, it's like everything's just busting off. Kind of, I don't know, it doesn't really fit the Thousand Year Door feel, but I don't know, that's just I actually have money in this. They give you a lot of money in this. I mean, it's nice to just be able to buy everything. I mean, the original, it's like money was really not that useful. You just couldn't buy everything, I guess, right away. And you can't run from as many fights because you waste 5 coins every time. Now it's like you don't lose anything and you get coins for pretty much taking a shit, so I don't mind it. Like I said, I don't think the reward economy was ever like a huge deal in Thousand Year Door. You might as well just get more so you have more badges to play around with and buy more items and stuff if you want to try using more items. These Nintendo 64 games usually took into account hardware limitations. N64, but like some imported PS1 games to N64, the CD audio, they compress it and crunch it down. Yeah. I mean, there is hardware. I guess I misspoke a bit too there. I mean, there's hardware limitations on the GameCube. I mean, they're not going to be able to put in some crazy uncompressed, like, nuts audio or something. I mean, they probably had certain budgets too. Obviously, the times, I mean, they weren't used to probably doing big, like, grand OSTs, right? I mean, I do think you get a certain sound because of that. So it's like, I don't really have like a big, like, so there is probably some kind of limitation. There's some of it's probably just kind of like history of games, you know, culture and shit, right? You know, or the kinds of budgets, right? I mean, having like a full orchestra, like IS has a full orchestra, they probably just need fucking work. So they just use them all the time. You know, the Origami King composer is the lead composer on this. I think the original lady still worked on this. I think even Yoko Shimomura worked on this too. I like her shit a lot. She's a god composer, but yeah, I don't know. A lot of it didn't come together for me. But you can play with the original soundtrack, so I don't think it really bothers me as the whole package. I think the only thing that it affects in the whole package is that it's clearly, like, if they didn't have it, it would be like $10-20 less, and you couldn't justify it as 60. I think you could barely justify it as 60 as is, but to each their own on that, right? I got zero money, so I feel a little different about that. The economy felt pretty balanced when I played through. I never felt like I had an excess of coins on the post game. I always had to make a decision what big fancy. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's because I'm doing the side by side. The original, I have like 100 coins always, and the new one I have like 1,400. So, and I've bought some pretty expensive things. I think it depends on how much you run in the original. You probably have enough either way. Yeah. They upped the prices of stuff in the remake by a bit, I feel like, to make up for some of that. The pit also pays you every time. I haven't done any troubles either. I did the pit for 20 levels, so I probably only got a couple hundred off of that. No, I just bought a bunch of stuff. I've been trying to keep parity between the two, though. So I haven't bought like every badge at the shop. But I did buy the badges I wanted recently, like Jumpman and First Strike and all that shit. Like I said, I prefer having more money in this. I think that's an improvement because in the original, it's like you're not going to use like every badge. There's like a few that are like really useful. There's a few that like aren't. Generally, it's like I'd rather just have the money and just buy whatever the fuck I want, like a little bit every chapter until I have them all, and then I could just make builds based on it. The big thing I feel like is like being able to like run without using money. I've been running from like most fights in this because it takes fucking forever to do 2 playthroughs at once, so you lose a lot of money there too. Or you don't lose anything running for the new one. Yeah, I think the new economy is good. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it definitely makes money matter even less, but I tend to not think it's actually super important in Paper Mario Thousand Year Door in the first place. I think if anything, it would make you want to buy more items and use them, which I almost never use items in this because this is not really, the difficulty's not there. But it's like when you just have a shitload, you don't mind as much. Being able to have 15 items instead of 10 base is pretty good too, because then you have more room to kind of use a variety of items. So I like that. Oh yeah, I need to read all their dialogue. They did have like a Russian thing. Yeah, like this guy does da da. I guess they probably censored that because of the times. They didn't censor the French guy or Cortez. Well, actually, Cortez doesn't say amigo as much, but he kind of inserts random Spanish everywhere else. I guess the Russian is probably the step too far. Which I'm not surprised. I mean, they've got rid of fat references, the word lunatic, the word nut, the word dog. They get rid of all that kind of shit, so it's like, I'm not surprised they just get rid of like, yeah, anything possibly relating to Russia. Yeah, definitely the war. Yeah, see, goodbye dog. You get a lot of items in this for free too. My GameCube one right here, I have barely fucking anything. They just give you items for free all the time. I don't know, I think it's fun, because I mean it gives you this feeling of, I feel like you get more of a reward feeling, right? There's more to find in the world. When you get 100 coins, you're like, shit, yeah, I got 100 coins. You don't really need it a whole lot, but like, yeah, it feels good to get 100 coins. In the original, it's like, it's nice to pick up money, but it's like, it doesn't matter anyway, so I guess getting like a big blast of coins is more exciting. Yeah, they definitely got rid of it. Like this guy, he's still very French, if I remember. He changes a few things. But yeah, it's mostly the same. But these guys, yeah, they're clearly... They changed what they could, right? They didn't change their hats or anything. Like I said, I would have rather them just left it. I'm definitely not a fan of like kind of censorship of most kinds or anything like that. But I mean, yeah, that's probably what it is. Like, I mean, some of these guys have, there's no changes, right? Like, it's mostly the same. No, I don't mind doing that. I want to use what's new in these, but like between the fights and stuff, like it's just easier in my mind to know that they're the same build. Like, no, I wanna see where the improvements are for sure, but I don't get any benefit from just buying more badges really right now. Like, I'll just look through the menu for longer, using items that I don't have, I suppose. I mean, no, I'll use different items sometimes. Parity more just in levels and stuff. That's pretty much it. It's a very selective parity, I guess I should say. Like, I want this one to stand on its own merits. Like, I don't want to like artificially like make it feel like a shittier playthrough. But like, I guess more what I mean is like, if I accidentally get into 6 fights on one side because I fucked up, I'm not just gonna skip all of them on the other side. Because then like when we're fighting a boss, it's like, it's hard to even tell the balance anymore because I'm like 10 levels higher on one side. Now, if you're getting more XP on one side and then the other side has like less respawns, I mean, that's one thing. That happens. Bogley Woods has less respawns, which I don't see anybody talking about. Nobody probably noticed. But to help with the backtracking. They changed his dialogue to not talk about faults anymore and instead make a mustache joke. I wouldn't be surprised if most did, yeah. Bogley Woods was the most noticeable because that one doesn't have any pipe shortcuts they added. So you just walk back a lot more. Like the spiders that scare all the punies away, or you just kill them once. Or in the original, I was like having to fight them like 3 fucking times. You're probably totally right. I don't remember when you get the go find General White dialogue. Oh, I gotta get Bobbery out. Yeah, I totally forgot. I would usually be using Bobbery, but I've been having Yoshi out. So I could maybe move quicker sometimes when I feel like breaking my hand to press all these buttons. I spit at you. That's the name of war. What the heck does it matter? Some characters that word is just stupid. Also, kind of accents Russian. Lots of problem. How everyone hates them. So yeah, I think it's done. It's not like every Russian person's like evil. It's not like this wasn't made at a different time. It's not like just pretending like Russian people don't exist is somehow like, you know, gonna make the world a better place. I mean, there's no really good reason for it. Maybe they just thought the DAW just didn't pan out right, but it's probably because they keep a lot of like the French and the Spanish probably more the times. But this has been an very overly sensitive, like knee-jerk kind of feeling localization. Like I said, most of the core of everything's still there. I don't think you lose the entirety of like the charm of the script, but they changed just a lot of random shit. And I get the times change, I get words change. I'm fine with a lot of them. But yeah, I'm like, shit like this, it's like, I mean, come on, man. Like, like these guys saying "da," was that really? I mean, was somebody gonna come knocking on Nintendo's door for it? Like, I mean, let's be real. Like, it's very overdone. And I just feel like it's also, yeah, like you said, it's just kind of like, yeah, like I don't like what they're doing here. I don't defend it by any means, but it's like, I mean, it's a totally different, yeah, deal here. Like, what, were we supposed to, Street Fighter 6 supposed to, you know, delete Zangief or some shit? Like, I mean, it's a fucking made-up character in a game. and like Russia isn't just that, right? I'm not justifying it by any means. I think it's fucked, absolutely pure evil, but like this is not like the battleground, right? I mean, it doesn't do anything here. It's not. This is odd. Yeah, like I said, I think the core of it's there. Obviously, this doesn't really affect like the impact, right? I do think some jokes have been destroyed for no reason. I keep making the same reference, but there's one like in the Glitz pit where like Mario comes out and, you know, I've said it a million times now. Grubba asks how you're feeling, and like one option's like to just burp really loud. And it's just so funny, Mario doing that, and they changed it to from a burp to he's feeling like a doof. And you're just like, that's not even like funny. There's no reason to change it. Like, unless that's just how it was in the Japanese, which, I mean, I don't think like a doof is probably a line. You know, they ruin little things like that. There's a lot of that, but like most of it's like these weird, like overzealous kind of censorship blips. Yeah, they let you blurp literally like 20 minutes after that, being a burping beetle. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe he seemed too rude. Maybe it's because it was too many caps when he burped. It just sounded too crass. So it could be more with the Japanese, but like a doof is like a very unfunny line to replace it with. I'm fine replacing some of them because the times change or the translation's different. But a lot of it's like they replace it with just really unfunny shit or less charming stuff, and so you do lose a little bit of the bite of the original. But mostly it's the same, right? But I mean, this is a very like granular playthrough, right? We're looking at like every fucking line of dialogue that I feel like checking out because this is already super long and I'm almost over it. Like, and because I'm just doing it for fun too. This is not a comprehensive, stupid playthrough. It's just like, it was like the Japanese, you don't translate 1-to-1. Yeah. I mean, and it's like, let's be real, like a doof is, that sounds very like Western to say. Oh yeah, the museum creator, he had like what even was that line? Like, there was nothing. It was about like I think it was maybe the original sounded like it was like video game addiction was the idea. Like the youth really like video games in the original, and in this it's like some overly written line about the passions of society and the youth and society and shit. And you're like, what the fuck does this? I had to reread it like 5 times. I was like, what does this even mean anymore? So it's like, I don't think it's like fucked. But like, this is also like an all-timer kind of game, right? It's not just like, there's like that little knob extra, that little bit extra that was good is kind of like what makes it like as memorable, I feel like it is for a lot of people. So it's like when you kind of like dial it back a bit, like a little bit of the art's shittier, a little bit of the writing shittier. It's like, it's still a good time. It's a great just replay. If you haven't played it in a while, it's still going to get like the same essence across, and this is where people would probably try to slaughter me because it is still mostly like just totally fine. I think it's still good, but like it's smeared in a little bit of shit, just a little bit of shit, and that kind of, I feel like, takes the impact down just a little, right? There's just a couple less places you're smiling, a couple less places that sound good. I mean, music, you can change it, but they do hide it in a fucking shop. Like, most people aren't gonna bother if they've never played this before. So, I don't know, it's tough. Like, sometimes it's case by case, sometimes I feel that kind of thing's fine, sometimes it's kind of whatever. I definitely agree, but a case can also be made for respecting the integrity of the original text where possible. Yeah, it's tough. I feel like you try to respect the soul of it. Like, what's the intent of the joke? What's like, I mean, obviously the actual text of it and stuff. You get like old treehouse localizations. The Fire Emblem, is it Fates one? Where it's 2 ninjas talking to each other and it's a full conversation in the Japanese, right? Maybe it's not interesting. Maybe it's flat. I don't give a fuck what it was. But then they change it in the English localization to literally just silence. and just delete all of it and then put a punchline at the end, that's fucked, right? Like, clearly that's not even like trying to get the soul of what they were saying across. Like maybe you want to throw a little spice on it and it still like works. Like maybe it works out if you've got like a quality writer. Sometimes that's fine. Like Ace Attorney's probably kind of like that. You know, people kind of get over those ones because it's actually good. But some stuff you're just like, at least try to get the soul of the thing across. When you're writing fan fiction, it's like, goddamn. Like, that's too much, right? Like, I want to see the vision of the people who made it. And obviously, localization's not that easy. You can't do one-to-one. Cultural stuff's different. But, like, trying to approximate it, trying to, like, make an attempt, and not being overly, like, sensitive or scared of, like, any kind of weird censorship stuff. Like, you know, I don't want all my media to be, like just completely sterilized and stuff. This is totally different. I'm just talking about localizations in general, but like this is like, you know, there's a little bit of the teeth missing. There's a few things that I feel like a little bit of the bites not there. I think, like I said, mostly it's fine, but this one, it's like whatever. Because they will change some things to be more faithful in other sense, or they will like bad for preserving the original intent and vision. Yeah, that's how I feel. The original intent and vision. It's not going to be one-to-one, I get it. And mostly you'll never notice, but like when you're doing a playthrough like this, it's like you notice every single time. Granted, the original might not be great. Who knows? I mean, the original writing people liked, but like maybe, you know, it was a bad localization to a certain extent. Clearly it wasn't that bad because they just left everything the same, so... Outside of a few, like, obvious, like, you know, we don't want to offend chubby people kind of thing. I'm chubby. I ain't offended by a damn fat joke, but I guess it depends. Everybody's different. I'm trying to look one time, sometimes it's the best thing to do, but there's lots of times where it simply isn't because they're... Yeah, I mean, there's just, like, a thought process, like, it's because of the languages you use where it's like you don't even think about things in the exact same way, right? So it's like, how do you get, like, a one-to-one, but you know, making a good shake for it, right? Like I said, I think this, I mean, it's one of those things that's a lot of like, you can't know. Like, I don't speak Japanese. We have a lot of people in here who do, who've done localizations, and it's like, but it's like, I don't know. I don't have the script next to me. I have 2 different English localizations from 20 years apart. That are mostly the same, and you just see like very obvious changes, right? There's ones that stand out in some games. There's some modern examples. There's stuff like that Fire Emblem game where it's like clearly this is not what they were intended. It's like memes maybe, or they cut whole conversations. Like this is one you wouldn't notice without a playthrough kind of like this. But generally it's like when I can feel it, like in the new Yakuza one, I felt it. I was like, this is not... You can just feel it in the air, dude. Like, this is not what they intended on some of these lines. They're getting very, especially compared to the rest of the series, I'm like, this is very heavily localized. And I think it fucks with some of the personalities and stuff like that. So, I don't know. That's where I get a little bit more annoyed. But even like minor censorships and stuff, I really don't care for. There's a case for some of it. I'm not saying that's always the case, but if it's just like pointlessly cruel or something, like, of course, it's like whatever. Who cares about that, right? Times change, but you know, but getting rid of Mario like burping, like what is that? Just like a protect this sterilized IP Mario feel or something? I don't know. When I argue about this, I feel like it could be taken and misconstrued. Because it's a very hot topic for a lot of people. I don't know. I think it's worth talking about though. It's a cool discussion. I'm trying to show you no sense to someone from a different country, but yeah, it's just like memes. I mean, in jokes, memes, stuff like that. Those age like milk and tend to not be good to put in a game. So when I see like a localization full of like American memes or something, I'm like, all right, man. Like maybe, I mean, there's some games that are about the internet and stuff, so it makes sense that they'd be localized to have like maybe your kind of like your culture's like kind of equal sort of like joke. But yeah, when you just kind of shit like your own fanfic into like a fucking game, it's like, all right, dude. Like, just because you think it's like sterile or it's like boring or something, I'm like, hey man, you're not the writer. But if I put it on, it shouldn't work in Japanese. Had our logos for English. They had kept the 20,000 for script. I get the feeling that the most lot of people complain about localizations, complain about the dumbest shit to the point that it devalues the reasonable people pointing out an actual mistake should be fixes. Yeah, like I'm not asking for some kind of like crazy paradigm shift and like how this whole thing is written or crying out at the state of everything. It's just like there's just I want to play something with the intent, the artist intent behind it, for the best that they can be, and I feel like as long as that's being like attempted, obviously there's execution between it, right? I'm sure your ability to speak it, the ability to understand the intent. There's ones that do really good, where they will write the games. Is it FF14? Where they write the game with the localizers and shit to make sure everything's right. You know, that's like a pretty advanced way of doing it. Old Yakuzas, some of them had two. They had a really accurate one, and they had a localized one, like very heavily localized. You know, so clearly it's something like people think about. It does, you know, it exists. It's a thing. So and there's definitely good attempts. I'm not saying the whole state of everything's fucked, and I'm not saying in this game in general is like fucked, but just, I guess that's my stance on it in general. I think about Rusty's Real Deal Vispo, for example, is a completely different design of the Japanese version, plays more Japanese stereotypes. I think translate states, whether we design them to a Western design, which is a pretty good compromise. Yeah. More heavily cultured things. I mean, it makes sense, right? People will bitch about that, but it's like, I mean, come on, right? It doesn't carry the same connotation or meaning. So it's like you don't have much choice. It's kind of just like you're fucked, right? At that point, you just gotta learn Japanese if you want to completely retain it. But as long as the effort was made, right? You know, stupid shit like an Ace Attorney when they call like sushi like a burger or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, okay, no. Like that feels like almost demeaning to like the West or something. Like really like a localizer can't think I can like somebody might eat sushi, right? like that's not, you know, that's not Western food. What the hell does this mean? Like obviously there's a little difference because how frequently it is or how expensive it is maybe, but things that feel like they're like almost like culturally insensitive in like a different way, it's like that kind of stuff's lame. So. I don't know. It's a tough thing. I feel like people would think stronger about it probably if they could like sit. I mean, if they could see the original script on some of these. I mean, you think back to like the PS1 days, you're getting games that are completely like different writing almost. Wasn't like was it one of the Mana games? I don't remember exactly. Or was it one of the Lunar ones? I mean, you're getting like a totally different script, like completely different. And you just have no idea. You just have no fucking idea, right? You did some research on it? Yeah, I'd love to know. I mean, they change enough small stuff that like it very well could just be like they changed it because it was too crass for Mario. Because they do that, but I mean, it could also be a localization thing. I feel like for me, it's like it's not even really what the original was per se. It's that they replace it with something that's like not funny in a similar way, I suppose. Well, I don't mean it like that. Like, yes, I'd want them to just get the intent of the original across. If something like similar to Like a Doof. Okay, so they just neither worked. I gotcha. I feel like the kind of writing in this, I would not be surprised if it's pretty different from the Japanese. Like some of this, the slang and stuff, I mean, some of it's pretty heavily localized. I'd be curious to see the original Japanese playthrough in general. That's the thing, it's hard. It's like, I can talk about intent all I want, but it's like, I got no idea what the original Japanese is like. That's why sometimes I feel like if you're going for just the ignorance playthrough, it's more about the quality, I suppose. Like, not, like, being really overt, not memes, stuff like that. Not worth talking about it. Yeah, that's a little different than Like a Doof. I guess it's just fucked in all ways. Yeah. I don't know, it's tough. Because there's some localizations that are pretty heavy. Like I said, like Ace Attorney that are... it kind of adds a lot. So it's like, it's a weird one. I think you get situations like that and then you're like, oh, like, well, maybe it's okay because the writing's good. But then it's like, well, is it okay to like fuck with the original intent if you changed it to something good? It's like, probably not. I would rather it still be the intent carried over. You just kind of got lucky and everybody's kind of ignorant about it. Not, you know, willfully or not. Like, I mean, for me, it's like, you know, like I don't know the original. Humor is probably the peak of that, yeah. I do know the game was a catalog and bill almost uncensored, but it might have been slightly rewritten. Well, a lot of games nowadays are also made, like I said, with like the Koji Fox shit. Where they're going to be talking to all the localization teams at once, so. I mean, at the source almost, you could probably get a original vision change. At that point, I mean, who knows, right? I mean, you got no fucking idea at that point, so. That's getting to like conspiratorial shit almost, but yeah. I mean, calculating like the English localization where the latter seems to be written them to merely call her cute, yeah. Makes sense it would be a little bit more juiced or, you know, changed in this version. Localization for localization. Yeah, I'd be curious to know how much of it was them referring back to the original script. And surely with like 9 people or whatever on the team, they probably referred back to the old stuff a lot. Clearly they know that the current localization's pretty beloved, right? Whether it's like the original or not. At this point, it's like a Pandora's box, I guess. What was it in the 20s? There was 30-something lighting people. So it's like, you know, clearly the people like the charm of the writing or whatever in this. It's like maybe they wanted to retain that, even if it was very different. And then they just kind of did like a sensitivity change in the dialogue. I mean, that's the only thing I could really call it, I suppose, right? I mean, they don't really change a whole... They'll change the order of some things to fit tutorials better. They'll change some things that just don't make sense or that have truly kind of grown out of the times. Like certain slang and then characters and stuff. But, you know, anything else they change tends to just feel kind of like a kind of political correctness sort of deal. But like really, really sensitive about it. Otherwise, it's mostly the same. I feel like obviously they know people aren't going to want to actually have like a completely different script. Yeah, I don't even know what this Rusty thing is. I mean, you explained it, but like, yeah, I don't remember seeing it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough thing, because like, you can't just say, well, it's not perfectly like the original down to the like exact wording, right? Like, it's about this intent and the soul of it. You'll get people who would complain about it being hyper specific, and then it's like, well, you know, then you get stuff that like it's just kind of bad originally, and then they change it, like Ghost Stories or something, where it's like people like it better changed. So it's like, I feel like it's one of those things where generally I would say, yeah, I care more about the intent being preserved as best you can to fit it, like, you know, a different language and stuff. But, you know, that's not how it's been forever. So there's lots of just like Pandora's boxes that have been open. Like I said, like it probably worked out in this one. This is probably very different from the original, like the Japanese. So it ended up good. So it's like, I mean, you're kind of just like, oh yeah, I like this. I like what it is. It's like, if you had this game come out again for the first time, it's like, I'd probably still prefer the intent to be at least in line with the original vision. Because I feel like that's the most respectful thing to do. I think it's up to like, you know, them to just like change like everything. But you know, I don't think that's really been something people care about for like most of the video game history, probably most of localization history in general. So you do get a lot of these examples where it's like sometimes they are just written better, and it's like, but I don't think that, I think those are like, that should be the exception, not like the rule. Like, you don't cut out like a shit, like a Fire Emblem, like shitload of Fire Emblem dialogue just because you think it's funnier, right? Like that just doesn't sound right, whether it is or not. And you know, a lot of the time, you know, like what if it's not? Then it's like you're not even caring about the intent, and you just made it worse, right? So it's like, it's a tough one. I don't know, because there's so many like counter examples of it like working out or it adding charm. Especially if you have like voice dialogue, right? It's like, you know, there's like certain nuances and stuff with certain kinds of speech and different cultures and shit that needs to be carried over differently. And it's like, you know, I feel like the harder that gets, the more heavy it has to be localized. And I guess that's just skilled localization at the end of the day. I don't even know what the original point was about this game. I guess I should reiterate my stance on this game. I think the localization's fine. It's barely changed from the original localization. I can't speak for how good it is in general, compared to the intent of the original, but at this point, right, it's like, this is the one we're used to. It's the Pandora's box kind of thing. I'm not going to go back and talk about the 2004 accuracy, I suppose. I mean, it matters a bit in regards to whether they felt like they needed to change the new stuff, but yeah, I think it captures most of the soul of the original. It's just missing a little bit of teeth, and it seems to be a little overly sensitive to things that are really, I mean, maybe I'm out of touch on some topics. The word crazy, is that like, I don't know, maybe I am, man. Maybe I'm an asshole. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Well, I feel like I'm rambling on enough where it's like, you know, you could come in and hear something and it's like, oh, you know, I want everyone on Earth to eat shit or something. I think all localizations are bad. It's like, I feel like I should just kind of bring it back down to earth. Yeah, like there's it's like with anything, there's an execution. There's good, there's bad. Generally, I prefer something that's trying to stick to the original, but there's a lot of things that haven't. So at that point, it's like, you know, we're getting remakes of remakes and that are using like heavily localized shit or not, and it's like, it's tough. It was a 3DS freemium game where you had to buy mini games as DLC, but you could haggle with Rusty to make them drastically. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't play it, or maybe not, sadly. I don't know if it was any good. I also feel like when it's like we're talking about this in a game that does have some pretty spicy topics for some people, it feels like we're just skirting around stuff. That's not my intent. I'm literally just talking about like just the general philosophy on these kinds of things and how I feel about the execution and stuff. The problem is you do get a lot of like bad actors or people who like kind of can't see the forest from the trees, and it does kind of like spoil the conversation. Like I just want to discuss it, right? Like I play too many video games not to give some kind of shit. It doesn't keep me up at night, but I like to talk about it. I'm not like waking up in a cold sweat. Why did they change the burp? Help me. It doesn't matter that much, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't a conscious decision to change stuff that may or may not be a good choice, and a reason why that may or may not be, you know, arguably the right call. 99% of style looks the exact same though. I definitely feel like that whole conversation tends to be more for more just general localization topics, not specifically this one. There's gray areas for that's real. Those gray areas are pretty thin, and the margins for most changes people care about. Conversations being changed, modern slang, modern backgrounds changed, entire features removed sometime. Not serious, but yeah. Well, we know where Gold Bob is, so let's see how much they change this. Probably won't change it at all, I'd imagine. I would imagine maybe the forest run will be changed, but probably not because it's just one run. But clearly they've changed. How the warps work, so that's probably going to be the big one. This is like the famous backtracking bit outside Creepy Steeple. Force of habit, I use the menu instead of the shortcut. I play... where's my full camera? Can you see my belly? Don't call me chubby, I'll fucking... I have to play like this. So reaching the back is like a fucking monumental effort. No. Also, it's slower than in the original and shit, so it barely makes a difference for parity. It's a really funny thing because everybody says this feature is really awesome, but it like looks awesome. It's actually slower than the original. So it's like, let's try to do this at the same time. I timed it before, but it's a pain in the ass to do it live. It's like... oh, I just didn't change it. Once like, you have to press one extra button, but... let me start it from the start here. Ugh, it's hard to do at the same time. We could time it. I could probably put like a timer on the screen. So the idea is this looks really good because it just pops out, but they add an animation where they come in and out. So it's like technically in this one, I'm immediately moving, right? There is no animation lock. So it's like really quick, but because a menu pops up, it looks like it sucks. Where in this one, it looks really quick because it's just right here, right? But you still have to scroll left and right all the way to the end, just like the original, and you also are locked in with the second animation. I think it's... we timed it, it was like 0.5 or like a second slower in the new game. So it's really funny because everybody says this is an awesome feature, but it's actually a hard downgrade. I think to really actually do it good, they should have made this a wheel where you press in a direction or use both wheels and had people on two different sticks, right? And then cut the animation. It could have been like a second. But instead it's like actually worse. It's just bizarre. Like, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it's like, it's one of like the things everybody talks about, right? I just use this menu instead of the back end because yeah, I just pressing both D-pads when I'm right next to them on the stick's easier. Technically this is slower. Opening up the menu in the new game is slower for sure. So like this is pretty quick. But this has a delay on when you do stuff, so it's like you can see it here. Like you see how the menu's up, but like you can't do anything for like a solid quarter second. So the menu's slower for sure than just using this. But this is slower than the original game was, which is just bizarre that they even did that, right? So yeah. So yeah, the time it takes to get to this menu and swap is quicker than whipping out this wheel because of these new animations. You could compare the animations right now if you really wanted, right? Oops. And then you just imagine what the here, I'll hold move the whole time. You see in the original, I'm like already halfway across the fucking room. Yeah, I'm thinking on Switch too. I mentioned that earlier. Is like, I really feel like this could be the version you'd want to play every time, with the performance at 60 FPS on Switch too. I think clearly they didn't care about optimizing this much. I don't know how this is not optimized better than it is. Maybe those 30 fucking shadow lighting employees just they had nobody to optimize. Everybody wanted to go hard. But I feel like it's probably because they know the Switch 2 is coming in like the next year. Maybe it's like, maybe this will have legs or something. I don't know. I wish it was a bit more optimized. These are not very large areas with not very crazy geometry or texture work or anything. I feel like it's the reflections on the ground of everything, probably. But I'm no whiz, right? Everything reflects accurately. It's just blurred out a bit, so it's probably not like perfect. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not like ultra accurate then, but I feel like that's maybe where most of it is. I mean, the battles are the worst, but they have a lot of stuff in the front. So. Yeah, I don't think it would be faster than GameCube anyways, because there's an animation change, right? Like, there's an animation to roll them up and put them in, and then roll them out and take them out. But the original doesn't do that at all. They just pop up. He literally just fucking warps behind you, right? So, it's one of those things. It's like they add in this new feature. I think it's a great feature. I don't swap party members almost at all because it is kind of cumbersome a little bit, right? But why make a left scrolling wheel? Weapon wheels have been out for fucking decades at this point, I feel like. Put it on a wheel. Put it on two if you think it's too many characters to accurately hit with the stick. Make it so I don't have to see the menu. There's games I've played where you could just do the command and they just pop out, right? Easy. Easy peasy. Just do it. It's not a big deal at all. But no. And it's like, it doesn't seem like a big deal. It's like a second, right? Every time you do it, or like 0.5. But it's a $60 remake. Most of the work's fucking done already. Like, where do you want a little bit higher standards, right? Especially for new features. It's like, you know, like, come on, like, if you're gonna put it in, do it right. You could just copy like Doom. You could just copy like anything. You could copy in, like I said, there's stuff that has buffer inputs you could do. There's weapon wheels. You can do both. Like it's simple. It's not crazy. It's not rocket science. This is not a $20 remake. This is a $60 remake, right? Like, why not, right? Why not do it right? So, not a bit like that's my thing. I feel like I'm making up straw men here. The counter argument would be, and it's probably because I feel like I am nitpicking, but like that it's a small thing. But it's like, it's $60. I mean, and most of the work's done. It's overpriced, no matter how good it is. At least the new things could be actually at least as fast or faster, right? Maybe not perfect. Maybe they just didn't realize the best way they could execute it. What I said might not even be the best way. But like, at least have it be faster. The whole point of the thing. It's slower because they had to put this paper roll-up animation in. I think everybody thinks it's quicker because it looks, because you see more of the area around you, and the menu doesn't take as long to pop up, but it's slower than the original, which is the whole point of adding it, was to make it quicker. Right? It just feels less jank because you're not in an actual menu pop-up. Yeah, it's just more satisfying, is what it is. And I mean, that's important too, right? I mean, making it look more satisfying, it does have less inputs, technically, right? So when you're doing it through the menu, it's one press, one extra set of directions, and then you have to press A again. In this, it's one press, change it, and then you just let go. So like technically it's one less input, so that feels better. You don't lose sight of the entire screen, so that feels better. But it is slower, and I think that's the most important thing, is not wanting to, you want like a bit more fluidity to swap out your party members and use them for different stuff, right? Granted, you don't need to do it that often in Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, but it really just should not have been. I mean, it really should just be quicker. Like, I mean, there's like no reason, right? Does it make this a bad remake? Like, no, but I mean, you fucking yeah, get 1,000 splinters and it's like it's gonna suck after a bit, right? I mean, okay, that is saying that it's a bad remake. It's not. But yeah, like I said, this is a very granular playthrough. How could it not be? I'm literally just playing them both at the same time. So. Oh shit! Did I get that? There we go. I guess we'll do this for it. It's 1,000 splinter demon. Like, it's just it's minor, but it's like, what are you paying $60 for it? Like, there's companies out there who do like, I mean, I don't know how Night Dive's current stuff is, but like relatively cheap remaster remakes, a lot of attention to like detail. I mean, at least the ones I've played, it's like, maybe some are fucked now, I don't know. I know they've gone a little crazier with some of them recently, but like, like, there's a standard, there can be a standard. It's okay to want more from your bazillion-dollar fucking corporation making your remake. I mean, this was in the Nintendo Vault for a year, was it? That's how most of their games are. They usually finish production and then it's like they just sit there for a while for these remakes and shit until they have a more opportune time to release. It's like, nobody thought of that. I mean, I guess the team was probably not working anymore, but it's like nobody thought maybe the weapon wheel should actually be better than it was. Just fucking sitting there. $60. My art attack was horrible in the new one. Well, that's the thing, and that's what people should be critical of. It's fine to love it. It's fine to be okay with it. I think you're justified in getting the game and enjoying it. But it's okay to also like want more and not keep pushing the fucking boundaries of like what's an acceptable price for remakes and stuff. When remakes are already almost a blight on the industry as is for how like little risk. How they're kind of like a... I was talking about it earlier. We're overly attached to like certain IPs and certain games. I mean, it's the same thing with movies these days. It's like, and it's I think remakes in general aren't like inherently wrong or anything, but I do think the current state of it is kind of this kind of reaction to increasing dev costs, to easy money, to standards being kind of wacky at times, and for seeing how some of these companies like what they can get away with and stuff like that. $500 Ari skin in League of Legends, right? Is there a good justification for it? No, but they can make the money, so it's like the only way you're gonna ever fucking not have that happen is to probably bitch about it a little bit at least, right? I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. I'm not saying I think anybody bought this is stupid. I'm playing it right now. But I think it's okay to still talk about it, right? and want more regardless. I think it's just kind of weak. It should just kind of like roll over. Not for every Nintendo game. I misspoke on that, but they do it. I mean, whether you believe rumors or not, but like right now, well, they did it for Advance Wars, but that was because of the war, right? That game actually leaked, finished a year before it came out. This game was supposed to be, Metroid Prime 2 and 3 are supposed to be done, and Fire Emblem 4 has been leaked for a really long time. Not playable, but that's also sitting around. I get that. I mean, that's just business. I get that. I don't think it's like immoral. My point is like, you know, it was just kind of sitting there. It's like, I mean, I guess companies don't work that way. There's not somebody who goes back and they look through the product. They finish working on it. They shot it out. They're working on a new Fire Emblem probably. But it is just kind of funny to imagine like this game was just sitting around for a year and they just left the weapon wheel thing the same, right? Just like, I mean, it's more funny. I get it. But yeah, no. The Vault thing is supposed to be very true. I mean, Nintendo's never going to come out and just say it. But you have to trust like rumor mill people, and I mean some of those can be wrong. I definitely do not fucking I don't really get behind a lot of rumors and shit, but that's one that I think you get enough that yeah, that's my thing. It's like I mean, think about this, right? Nintendo does this a lot. They used to do a lot. I mean, they probably still would, right? Limited scarcity. Super Mario All-Stars, $50 for 3 poorly emulated Mario games. No Mario Galaxy 2. Why not? Probably because they could put another fucking pack out later. That maybe they will this year. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna get Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 again this year. Who knows? And it's like limited time only. Not even that great, and it's like overpriced, right? Thing is, people will buy it, and it's like that's on them. But it's like I feel like you still push back a bit if it's clearly not like a good thing. Because I mean, what are they gonna do at the end of the day? They're gonna bend you over and fuck you a little bit harder. I mean, why wouldn't they? Right at that point, like, so it's like I don't know what I'm even trying to justify here. I guess we're talking about remakes. I mean, Atlas is a good example, right? Like recently, like okay, so they put out Persona 3 Golden Remastered for $20. Pretty fair, right? Nice little PC port, $20. They're like, okay, SMT3, barely any changes, $50 with DLC. Like, okay, that worked out. Persona 3 Remake doesn't even have all the stuff of the original fucking games, and it's got a season pass with DLC from one of those. And it's like, how much do they keep pushing it? Right? It's like horse armor to $500 Ari skins in League of Legends. It's like, it'll just keep getting pushed, and you're probably going to always lose, but at least you could like lose a little less hard. I'm not saying that we should always bitch about everything. I don't do that. But like, I think it's okay to say $60 is a little too much for this. And clearly they just changed a lot of things. Like the soundtrack, no matter how good it is, not because it probably needed it in some instances, but because if they didn't, it's harder to justify $60. Those are very like outward facing surface level things that make that trailer well. They seem really spicy, right? But in the back end, they're not really going to change a whole lot. They're not going to add anything new, right? So, I don't know. Push until it no longer works. Yeah, I mean, eventually you're at, most people will say, okay, enough's enough. There is a point, but everybody's got a different level of that. So, yeah, I definitely don't think the Vault thing's true for every game. And there's plenty of games that go gold, that just sit around in other companies too. I mean, really, maybe more people should do it like Nintendo, where a lot of these games are done and they just wait for perfect times to release them. I mean, would you rather have that, or would you have more Jedi Survivors or Last of Us on PCs where they release broken and either never get patched to fix, or like Cyberpunk's, right? Where it's like it takes like 5 years to get it to like the point it's supposed to be, right? So it's like, I get it to a certain extent, a lot of it's business, but I just think it's kind of funny where there's like, it's just sitting there possibly. That's like, like it could have been like cleaned up or something. In that one little instance. I don't want people to conflate that with me saying everything in this is horrible and this is some sacrilegious fucking remake. That's how people are. But in that instance, I think it's fun. If that makes sense. That's my job. I don't know why I even feel like I should have to like say that kind of thing. I guess I like to reiterate my stance on stuff, so because I really like the conversation. I like talking about it, and I want to get into like the nitty gritty. And I get passionate about it, but that doesn't mean I'm like I said, like it keeps me up at night. Right? I'm not like fucking losing sleep over it. Yeah, I mean, people understand. I mean, people want a good value. People want to not get fucked. I mean, some people want to get fucked, but like, you know what I mean? Like, probably fucked by like a big corporation or something, right? Money-wise. I mean, some people do like to be taken advantage of money. That's their fetish, man. They can like that if they want. but you know what I mean, right? So, I just think some people's lines with how much they give a shit, right? The standards sometimes is kind of like, I would argue people should be have a bit more standards for remakes. I don't think this is like, you know, just a bad remake. I don't even think, I wouldn't say this is 20, 30, I mean 40, maybe 50, you know, that kind of things. Like you can maybe make the argument. Who knows? I don't know what I'd price it. I know what kind of remake I'd prefer and the kind of price, but I'm also one that's totally okay with games not being able to be played on my 4K ultra wide. So. yeah. Yeah, and I'm not really laying shade on the Vault thing. Honestly, like, they make a game, they just make games, and they release them when those games can breathe and at more specific times, and it's kind of, like, odd that, like, the game would be done and just sit there, but it's like, okay, you know, I mean, like, it's not just being made by, like, some dude, it's not some dude's indie game, and even those are gonna, like, you know, you're not gonna release your game around Elden Ring. Should you, because it's done? Like, no, of course not, right? Like I said, I don't really have a problem with the Vault thing. I don't know, you know, now how extreme they get with that. Like I said, there's definitely some scummy stuff. Fire Emblem 1 and 2, limited time releases. Mario All-Stars, obviously the state of the industry. How much troubles like AAA and like especially the Western industry's been having. With the fidelity arms race and microtransactions and live service and all that kind of stuff, and how good and bad some of that is, and you know, so there's definitely like a bit of cynicism or like industry byproducts that I'm kind of pushing into, like, I feel like the Nintendo conversation. So like I said, maybe in their instance I don't have a huge problem with it, but it's not like they've been like not ever done that kind of shit, and that there's not a little bit of oddities here and there. So I don't think this is 60, but I also think games should not be 60 to begin with, and that it's its own can of worms. It depends on the game. I generally care more about a frame rate than I do fidelity. Like, I don't need to see Aloy's Peach Fuzz or like Kratos' ball hairs or anything at the cost of like 30 FPS, but I do think there's certain genres where if you just can't pull it off, like you can't get the art direction you want without doing 30 FPS, and that art direction's really interesting, then yeah, I'm fine with 30. Turn-based games, I don't think it's a big deal. Oh, well, I'm having the FPS conversation. My bad. I'm going off, alright? Because I think, I mean, we've had the conversation, I guess, already in this game, but I'm going off on another rant. Totally on it. Sorry, I read it wrong. I'm playing two fucking goddamn games at once, right? Bucks, yeah, sorry. We've talked about the performance so much in this, but I guess to finish that thought, especially for action games like this, honestly, there is a lot of timing. I prefer it 60. I think it looks better. games aren't movies. 24 FPS is not how games work. There's too much like player input. And especially as a remake, this game should not run worse than the original for not being like a complete reimagining or overhaul. I mean, it's an overhaul, but I mean, it's not like fundamentally like. Anyways, don't think this is 60, but I also think games should not be 60 to begin with. It has its own can of worms. Amen. I mean, I think that's right to agree with that. I'd agree. It depends on the game, but I'd agree. I mean, that's the beauty of indies, is I can get all sorts of different price ranges and values and stuff. I think the hours per dollar argument is kind of shit. I prefer more like the quality and like the experience kind of thing, but that's also a can of worms, I guess. I think 70. I don't have any data on this. I don't remember where I'm quoting it from, so I might be wrong, but the $70 game is like kind of bit a little bit the ass a little. It doesn't do like quite as the kinds of sales, or people are less. What was it? It's people are less willing to buy $70 games when they were like 60s. Like, of course, but like it's to a point where it's like kind of actually matters a bit. I think it's just maybe some of the games are getting a little too rich. Maybe that has to do with quality, the state of the industry, or something. But I think it's a lot of things. Well, one of the things, indies are bigger now than they used to be, right? Indies got big, I feel like, in the mainstream, well, in the last 10 years, but really big in like the XBLA era, like Summer of Arcade type of thing, right? They existed before that. So your value proposition's a little different there, because you can get a Hollow Knight for 15, 20 bucks. That's actually really good, and it's like 40, 50 hours long. So no matter what metric you use, there's examples of things being done right. You know, even something like a Helldivers 2 recently, that's a live service game, but it has cheap microtransactions. So you get things all over the place. So there's a lot more arguments on what things should be priced. So it's like when you see a $70 game that's really sterile, that's clearly made to fit every person, which means it fits barely any, because that's just not how art and stuff generally works, right? You just can't make something for everybody time and time again on tried and true things without it eventually getting sterile, because it's entertainment, right? I'm not buying like a car or something, and even then you can argue that. So it's like I feel like that makes it harder to get into it. I think things like Game Pass, like I use GameFly and shit, it's very hard for me to justify usually like big prices. Obviously with, you know, how nickel and diming on live service works, remakes, the quality of that, I mean, it all makes it hard for me to feel like I need to want to spend $70 on like most games. I would definitely argue most things need to be way cheaper, but it's always going to get pushed slowly forwards because it makes money, right? We got shareholders to please legally in America. We got to do that. I don't remember how that law exactly works, but like, aren't you like legally like forced to make sure you're always like making shareholders profits? Somehow I feel like that doesn't quite work with artistic merit sometimes. You can have both, but you're seeing a little bit more in the West where it's starting to buckle. So curious how that's gonna go. Granted, you're getting record sales in the West still every year, but you're getting less growth is the idea. We'll see. I think it's criminal Hollow Knight as cheap it is. I mean, I respect them a lot for having the nuts to do it. And I mean, for some of these things, they're so good where they can just make them cheap and they will make it up in sales because that's just how like good of like a, you know, just like damn, it's that cheap, I'm just gonna get it, right? You know, that kind of thing. So not everything can do that, but you know, ease of entry. It's kind of like why free to play works, and then you add in the cost later kind of deal. So. When it comes to FPS, I find it unacceptable the remake doesn't run at 60 FPS. Like, what the fuck is wrong with the Switch if they make a game they can't? Yeah, for sure. I agree. And I mean, let's be real. Even if they're just planning on Switch 2 to be where this actually runs like halfway decent, I mean, come on. I mean, look at the game. Look at the game it's based on. I'm running on composite cables. This isn't even like S-Video, so it looks really blurry. Like they're different for sure, but like 30 FPS with major dips different? I'm like, come on, brother. Like, no way. Like, I mean, they just got away with it because they know everybody fucking is used to their Switch games running like fucking ass cheeks. And maybe they just fucking don't have the skill. I don't know, man. Like, look at this chunkiness occasionally I get when I jump down here because of the god rays and shit. I assume it's the god rays. But I feel like they'll charge a little more, and honestly, they'd probably be more than justified, but this looks like, yes. It's gonna... The Jeff event, the Jeff Keighley fucking corporate bonanza. I'll be restreaming every one of the conferences. Get ready. For Silksong. I mean, the last time it was like, it was announced for Game Pass at one of the Xbox events, so it could be at the Black Ops 6 Direct. You know, they might slide it in during the Black Ops 6 Direct. This would be a great year for it. It's a very slow year for AAA, which is good for me because I just want to play a bunch of fucking backlog and indies. But it'd be a great year to release Silksong if it was ready. I don't know. So I think all of that kind of like makes this the 60, like, you don't just buy a $60 game and that's the end of it, or a $70 game, right? There's so many other kinds of games, right? It's not like back in the day where it's like, if it's new, it's this price. Maybe there's a couple cheaper, and then it's like, has it been around or it's on clearance, and that's it. Now it's like, there's all sorts of different spectrums. There's free, live service, indie. Some are just like really cool, awesome deals because they're just stand-up motherfuckers. Sometimes you're like Paradox, you have like 10,000 different fucking DLCs that really work. Sometimes you're Nintendo and you create artificial scarcity and like charge $50, $60 for a fucking shitty emulator port. It's all over the place. So I really get people not being as into like full price games these days at the AAA level of pricing. So it's a tough one though. It's all over the place. And obviously, like, I mean, economic times, right? Like, I mean, how good is the world doing these days? You know, what are people getting paid? That kind of shit. I mean, that makes a big difference, right? Like I said, I'm poor as dirt. It's like, I'm definitely not fucking doing it, right? Like, my standard on how much I'm willing to pay for a game is completely fucking different than like most people's. So I would say to an extreme probably degree. So. And that's my choice. That's my life. But I feel like you can still kind of relate back to the greater industry, compare it to what prices were, compared to how things are now, compared to other good deals you can get, how much merit they have, stuff like that, right? Like the 1000th Ubisoft slop game, I'm kind of like, you know, is this really $70 of like quality here? Like, I don't know. Like there might be like a shitload of hours you're getting out of it, but are the ideas there? That kind of thing. Granted, to be able to, for these $300-400 million games to make their money back, they do need to sell that much and at that price range. But it's like, that's the problem, is like the arms race is starting to kind of die a bit. Like it's not sustainable. People have been saying this forever. People quote, who is the CEO of Nintendo that passed? Iwata. People quoted him a lot where he called that out like 10 years ago, and so Nintendo's like not really participated in it, and they're making like the most profit. So it's like funny, but they like kind of call that, and they're just like, they just didn't participate in the arms race, and now it's starting to kind of, while they're still making a lot of profits, you're getting these like slow years where people aren't as interested in certain things, and the infinite growth is like stopping a bit. Like you're hitting saturation points with like the general public. Like people aren't interested in the console, stuff like that. So it's interesting. I don't think it's like a doom and gloom thing, but you know, it's a big conversation, I suppose, and with the Western AAA specifically industry, I think that all kind of pulls together. I feel like a lot of these topics are kind of extra complicated because of all the different things coming in. Being driven to Blockbuster and running the same thing repeatedly and never beating it. Yeah, I mean, I still run games like that. Not with Blockbuster, of course. It was in Hollow Knight made by like 4 people, even though it's cheaper, it made them lots of money. Modern 3D AAA game engine is probably 10 times. Yeah, for sure. But that's what I mean, is like, I mean, people don't care. People care about what they're getting as like, I guess, a consumer. And that's why it's like people, I mean, you know, like, I mean, regardless, yeah, it's like, that's what I was saying, is like, yes, games nowadays probably have 400 or 500 people working on them. that are all getting paid, you know, whatever so a tech person would get paid, and they need to make all that back, usually probably by numbers, coupled with the $70, and I'm sure aggressive DLC and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know, if there's like 100 games and like 90 of them are $20 games that are better than the $10, $70 ones, I mean, why would the consumer care about the $70 ones then, right? Regardless how many people work on. It's a justification for it being $70, sure. And I think the microtransaction industry and all that is way crazier than the $70 game. I think that's way worse. But it's like, I mean, these companies are making record profits every year still, so it's not like they're just keeping the lights on or something. Real. I mean, now everybody's fucking laying everyone off, but I don't know on that. My point is they don't really have a reason to price it super high because they aren't starving and it's easy PR. Yeah. That's part of it, for sure. You know, and part of it's just, you know, I mean, some of them it's passion. Some people just put shit out for cheap. Sometimes putting it out for free, it gets you like PR on like a new game, right? So there's all sorts of reasons. I got you. I use Gamefly right now. Actually, I'm playing this. It still exists. I use it all the time. It saves me a lot of money. And Game Pass has been pretty good for me. I mean, that's a bucket of worms as well. There's a big conversation, especially with Game Pass. But I love renting. But as physical keeps dying, I'll be able to do it less and less. But I got a big backlog. I'll be okay. We'll go play like anything released in the last billion years, or I'll buy cheap indies or something. So. Anyways, we gotta go talk to General White. Oh boy. I guess I need to go to Poshley Heights too. I guess I could finish upgrade everyone. I don't know. I guess I don't really have like a I don't have like a hard line opinion on the $70 game. I guess I'm just talking about how complicated it is now. I mean, I'm definitely thinking there's some pretty fucked, you know, predatory kind of video game money things, right? Going on for sure. Both in like the layoffs, you know, microtransactions, the kinds of games people are making to psychologically get you to spend more money. That sounds very conspiratorial, but I mean, you think about the gacha, loot boxes. The EU does a lot of good work on, well, not, I mean, probably as much as they could. Nobody does, but like a lot more than the fucking America does on trying to limit those kinds of things. And people obviously, I mean, don't really care about the artistic integrity of the medium, and they just want to make some money. And I feel like mobile tends to dip in that kind of land. Not just mobile. $500 RE skin. They ain't doing it for the love of the craft, baby. They're doing it to make a lot of money, and it'll work. And it's like, to a certain extent, if it works, I mean, I guess you can't blame them. But when it starts affecting like what's kind of being made too, it's sort of a problem. Yeah, I agree. That's more my thing. Is like $70 I can be okay with. If it wasn't $70, then it's broken. Then it has a season, 2 season passes, and then they fix the game 3 years later, and you know all the DLC is gonna actually be another $100 afterwards, and there's like 50 pre-order DLCs. So it's like okay, then it's like okay, I'd be okay with $70 if it's like that was it, just the upfront cost. Bing bang boom, it's over. But that's not how it works. You know? Granted, I mean, some people would probably argue against that. Some people would be like, you know, I like being able to play it piecemeal, how much I want, when I want it, at this price, you know. Yeah, that was one of my examples earlier. I was like, well, like, you know, even if it's just like visually like an overhaul and they like retouch the soundtrack. Now, isn't it part of the season pass? I mean, regardless either way, you're remaking a game, you're gonna charge full price, and it doesn't have at least all the stuff of the other games. That sucks. Right. Like, how different is P3 Reload that really, like, the answer couldn't have been in there from the beginning? Oh, the deluxe edition. Yeah. Well, that's pretty fun. You have to pay on top of that. What do you even get in the deluxe edition? More Joker outfits or something? It didn't exist at the time yet. They just started working on it. Come on. The people were asking, and they said, okay, we can do it, man. We just need some money to keep the lights on at Atlas. Come on, man. You know. Small indie company. Game Freak. Okay, so it's just all the Persona 5 DLC essentially. But this time in Persona 3. Look, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're totally... You don't release Persona 3 Portable... You don't release Persona 3 Golden for $20, then Persona 3 Portable for about $20-$30, then remake Persona 3 a year later, and then not even have... I mean, it's like, I get, like, maybe FemMC's too much to do. Maybe you artistically don't like the idea of having, like, multiple protagonists, right? But it's like, it's full price. The answer's not in there. Like, none of that's in there. Like, you know, where's the line? It'd be one thing if they're just like, we're not doing the answer and we think we remade enough of this game that it's worth $60. Maybe. I don't know. I watched some P3 Reload. I played the game not that long before the original, so I didn't want to replay it. But it's like, when it's already in a season pass, it's coming already, and unless they're going to really overhaul the answer, the answer ain't that, it ain't got that much crazy new assets in it, right? I don't know. They didn't have to release P3 Reload right when they did, right? I think they decided, you know what? We could, like, why are we making this in the first place, right? For money. They don't care that much about P3 in an art sense, right? Like, they just want to put it out. They just want to put it out because it makes them money. Like, okay, right? You know, maybe you can train some people on it. Maybe you can figure out, like, you know, for your new people. Some people do that. They'll remake a game and train their new employees on, you know, the style and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, maybe there's some of that in there, but it's like, they're probably like, I would imagine. I mean, I'm not there, so I can't know. You know, they're like, do we need to do all this FemMC shit? Well, can we sell this for $60 and get away with it? Yeah. And that's because generally you can, right? Because that boundary has that line has been pushed a bit. I would say that's probably what it is. I say that because they're charging for fucking the answer and like a $30 DLC thing or whatever, but yeah, I mean, maybe it is a publisher thing, but that's the problem too. It's like, you know, then it's publishers get in the way too. Jesus, look at this framiness right now. Oh, that is crazy. I don't know. Regardless, I think with remakes, unless it's a full reimagining, a lot of the work's done already, right? Like, maybe not your assets, but it's like the art style, the story, the balance, you know, the level design, generally, like, all this stuff is already made. Or in a $70 game, full price, probably not usually, right? And I'm not saying there's not a lot of work, not a lot of man hours going into that, but it's like, if you're going to charge full price on a remake, and it doesn't even have at least most parity, like a fair amount of parity with the original releases. Like, I get it, you don't have like the feature on the Oya from way back in the day on this version of Ocarina of Time that one person played and it's really bad. Like, Maybe, Link has like a fucking head 20 times the size of normal and you can't change it or something. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. Like, I get it. Like, yeah, you might not want to put that in. But, come on, like that this game doesn't have a backlog and I can't advance text. Come on. Come on. Like, the answer really is not in there. If you just don't like the answer, fine. But man, is it scummy to be like, hey dude, here's the answer. LOL. Give me my money. I still think if $60 would be too much, especially when you don't have MMC or anything. Clearly they don't hate that in an art direction kind of way, because they released P3P literally fucking a year before. So. I don't know, it's a weird one, man. I mean, it's not even that weird. I think everybody would probably agree. It's kind of... I think people just probably would... It's orders of magnitude difference, right? Some people are like, yeah, I'm getting dicked, but, it's like a 1-inch dick. Or some people are like, okay, I'm getting like a full, like, thick, like 10 inches of cock, man. Like, straight from Atlas. I feel like it should be. Yeah, I feel like it's an oversight. I can't imagine there's any budget reason. It's probably just execution, just problem. Which I wish they had been... I mean, you'd imagine there's a fair bit of effort goes in this. They probably have a laundry list of features. I mean, I can discover it in about 5 minutes playing it. Surely the people making the fucking thing could discover it in a few years. But it's kind of sad that they forgot. But yeah, it probably is because they forgot. Or it was like, they thought it was so unnecessary that the little bit of like technology they needed to get like a small backlog in the game was just too much effort. I mean, they had 30 people working on the lighting. Who knows if they had anybody to program a one text backlog. Who knows? This engine's probably still the same one they fucking made Sticker Star on, so God knows, maybe it's just completely fucked. I remember back in the days when you get new free content for PC games with the patches, yeah. I love when they say that nowadays. Free update coming out. Free, bro. And it's not the same, dude. It's like something that they clearly took out. Like that would be a standard. Like, bro, new game plus, man. Free, coming right at you, motherfucker. 5 months after the game came out, I'm like, I got new game plus and like Resident Evil 4, like when the game came out, brother. Like, and I get like, okay, maybe that kind of thing doesn't matter for some games. Maybe these games are so expensive, like some things have to be cut. Most people probably aren't playing New Game Plus. But it's funny when the marketing spins like, but it's free, baby. It's awesome. Like, yes, it is, but it's like, when it's used for marketing spin, like you're getting this great deal with all this free shit. Like imagine this, right? I make a game, and it's got 3 levels, and I take 1 out. Every other game that's ever been released has 3 levels, but I take 1 out, and then I tell you a week later I got some free content for you. You feel like you probably just got dicked, right? Like, that's kind of how it is to me. That's how it seems, right? It's like, yes, that's not always how it is. That's like a made-up situation, but like... But it's taking, like, we didn't finish the game, but we're gonna spin it like you're getting something from it. It's like the gotcha fucking argument that I hate. But they give you so much free currency, man. You get free primos all the fucking time, man. They make the fucking economy. They decide how many fucking primos you get. They decide how much everything costs. This is like, they're not like this, they didn't just go out to the primo tree and just fucking, hey man, here's some freebies, It's like, it's all part of like the scheme to make $1 bazillion, right? Like, I mean, that keep you hooked, keep you feeling good. Like, using the word free and like playing with the idea of the deal, like, it's a little scummy sometimes. I'm blowing it out of proportion a bit. It's not always like that. Sometimes people just put out free shit. Stardew Valley guy. The dude just updates his fucking game all the fucking time. Because he just fucking wants to. And it's probably a totally different game now. And it doesn't cost anything. That wasn't just going to be there originally. The game feels finished and feature complete when it came out. That's just a good thing, right? So, it depends. Raise the FPS by 1, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things like, we could fuck you, but we're not going to, so you should appreciate that. It's like, no, it's like, there should just be like a standard, right? It depends. It's case by case, and that's kind of why the conversation can be muddled a bit. Because like I said, there's Stardew Valley. I mean, No Man's Sky didn't do what it said it was going to do. They did eventually get to that point and then went beyond that. It's like, so you could say it's a bit of both. So. I already know, unless they change this to like actually take all your coins. I mean, I already know what's happening here. That would have been really funny in the remake. I would have laughed in the remake. Just as this huge shitpost, just to fucking keep the coins. After they gave you all of these coins, just to take them. I would have thought that would have been really funny. So many people would be pissed. And it would go against all of the like a little extra tutorialing and like difficulty changes they did just to totally just drop someone off the cliff right there. Just take all their money. I'm ranting, I'm talking a lot. We still got all the fucking Jeff Keighley bonanza to fucking rant during probably. It's been an interesting conversation. That's what's been fun about this playthrough is there's been some good convo. Even if it's a pretty trying fucking playthrough, just having to do two at once. Definitely not going to probably be sad when I finish. I mean, I love Thousand Year Door. I played it a bazillion times, but the dual playthroughs, it's a lot. Yeah, just enough. Just to really just... Your brain, like you don't notice, but your brain kind of does. And it makes you just that much more cynical, man. That'd be the real game. Oh wait, I totally forgot there's a pipe. I guess we're taking the XX Express back. Oops. This is gonna take a bit. Oh, they tell you now. You can just go all the way back to Roadport. Yo, nice. A little quality of life there we discovered. Nice change. I mean, that's only if you're going to Riverside and want to take the Express. But hey, why not? Originally, you gotta stop at both. You don't have to do 9 fucking, 3 whole days, I don't think. But. Yeah, it's that kind of standard thing. It's like, hey man, you should be happy it's 30 FPS. It could be 1 FPS, man. And like, obviously nobody thinks like that, but like, that's a very extreme example of that. Obviously it's like a bad faith thing, but there's a smaller version of that happens a lot, right? Like you change the standard, right? You word it different, Alright. I should reiterate this as well. I think we're in a good time for video games. I feel like I need to like get the I think we're in a great time for video games. 15,000 games come out on Steam every year now. It sucks. A lot of people's, I mean, their passions are gonna get ground into dust, and they're gonna be real sad. But also, get a lot of cool stuff. You get people able to make games in ways they couldn't before, smaller teams, and make a living off it. And you've got nothing but choice because you've got a history of games you could pull from, but also just so many games coming out all the time. It's a great time for games. But there's also some bullshit. Tends to be more on the AAA side of things, mobile side of things, but you know, it's a little bit everywhere. I'm trying to say I'm not that cynical. I'm not that fucking cynical. But there's definitely some topics worth talking about. So how about the new Pokemon? We getting Arceus 2 this year or whatever? I fucking hate modern Pokemon. If you couldn't get the idea there. When do I get another Pokemon Snap game? That's the real question. I joke about bringing Pokemon because I think the standards that people are willing to accept with Pokemon are like at a fucking all-time low. And while I feel like some people have kind of like, I don't want to say waken up to just how shit Game Freak is these days, it's definitely like this. It's definitely dipped too much in my opinion. Not that it's so bad to enjoy it still. But yeah, I really, there's so much potential for that. And I'm not saying they need to just bleed budget on it, but they have infinite budget if they wanted, like just a little something, at least some kind of like I could feel like an idea or like a passion. It feels very much like squeezing a buck out of a willing fan base and not giving a fuck. That would have been a good Snap, yeah. I love new Pokemon Snap, but I mean, that's not Game Freak, so. Where did he go? Do you have to talk to the mayor? Yeah, I mean, I'm always excited at the possibility of maybe like, you know, this will be the one where they really like evolve it to the next level. I thought he was always on the far right, but no, I think he's in the same room. Clearly he's in the same room. I was just here. You spawn in the pipe. Oh, yeah, his dialogue's changed drastically. I don't know why. His new dialogue's all about his Peach memorabilia. His old stuff, he just talks about what's going on. So I guess they wanted to stick to the joke a little harder, and maybe somebody else grabbed his dialogue. They cut an NPC out of this town too. That Toad, when I was here the first time, has no father, but he did in the original. He might be here now, though. I'm curious if they added him in at a later date. Where is he? It's like the kid Toad who talks about Fire Emblem. So yeah, they changed some shit. Now he's got a dad. Oh no, wait, no, he doesn't have one. Never mind. The old one he does. So they cut like an NPC out. Oh, they cut him out because he talks about how skinny you are. I mean, if his dialogue only talks about his weight, you might as well just delete the guy, right? Jesus. Yeah, so these, his dialogue's totally different. So you probably found, yeah, there's probably another NPC that has this dialogue here. I just haven't found him. Because this guy talks about Hooktail, the different versions of Hooktail and shit. So who knows? They just changed it around a bit, which I don't think is a problem at all. That guy's just like a joke, dude. It makes sense to stick to the joke, but yeah, it's they rearrange a lot of shit like that. Rearranging it never makes sense. Is there a pipe to kill Key? Not one of them sounded like the way the original anime soundtrack felt. That should be the fucking baseline goal. I mean, a lot of people hold a candle for the original, the old Pokemon music. I do think there's a fair bit of catchy shit and some fun ones here and there. Even some of the newer soundtracks have one or two bangers, but yeah. I mean, the standards all over the place. The quality level. Yeah, they just don't care. It's a classic example of they know they can get away with whatever. There's just too much love for the series, and the concept is strong enough without enough competition that they can just ride it. A lot of people just play Pokemon maybe one other game a year, and like, you know, they make a lot of money from it. It's a strong brand, and I definitely think there's like a low standard, but I think it's just too much at this point. I only bring less game, more so blame the shitty crunch culture that demands they pump out a new game every few years because the entire brand depends on them making new crunch. I definitely think that affects it, for sure. But I mean, have you played a game-free game outside Pokemon? They're pretty horrible. But yeah, I mean, I think that's some of it, for sure. No doubt. But there's some things that I feel like just shouldn't pass. There's some things that just feel like lazy. Like, I mean, I definitely agree. Like, they probably get forced to crank shit out really quick. So to make a buck, but it's also like they have like infinite money. So, I mean, they could just hire some more people too. I mean, that's not always as easy to say as it is to do, right? I mean, changing the work culture and like changing how management works and the workflow, but if it's been happening to a point where the games are this shit for this long, it's like maybe something needed to change. I mean, regardless, yeah, maybe you don't want to blame Game Freak. I do, a fair bit, but I still feel like the games definitely need to be cranking it up a little bit. I'm not asking for the second coming or anything. No more, just like something that feels like it's even making an attempt. You could argue RCSS, but the execution's so shoddy. It's like, you know, it feels like they're taking a step they should have took like 15 years ago, kind of things. Yeah, I'm actually curious what their culture is like. I'd love to know, but so many of these companies and dev crews are so like kind of closed off. You have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. You'll get people who like, you know, there's this video. This guy went to like the LinkedIn in Japan, and people would review, like, there's a glass window kind of thing where like they would review like what Game Freak was like, and it's like, oh, and they say, oh, it's like there is this element of like you just don't have to care because it's gonna sell anyways, and they're not pushing the industry at all. But it's also like that's just one stupid YouTube video. It's like you feel it, so like it kind of fits the narrative, but also like who knows? There could be a lot of crunch. It could be, obviously they got to crank out a lot of games pretty quick. I mean, I feel like Rolly's absolutely right there. Granted, something should change. I mean, because Jesus Christ, dude. I think it's a step, but like I said, I think it's a step that's taken way too long, and it's still shoddily executed for me. But I get where people, you know, are more excited for Arceus. I definitely preferred it over Sword Shield or something, right? You know? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like when you open up fucking Scarlet and Violet and they say, look how beautiful the world is, and it's like the most like disgusting looking PNGs like 5 feet away from you. You're like, this wouldn't fly anywhere, right? You know? It's like, and that's just one thing, right? I mean, I find the general loop, the feeling of adventure, that they've not done anything with like new tech and how Pokemon could live in the world and the catching process. I mean, yeah, you could throw the ball now in more real time, but like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this should have been eons ago. It's like that they don't do, there's so much potential for Pokemon. And I'm not saying it needs $500 million budget, but like just something that feels like with Zelda and stuff, it's like, it feels like they at least, well, I got my thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom, but they at least like try to instill something in it, right? And it's like, I get that Pokemon fans are probably part of the problem. They don't want too much change. I mean, Sun and Moon I thought were not even that bad, and they got slaughtered because they mixed it up. It's like, to a certain extent, it's like they know it's gonna sell. They know the fans probably don't want fucking a whole lot of change, but I still feel like you could do a Dragon Quest where you're very faithful to the feel, the standards of the series, but also find nice places to upgrade. And I feel like they just don't, like, they just don't do that. I feel like Dragon Quest is like the yin and yang versus like Pokemon. Now granted, yes, like they try to crank out a bunch of Pokemon games. They don't crank out as many Dragon Quest. They spin off Dragon Quest a lot, but they also spin off Pokemon a lot. Usually to tide over, like, you know, sales, you do some spin-offs. That's what I mean. That's what they do that with Pokemon. But it's like, I guess those don't sell as well as core installments. So. But I don't know. I just can't imagine. It's just completely on the Pokemon company. I mean, Game Freak owns half of it, right? I mean, it's not like just Nintendo. I mean, they're like a shared thing in it. Like, surely they've got some kind of sway. I feel like part of it's like they just probably don't care that much, right? Or they're just been on the high horse for so long. Maybe they just, you know, maybe they think they're just popping out keepers. I don't know. Who's to say they're not? They sell like an insane amount of money, right? So, they're looking for longer dev cycles for their games. Good. That's awesome. Yeah, awesome. That's good to hear. Because I mean, that probably means they think there's a quality issue, or maybe they want to try something new. Like I said, I'm always excited to see where it could go because there's a lot of potential. But yeah, they just really dipped, man. But yeah. Hopefully Arceus 2 is good. What is it actually called? Like Legends XYZ or some bullshit? It's like supposed to be like some past future thing. Actual designers for the new Pokemon, so they're just making game assets. Yeah, but that's my thing. It's like I feel like, I mean, it's complicated because it's like, do you really want to change something that big and successful? But it's like, you see little indie games that try to mess with the formula a bit and do cool stuff. They're never gonna make it like hardcore, so I don't expect that. But where do you still keep it kind of casual and make it more interesting? It's like it could be world immersion. It could be how you interact with the environment, how you find Pokemon. Stuff like that, right? It's like, you just don't see them try to fit that in, you know, into the mold that makes a lot of money. You know, I'm still finding Wailord in a bush. Like, I get they're not gonna go super crazy on it. Like, the profit margins must be fucking insane. But like, as someone just like interested in the medium and stuff, I would like a little bit more. There's so much cool shit coming out there. In the case of some indies and stuff that tries to do the Pokemon thing, or there's monster catchers that have existed before Pokemon and still exist, like SMT, that do it really great. So. Now SMT is not Pokemon, and it's not ever gonna sell like Pokemon, so it's like I get that they can't do that. So it just kind of changes. Extra time, the games will suck, then we are truly cooked. Yeah, I mean, if that's the thing, it's like they just lost it. Because I mean, I played Tembo the Badass Elephant, I played Giga Breaker. Those games were fucking rancid, right? I wanted to do more like research. I didn't play their games from 20 years ago because they're not even the same people anymore. But like, I played their recent output. Well, I didn't play My Little town here or whatever it's called. And it's just like, I don't know, man. That shit makes you cynical towards Game Freak. So I'm like, maybe it's just Pokemon. Maybe they just don't care. I'm like, wow, this is actually like horrible. So, I don't know. Yeah, if they have like a 2-3 year dev cycle and they're still putting out like nothing with any like extra spice or passion, not just like better assets. That matters to like the extent where I'm looking at like a nasty PNG that compressed to shit right in front of me on the horizon during a scene that's supposed to be showing off the environment. But like generally I don't care that much about the assets, you know, art direction and stuff. How all that comes together is super important, but I don't need to see like, you know, the ball hairs on like, you know, Charizard or some shit, right? So, but yeah, if nothing else comes out, thing is, if they raise the bar, they have to keep it at that level or higher. And it's like they make so much money. It's like, I mean, you almost can't blame them, right? If you're just thinking about just making money, like you'll get people defend it hard. We're defending it a bit here, talking about it a bit, but like people who are like die hard for like the kind of dog shit they put out, sometimes you're like, damn, man, like, can you really blame them for maybe not giving a fuck? Like, it's not like they're getting like slaughtered or anything, right? Like, look at games that come out that are like just subpar that get like slaughtered, right? Like Starfield sucked, but like it wasn't an atrocity, but that got fucking roasted. You don't see Pokemon get roasted like that, and that was way worse. So it's like, I'm talking more like Scarlet Violet Sword and Shield. Like Arceus, like I said, I feel like you can kind of, you know, wouldn't say hide behind, but like kind of just, you know, that they kind of tried to do a little something, even though I feel like they executed very poorly, is enough to kind of say, you know, they've still got something in the game. But yeah, they don't have much competition. Why raise the bar too much? They've got people who like defend it a lot. Yeah, overblown, sure, maybe. It depends on the argument. I don't think it's like maybe ultra overblown. It depends on if people back it up at all or have any ideas or anything, but I guess I don't know the general Pokemon discourse. I'm not in the Pokemon circles. I'll play one of every gen generally, and I play the spin-off sometimes, but yeah, like if you just want to make money, it's like, you know, it's fucked. I mean, I'm sure like some of them care about, I'm sure they care about, I'm sure working at Game Freak's a cushy job. It's probably not a job if you want to fucking get like passionate and get crazy, but if you probably just want like a pretty steady job that looks really good on a resume, and I'm sure if you're like a director or something, maybe you care about the vision a bit, but you're probably just like, shit, man, I make like infinite money and I can put out like something worse than something you could buy for $10 on Steam. Did crypto games die already? Is Troy Baker still trying to shove those down our throat? You remember when he like shat on everybody for not buying into crypto shit? Like this is like this pretentious speech on like, I think it was Twitter or something. I don't know. About fucking like fucking like, let me see if I can find it. It'd be better just to get the source, right? I feel like I've done enough talking out of my ass. Play to earn, bro. Oh, there's that one where it's like, remember that one crypto meta thing? It's like, imagine you're fighting the level 100 warlock and your buddy is playing his shooter game, and then he earns a sword on the shooter game, and then he comes in and he fights the level 100 warlock with you, and then you eat chicken nuggets, and it's just like being a kid again. It's like all this shit to try to like justify the fucking crypto. I'm trying to remember that spiel. Does anybody have a source for that one too? It's just like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, that's so annoying. Troy Baker crypto. This is not the Troy Baker thing, but I was like immediately right on his Twitter here. Oh yeah, this is like the first thing that pops up, dude. You Google Troy Baker crypto and it's like the first thing. I'm partnering with Voiceverse NFT to explore ways. I guess this isn't like a crypto, I guess NFT shit. Are they the same? Not quite, probably. But this one was always funny. It's in the same fucking scheme to me. It's like we all have a story to tell. You can hate or you can create. What'll it be, man? Like, damn, bro. Destroyed, man. If you don't get in the NFT games, bro, you just hate fucking creativity, man. like fucking Jesus, dude. Yeah, the crypto games. Are we talking about the games where like you play them and you could earn crypto? Did you see that shit with Roblox? Where you can like make money per hour to be like a virtual McDonald's like shill or something in like a store? Was that a real headline? Did you guys see that? That was very recent. You could get paid like $14 or $15 an hour to like shill fucking McDonald's in Roblox or so. It was virtual IKEA. That's what it was, dude. God, man, can I stream that shit? Like, god damn. What is this, Akira? The Troubadour. Trashy crypto stop that just popped up on the store. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like that's what I mean is like you let that if people defended that and it didn't get completely publicly annihilated. I mean, if that became the standard, like we're getting like crypto games and shit, it's like then it changes the landscape of what kind of games are made. I mean, it's lower in like the medium a bit to a certain extent. It's like, you don't want that shit in there, man. You don't even want it to be part of the thing. I mean, granted, you're always going to get passionate people who are going to be like making like indie stuff, but it's like, you'd also like the stuff that has a lot of money behind it to also have some integrity, right? Because they can only, you know, something with a lot of budget can only do something that it can do. Right? Like if I just made a game, I can't make like Armored Core 6. I just can't solo. It's just not going to happen. I can't do like Baldur's Gate 3 alone. So it's like you want integrity because there's a range of kinds of experiences that can only be made by individuals because, you know, it's a solo giga super fucking defined like deal, but also by like lots of people with a lot of money because it's like, you know, budget does make certain kinds of games. It's like, but I do think there is a certain, you should want, you know, not to, you know, oh, I could just ignore all these pieces of shit. It's like, I still feel like they affect the greater industry if you let that kind of stuff get too crazy. I'm all for new ideas. I'm all for changing the way games are made and played, but like NFT shit, it's like, it's clearly just like ultra scam shit, dude. Like, I mean, it's not, there's been no damn good argument, like, for any of that shit, man. I've talked to this guy like 10 times and I don't read a single thing he said. Where is General White? He's in Glitz. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude. I've read it and it just glazed over it every fucking time, dude. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some real positives on the crypto stuff with the games. Like, maybe it's possible. What's up, Sim? But like, yeah, every application you're seeing of it, and maybe the general net negative is like, if something has a mostly net negatives, that mean we should just not allow it, even if there is like a possible like really cool thing made by it. It's like, I don't know, but generally I feel like you handle that on a case-by-case basis, and generally the case-by-case with this kind of thing is it sucks ass and it should not be fucking a thing, right? In terms of like video games. I don't know if you actually... Is there a pipe to Glitzville? And that's the problem, is like... The problem is it's that slippery slope where it's like, I mean... Because everything could have a positive, it's like, does that mean because that's true and 99% of the time you're going to get fucked by it, should we just outlaw it? Is it like... You know, then you could start making that argument for stuff that like dips more like towards like a more even ratio or something. It's like, I think it's case by case, But like generally, yeah, I think that stuff sucks, right? And I'd rather not see people even talk about it. If you could make a good case for it in a certain situation, okay. But yeah, generally I'm just gonna have the opinion that it's fucking shit, because that's all I mean. You know, you take a shit on me, it's probably gonna smell like shit, right? And like maybe there's a chance it doesn't, but like I'm probably gonna expect like shit to come out of your ass, right? Because it usually does. And that's just kind of like where we're at with like NFT, like crypto game type of shit. And then obviously the ramifications it could have on the industry if that somehow people were dumb enough to fucking allow that to come in like a huge way in game making. Yeah, it just seems like a scheme. I think General White info is from this guy. I don't know if any of those comparisons or examples made any sense there. Yeah, 95% people taking money from. This is a Jolene. Did you guys know this? Yeah, she tells you, dude. I didn't know this until like today. I saw somebody mention it. I mean, it makes sense, but I never talked to her afterwards. This is the glasses chick, dude. Yeah, dude. It's Jolene. She even just says it right there. This is her other personality, dude. She's the fucking the boss glasses lady, but then she's also the crazy dame at the juice bar. It's wild. Yes. But that's kind of, I mean, yeah, it's a fucking goofy example. But yeah, you guys go it. Like if it stinks 99% of the time, it's like I'm gonna just assume it's shit, and I'm going to be, I feel like, justified in saying that. Now I'm willing to like give, if you can make a good argument for something, but generally I'm gonna have very little patience for something like NFT games, because it's, yeah, usually like advanced fucking like scams or not even. Yeah. I probably could have made it a little nicer and not involve shitting literally on people. You know, I blame playing 2 games at once in the heat of the moment, and you know, what can you do? Alright, we gotta go to the tree. Like sure, most people would consider me murdering my neighbor to be a unanimously bad thing, but he now no longer annoys me, which is a positive. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, you could twist anything to have a positive, but there is some kind of like net. I mean, people would call it like a utilitarian, or like a, you know, humanitarian. Is that the word I'm looking for? Like net, like human gain. And it's like, it's all over the place, but there's some things that are just like kind of beyond the pale. Like it's like, okay, like most people would probably argue something like NFTs are too much. There's some things that end up being more in the middle ground, so it's like, you know, I don't want people to not be able to create certain things they want to create because of something that I feel like is morally ambiguous or isn't fair, or they're just in a certain environment. We're in a different environment, like or a different culture, maybe fine. So it's like, I don't know, that's weird, because then that you could justify some really nasty shit if some people believe it. So it's you kind of have to tuck it out a bit. It's never going to be perfect, but I think NFTs are like snake oil salesman type of shit at this point. So I think that's a pretty one that most people would agree on, right? It's kind of like, you know, most people would probably agree, yeah, that like murder's bad. And I'm not equating NFTs to murder, but like, it's one of those things where like most people would probably say, if you kind of knew anything about NFTs, that it's a scam, right? Like, I mean, people might be good at like hiding it, but like, I feel like you have a little education about it, like, okay, like I'm getting, this is snake oil, right? Clearly. Anyways. Biblical plague levels of cicadas. I wait, no. That's more towards Florida, right? I'm in Arkansas. I've heard that it's insane though, right? Isn't it like all of the cicada types are all being birthed at the same time? And it's like they're taking over the world and shit. Hearing Gynax. Oh, Gynax is fun for banking. Really? Gynax. The anime studio? That anime studio? Yeah. What have they been doing lately? I wonder if they've just been mismanaged, or there's just other studios taken to the forefront, or... I mean, the anime industry's not... yeah, they've been up to bankruptcy. But the anime industry's not been doing bad lately, I mean, right? I mean, obviously, the amount of people who probably actually, like, put a lot of money into it, in terms of watching episodes, is probably low in the West. But... I feel like the industry itself, I mean, surely not any worse than it was like 10 years ago. I mean, I love me some anime, but I mean, I haven't been watching enough because there's been too many games coming out. But, so I'm a little out of the loop, but yeah, maybe it's just Gynax specifically. Sorry, we're not synced up in this at all either. We got the shortcuts and shit. I'm just kind of all over the place. It's also expensive to mine NFTs, and a single NFT token could hold a small image or a link to NFTs, really just a link pointing to some server, and the server go down any day. An expensive industry saving token is worthless. Yeah, it just fundamentally had issues. Which is why it's also funny when you saw writers speak how NFTs will help. Like, do you understand your ebook won't fit inside of it? Does help? Yeah, I mean, it's just one of these like schemes that somehow caught on enough, and people with the you know, salivating for money and being sold the lie, the snake oil, believed it. And the general public isn't. I mean, it might be stupid, but like not like clearly most people could taste the blood in the water. I mean, you know, they could smell the shit stunk. So it's like, I feel like it just kind of died quick. It helped that there was a really negative spin almost immediately on it. This wasn't something that kind of survived for a bit. It was like, this shit is bullshit, because it just sounded stupid right off the bat. And then it's probably hard to come back from that when it is actually stupid, right? Like, there's some things that get a bad rap that are actually good, and maybe you have to change the tune eventually, but this is like, I mean, there's no redeeming qualities to it. Wasn't is Ubisoft still making that NFT game? Or did they stop that as well? They were gonna do this like medieval fantasy with all these cool assets being made for NFTs, and like it still existed like a few months ago, but I don't know if it's like finally dead. Once over 221 year occurrence, 85 to 120 decibels, hearing damage. No shit, dude. Wow. Now I had a lot of cicadas back when I lived in Iowa. Just constant noise. I mean, it just used to become just a natural thing you'd hear, but no, I couldn't even imagine something biblical like that. The only thing I hear is people shooting fireworks in the beginning of June today, because they're trash. Not that if you shoot fireworks, you're trash. But if you shoot fireworks in like the middle of the night on a weekday, and it's like the beginning of June, you're kind of an asshole. You're kind of trash. In the middle of the town, right? You know, I'm not like out in the country. I'm not in like a big city, but it's like, you know, I mean, you legally can't shoot them, but you do anyways, right? Like, you're trash. They haven't done anything since 2017, really. Yeah. Sounds like they were just on the downturn. Is this guy the about General Wyatt? Even in the original, the General White shit's really not that bad. There's pipes everywhere. The worst thing is you have to run up to the glitz pit. They made it definitely easier, but like... And I wish there was like, you know, hey, how you been? This is where the story's been. This is what we're up to. And this is kind of one of those like tours right? Where like you kind of get to see where the world's at before you go to the finale. Like they could have done more there, and I think nobody would really mind. But like generally, like I mean, it's pretty harmless. Granted, it's not a great section. I don't think it needs to be here, but I think it's a little overblown how shitty this part is. Even in the original, right? In the remake, it's super easy. In the original, it's like they don't have a pipe for everything, so that kind of sucks. And you have to run back down here every time if you do want to use a pipe. But it's like, I mean, other than that, man, it's like, it's still pretty damn quick. You literally walk in, talk to like one person. This is like where it sucks, right? Glitz Pit, you have to run all the way up to the Cheep Cheep Blimp. This place, you have to go and run back up to take the pipe on the left side of the map. I definitely agree it's not good. And having all these fights down here definitely does not help. But I think it's a little overblown how bad it is. Well, is it overblown? I mean, this is considered like an all-timer, so people clearly don't really care that much, but it's overblown within the context of the game itself, I guess. Like, it's definitely one of the big blemishes, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been talking about all this goofy shit. Time passes quicker. Which also, I need to decide, am I going to work early or am I going to work late? Not late, like I'm going to be late. I can work whenever I want, as long as I can get to these places. I would go into work in an hour and a half. I'd probably end up working more, because I'd have to pack stuff. It'd probably take 4 hours. I need to decide when the fuck I'm sleeping for the Jeff Keighley event. I feel like I'm not tired right now. And I don't think I'll be tired in an hour and a half. I'm probably just gonna go to work. And then go to bed. And stay up a bit. I'm trying to decide how much more of this I'm gonna do today. 2 generations of them plus the early one, they're harmful, just loud. I think something about the way I smell or something, they just land on me. Yeah, I've seen not them personally up close, but definitely enough like, visuals. It's not the spookiest bug by any means. Oh, speaking of which, man, I've been having so many giant spiders in here, dude. I looked up and I almost knocked over my whole fucking monitor. There's this big old spider up there. I mean, he died. I murdered the fuck out of him. But I don't know what it is about my room. I don't know where they look and see something. So it's like my brother doesn't get it. These spiders, they'll just be on this wall. I need to do a full scrub on this wall, because even when you wipe the bug guts off, like, there's clearly just like an assload of spots. I've killed spiders over the years. Maybe I need to put up posters? Do they not want to walk on posters? They'd probably just hide behind them, and then I really couldn't kill them. Yeah, they might want to watch me stream. Yeah. Well, I should welcome them, dude. If I could get over how fucking creepy the bastards are, it's like, it'd be cool to have like a tarantula or something. I don't have arachnophobia, but I don't like the motherfuckers, man. I don't like any bug or something getting in my zone, man. I love animals, but if you got like a dog in your room, you probably accepted he's gonna be in your room, man. What's up, Matt? How you doing? Well, yeah, I don't want a Black Widow in my room. An emulator? Nope. This is both hardware. For which version? People keep thinking I'm emulating. I actually went out of my way to make sure I didn't emulate the original this time, even though it would have been easier. GameCube, on the Wii, and then Switch. Yep. No, I'm using composite cables, so it's not the best comparison, and I didn't de-interlace the thing for the first half to play through, but I was trying to be like comparing hardware so to have a better conversation. But honestly, it'd be more accurate if I actually did emulate the old one, because you could use S-Video and get pretty crispy visuals, right? Mine's like actually looks way worse for the original on the how crispy it is. It probably makes it look worse than it really is. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I can't really help there. I mean, I can't really just advocate for piracy on stream or something, so... No offense, but yeah, there's not much I can say there. I mean, you could get the new one. I would definitely recommend if you can, you know, find a way to play the old one. I would say it's the better time, but the new one's pretty solid. I think it's an acceptable way to play it for the first time. But I think the old one, even though it's lacking a few things, ekes out for me. In the script and some of the style and the performance. It's 60 FPS. Well, hopefully fine. It's a great game. Yeah, try to play it for sure. Any way you can. Where is this mayor? I always forget. I think he's in the middle. The cicadas are so big and so I don't know. Bumbly. I don't like bugs, there's doofuses. Yeah, I guess that helps. They don't have as many creepy bits going on. They're just loud dudes just flying around, I guess. I'm trying to justify it. I probably would not want a cicada near me, but... Oh shit, I fucking on the original, dude. Oh man. Did they remove this stop? Did I not talk to the guy in the Bogley Woods, dude? He did not have the dialogue here. Did I forget to talk to him and just walk back on both? Ugh, this shit keeps happening. Where I'll think I did something, but I did it on one and not the other. Fuck, dude. Such a pain. Yeah, for sure, I gotcha. I'd probably have a reaction, but I mean, call it a weakness. I recognize it's not right, but it'd probably happen. Like, what? I mean, yeah, you'd get used to it if they were all jumping on you nonstop. No, yeah, I must have not talked to him in the woods, because why would they cut? Why? I could see them cutting something out, but it's clearly in this version. So. Okay, he's back in that place. Yeah, I just somehow didn't talk to the guy. Well, it sucks because this warp pipe's one of the more annoying ones to run back to. But... I don't know if I can fall asleep. A couple hours. I just need to make sure I'm awake for 6 PM CST tonight with the Jeff Keighley bullshit. Probably will not get as much sleep as I'd like. Depends on work. We'll see. Do you get a warp for the new place too? You go back there? No, I don't think so. I think you have to still manually walk over there. Means I need to go back down that way. Oh, Jesus. Doing the double General White quest right now is pretty spicy. Problem is, I think the worst part about it is you have to dodge these guys. This is what actually makes it like more annoying. I mean, the fights take long enough, like you'd be already into the next zone at that point. You do have to get the final star, okay. Okay, I need to go back to the ice place. We're just doing one at a time right now. I mean, there's not much I can sync up on this other one. I mean, I could start heading to the ice place, but it definitely takes a little bit more time. I did not want to hear about this kind of soccer game. Like, we can start heading over here, but there's just a little bit more I have to do on the other side. I can start doing stuff in between, like speech bubbles and shit like that. Oh, maybe I did talk to them. Do you not talk to the mayor? Did they change who you talk to? Who do you have to talk? Oh, this rando. That's what they changed. Fuck. The new one you actually just talk to the mayor. That's a way better. This one you have to talk to this rando. I thought I missed it. Because, like, I missed part of the chain. Because it just makes sense to talk to the mayor. Jesus. Christ almighty, I didn't even realize. So I just go back now here, I guess. You just assume he's back home. I thought he still said he was tired, though. Huh, okay, well. I don't know if there's somebody else I'm supposed to find here, but... Okay, yeah, I mean, I've played it so many times you'd think I would have the muscle memory, but honestly, it's just like more logical to assume you talk to the mayor because that's how it is in every other zone. Like the main guy. Jamming. I need to swap my partner here. Yeah, we'd have to wait a turn anyways, so just bug it. Trying to do two things at once. Well, I can go rest at the end whenever I want now, because I think I don't need to spend money on the left anymore, and I'm killing more shit. But I need to catch up in levels, so we might get in one more fight. unrested. My best heart attack here. Not at all. I'm gonna use the excuse again, but it's not an excuse. There is differing kind of input lag because of my capture methods and stuff. Using a GB USB, and it's not too bad. I can sometimes do super guards and shit, but I don't think it's like perfect. Sometimes shit's just off from muscle memory. I'm usually playing off HDMI, straight pass through. Right now I'm playing off my OBS, my streaming software, broadcasted out to my monitor so I could see both of them. So there's just some kind of inherent shit, and sometimes I feel like I'm just fucking shit up, or I'm overcompensating for one game, and then the muscle memory's going back to the other one. It's generally been fine, but I've been trying not to really bring up like frame stuff, because honestly I don't think I'm probably going to be the right one to really make the call on that. I mean, timing's like the menu thing, that's obvious, right? Like, you can just see it all right there. Input delay's not going to matter much, but the other shit, yeah. Alright, so we got 3. Could do a jump man. Where is my damage dodge? I should grab the other damage dodge too from the shop. I usually never get rid of my big hammer attack. And I honestly feel like with the stomp setup and then using jump man, it's like probably not going to use it much anymore. This was General White's house. Look out, bro. I feel like bending more in the new one? Jesus, we're killing the guy. Mario's killed bosses with less jumps than that. They gave the cannon a name now. That's fine. I probably prefer that. It's a Big Bob now instead of the cannon. Yeah, Mario doesn't give a fuck in these. That's his thing, man. I love them having a giant cannon. Doesn't seem like weird because they're just bombs. Right? It's not like they're gonna like shoot anybody with it's just a big cannon. I mean, they're gonna shoot the moon. It's just pumped to explode. Aren't we all? I could just explode with the light. They got rid of that line. Wonder why. Oh, he still said it. He just said it in a different order. I guess. I like how this cannon looks like the one you'd be launching out of, and that's the bait, man. Yeah, big bomb cannon's so much more lame. I like the big bob. I like that change. Give the cannon a name. Or if it had a name in the Japanese. Feels like something that could either way. Yeah, big bomb cannons feels we're just kind of like plain literal. Or if like giving it a name is more goofy. Yeah, I always think this shit's funny in any kind of story where somebody's getting shot out of a cannon. They'd be so fucked just as soon as the blast went off. Yeah, it's all good fun, man. I don't remember, do they actually do damage to the moon? I can't remember if they like, if they do. Probably thinking of something else with the giant cannon. We'll find out about a minute here. I like the Evangelion camera angle here, but I'm sure this fucking huge cannon, man. Should these guys be allowed to have this kind of cannon? They nuked the moon as a show. God, could you imagine what would have happened? That's some 64 cannon sound effects, sweet. Yeah, did the original have What did the original sound like? Oh wait, I got the wrong thing. That's the original here. Yeah, we would have been fucked, but that would be a very human way to go. Showing off your fucking dick size and then destroy everyone. Yeah, they changed the elevation. To positive 2.39. The moon changed. So this song's a bit more catchy for me too. Like this has like this really cheery like atmosphere. Like it's not my favorite song of the soundtrack, but like, there's just more energy, man, more presence. I guess the new one's got some. Some of it's just like, I mean, they're the same volume. But yeah, it's a solid enough song. The nuke would have been small but big enough to see from Earth during the nighttime or whatever. Oh, okay. They just wanted to just like hit the moon with a nuke, not blow up the moon. I mean, that would have still been bad, but Jesus, good old Cold War era bullshit, man. Eggman. Yeah, but hopefully with a little less galactic turtle space bioweapons. Maybe more. Yeah, I guess I'd take the turtle bioweapon over a nuke at this point. Yeah, at least you actually see the moon. And that's when he shoots you. And the back sprite's good. Good luck, Bond. Good luck, James. We did watch Moonraker recently. It's pretty much just this. What is it? People have been talking up this chapter. So. This chapter's music, though. Hopefully it lives up to the hype. Oh. I gotta jump out of the deal. Oh, that's fine. That's cool. Yep, we're on the moon. Let's rock out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Look at how slow you are. I don't remember where all the loot is. God. More shit you have to jump up in the original too. Maybe we just need to keep Aubrey out, man. This is what was annoying about the moon. What the? There's a lot of screens of this. Yeah, it's not super long. trying to decide when I'll stop. Guess it probably in like an hour, probably a little less than an hour. Ready to roll. Oh, I think you can, yeah. I've just used Bobbery like 3 times now. This is the axe not save block, I'm sure. Yeah, you can do that. I just forgot. On my A game. With all this extra shit going on. I really only care about badges at this point. The aggro range in this new one is way shorter too. Made some of these rocks bigger. I don't remember where all the badges are out here, if there's any. I think we get a power plus in. Oh, they moved this guy's starting location. So you don't actually have to fight him. Is it a power plus? I don't remember for sure. Something in the X9 Fortress. I don't really just blowing these dudes up, actually just kind of knock them over. Cool. Oh, yeah, we should be comparing music. So this is the music from the original. Kind of spacey music. Okay. I should really do all the exploring on the left side because the aggro range is fucking atrocious on the original, and so far everything's been perfectly accurate. Well, the original game does not have unique battle tracks. Just the one, and then obviously for bosses, certain bosses and shit, so. It's one of the pluses of the new one. Now, I mean, you could argue about the style and the quality of each one, but I like the idea of having unique tracks in each zone. For sure. Do you guys want me to turn up the remake right now? I'm just leaving it at the volume balance we kind of discussed before. Yeah, it's just more airy, spacey kind of noises and shit. Oh, I forget they can shoot you from fucking off screen in the original. You can't select this guy. Yeah, they're both solid. I'll get in a fight on the other side here in a sec. We can hear the battle theme. These guys' range was always so funny, man. Yeah, there's been a few that have some restraint. I think ones that are like overly ambient, they just feel like they probably can't do it, even if they want to. Like you can't just go full whole hog on it. It's like too much of a departure from like the original tone and the intent of the music. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, yeah. Was there something over here too? I guess it's a big, I mean, a sphere, you know. We're probably gonna get a heal pretty soon. The old one you don't really get as many item pickups. What the? Give me the blast. Yeah, I figured it'd be a bit more techno rave, definitely. Which definitely fits. Hey man, as long as they didn't fuck up, storm the X-Naut Fortress, they can do whatever they want to this song. As far as the different battle themes have gone, this one seems solid. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's because it is going for more like kind of synth stuff. It doesn't sound like too far off like some of the style, right? I mean, clearly it's going a little bit more rave than like just kind of gamey synth sounds like the original, but I think it's cool. It fits the zone. Glitzville's battle track. I don't remember how I liked that one. I think it was alright. I get too caught up in how they fucking slaughtered Macho Grubba's song for me to remember, but yeah, there's been some that have definitely been fine. Some even good. Some songs overall, I mean, there has been good ones. Fuck, dude, I'm about to get murdered. Hold on here. What happens when I'm trying to do too many things at once? Sweet treat. Because Storm the X-Naut Fortress has a pretty like kind of techno thing going on. It makes sense the battle music would be a little closer to that. Obviously the sound samples they use are super different. We're beyond the point where I expect them to kind of have like this cohesive sound through the whole thing, right? Within the God, shit, they shoot you off screen. It's so fucking. I fucking hate this shit, man. Always have. Yeah, they make the moon a lot less annoying on the new one. You know, for the better, I would say in this case. Yeah, I don't like Glitzville's basic music. I think it's pretty totally misses the tone. But the battle stuff, the wrestling stuff, makes sense. Like I said, I don't jam as much to Grubba's. I don't think that one's as good. I think if they were gonna go metal, they should have just left it at Rock Hawk Rock, because that's kind of what that one is. So changing Grubba's kind of stupid, but I still don't get why Bobbery can't blow up in this guy's face. But for sure, the battle music, I don't remember having like a problem with the battle music really. I didn't like the Backrooms music because it was going for more of like a sleuthing noir sound when the original had more of a creepy vibe. And since you already get the sleuthing noir sound in XS Express, it kind of feels like it's kind of stepping on its toes a little. And a lot of the variety and uniqueness of each zone is kind of part of the strength of it. Alright, let's go in here and see what's up. I need to do a few more fights on the new one. This is one of my favorite songs in the whole game in the original. The X-Naught Fortress music. I'm gonna be salty if they really fuck it up, man. They won't do me dirty, man, right? I mean, they like going so over the top, and the original Storm the X-Naught Fortress, it tends to be one of the songs that goes hard, like, could work. Boss fight, sort of. Mini boss, I suppose. Could try this rally wing shit. You perfected? Do you get like 2? I don't know if I've ever used rally wing. Yeah, it's like, it really is barely anything, but I'm like, we'll do them one at a time anyways, right? So. It's, yeah, just kind of like a fight, yeah. A set piece fight, if you will, a story kind of fight. Dweebs. I take offense to that. They changed Goombella's dialogue so that she cares about Princess Peach instead of the... Oh no, in the original she cares about Princess Peach, and their new one they changed it so she doesn't. I mean, Goombella's supposed to be like... she's... I mean, I don't usually roll with her as much. She's supposed to be like... You know, covetous of Mario and like, you know, jealous and shit like that. Combative with... Okay. They're keeping a lot of the same soul of this song. Why is it quiet? Oh, I mixed it up. She said the Crystal Star just now, though, in the remake, right? Or am I crazy? But generally though, yeah, she doesn't. Oh, wrong? Dude, my fucking mind is melting from fucking looking at both of these for so long. Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say, if there was one of them that was gonna be a little bit more raw about her not caring about somebody, it'd be the original, right? It's a fun part of her character. She'd always look kind of pissy when they're kissing on him. Gotcha. Fuck yeah, I like the other way better. Is it like undermixed? I'm trying to turn it up. It always feels like the soundtrack in this is like, despite when I'm looking at my mixer, it's louder than the original. It's like, feels quieter. And I don't know if it's just some kind of like bassiness or just the clarity of some of the instruments. But it's a good version of the Storm the Exnot Fortress. It's the one song you can actually turn more into a rave song, and it is fine because it already was like that. It's still catchy. I'm still getting into it, baby. There's not many of these songs that I've still felt were any kind of catchy. Oh, it's only stage 1. Now you got me worried. If there's a dubstep drop, I'm fucking uninstalling it, man. Fucking Skrillex comes out and fucking drops the fucking bass cannon on me. We're done, dude. It's 4:45. Shit, should I even do anymore? I could do a bit, maybe another save. This too. Yeah, this is a good one. Like I said, this song, it was like this originally. This just has a bit more like, more classic kind of like electronic music sounds. I don't even know what you call it, rave kind of sounds, right? Original had this style, but obviously with a very different sound sample. Should I wait? I mean, I guess we'll be listening to the music the whole time. I need to take a piss. Or does it change later? That's what you mean. Sorry, jam. I need to take a piss. And I probably will go to work early, so we'll probably stop in 45-ish minutes, or a good save point within that time. Oh, they add more layers. Oh, cool. Awesome. I like that kind of shit quite a bit usually. It's one of the awesome things about video games is you can kind of do layered music. Like SMT tends to do that a lot. And I really like. We'll see. Anyways, I'll be right back. Oh, here, we can listen to the original while I'm gone. Here, I guess. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's hard to match some of the catchiness sounds of kind of like the original, but this new one is very close in what it's going for, the spirit of it. Like the original's kind of going for like a rave kind of jam, right? And you can't just turn it into a fucking metal cover. So it's like, what is this kind of song about? Usually it's like, it's, you know, it's the synth blasted and the melody is like super iconic in this song. Some of the songs sound like a damn Sonic Adventure piece. I don't know why. I don't know why I think. In the background. I don't know why I just had that feeling. I think it's a cool remix. We'll see as it goes. But I think it's solid. I mean, it's definitely one of the best ones on the soundtrack. But yeah, it's more like a... Like I said, the kind of sound samples they use, you know, it definitely makes it sound like more like off of somebody's like album or off of something with more of like a... Just kind of going for a very genre thing. With the original, like I said, this is for all the songs, tries to work within like the framework of like the Thousand Year Door sound and then kind of genre mix. So you're always gonna have that like off feeling of like, you know, it sounds like it's just from something else. But as far as like the focus on, yeah, the melody, the iconic bits, like a lot of the songs like Brubba's, it's buried. You don't even hear it anymore. That made the song cool. And this, it's still there. But I like that part. I got some food. Sounds wider. Well, maybe that's what it is. 'Cause I'm looking at the volume and it's like, it's the same. But this one sounds more like... Like I'm not hearing things as clearly or as loudly. Maybe it is like a... something like that. It's good though. I mean, unlike a lot of the songs in the soundtrack, this is just like an actually like good song, regardless, right? I mean, that's kind of where I get off with a lot of the new battle tracks. Cause like some of them just really aren't really that good. They're just fine, you know. Like you're knocking them around with some of like the best of the RPG battle music, and it's like it's not even close, right? Like they're pretty just okay. They go hard for what you'd expect with like a Paper Mario game. The breadth of instruments and the energy of them. You know, it's like full metal and stuff, but like, I mean, they're really not that great at like metal rock type of songs at all, so this one's actually good. Anyways, I can't really play two games at once, so we're just gonna slow down a bit, shoot the shit. I'll do a little bit more on our way to the next save point. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Apparently the song's going to develop even more, so it could be too much. It could be even getting better. This is the only song I'd probably get the soundtrack for if I were to get the soundtrack. But do a little more comparison. Yeah, the sound samples using this, it's definitely more like kind of like these classic bleeps and bloops the song's made out of. And then you hear these parts here where it's kind of got that like weird like grimy synth sound that a lot of the Thousand Year Door songs have. So I feel like that's where it's kind of like that kind of pulls it together with the other tracks. that has those like similar sounds, right? They don't try to do that at all. But it still has the same focus on this part and a bump in background. The mixing's more centered. That could be it. Yeah, it makes it sound, in some of these songs, have them a bit more washed or not as clear. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a mixing thing or you're just supposed to turn the new one up way louder. Yeah, they're both good. Like the new one sounds like a, you know, like the YouTube remix or OC remix where like, you know, we're just gonna actually take the rave sound and go all the way with it, right? The dance sound. Instead of tie it to the Thousand Year Door sound kind of font or whatever you want to call it. Not font, but style. Like it feels like just like kind of like a direct conversion to like a more proper or classic kind of like dance track or something. There's a little bit of like gamey, like Mario energy in it with the sound there is kind of. I don't know how many tracks you'd be hearing that are kind of like more classic, like dance tracks that have like a whatever the fuck that instrument is. So. And then this bit has a little bit of I don't know what you call them, gamey noises. That's pretty close though, man. It's good. Let's see where it goes. I'm eating a burrito. Yes, I really don't like those, tasting not worth the heartburn. You think they ruined it? I think it's one of the closer ones. I mean, like I said, they definitely, I mean, still have abandoned the unifying sound between all the songs, but I mean, it's at least still focused on the same things. Apparently this isn't over though, it changes as we go, so we'll see. I think today in general has been an okay day for the new soundtrack. I think it's got very little competition because most of the tracks in the areas we've been in are not really like super standout. I mean, it sucks on the XS Express when you can't hear it as much. It's like way too diegetic. But like the setup of what the song sounds like is about the same, and Partially Heights was about the same. All the space stuff's been fine, the ice stuff's been fine. But that stuff was never that great until, I mean, this is the one good song I feel like in this couple chapters, so. Yeah, we'll see though. Like I said, I mean, does it sound like, you know, look at that. I mean, you have to kind of abandon the unified sound between them all. But beyond that, I feel like this one at least attempts to be like the same kind of tone song. For stuff like Grubba, they just abandoned it. What it did that was cool is just gone. Same with like Blitzville and all that shit. Like this is still trying to be like a pump and dance song with like a synth, catchy synth bit. That opening part sounds like a Sonic, like Generation song, like I'm about to start boosting. Yeah, I mean, I don't love this song, but it's probably one of the better battle ones. I mean, the bar is kind of wacky, I'd say. But I really like the idea of them having like new battle tracks. I just wish I kind of liked the songs a bit more. But I do like, I'd say I like this one though, for sure. I think going for a more typical dance song is about right with Storm the X-Not Fortress. Within the context of this game's like how they're going to change the soundtrack, right? Like clearly they're not going to just like try to go back to like a Thousand Year Door kind of sound sampling, right? Like I mean, we're just lucky they didn't fucking turn it into a fucking guitar solo song. Maybe it's coming. Ultra Shroom. Oh yeah. What do I want to get rid of? Buy the stopwatch. Probably didn't work on bosses. Oops. I don't remember what it was. They changed it so that it doesn't start in the back. I guess because you're like kind of in the original, you kind of like block some of it with your body when you walk. Oh no, it's randomized. I didn't realize it was randomized. Damn. That's quite the upgrade. I can give you an Ultra Shroom and it was a super before. I mean, really? What the hell are you doing with the super at this point? I mean, with my health, it's actually useful, but if you do level health at all, I mean, it's a pretty weak reward, right? It's good to show all the floors, even the one you're on. The proper feel for where the fuck you're at. Oh, my first strike. Oh, they added little something there. Interesting. I still got some decent XP off that, but the first strike, but I cut it all. I guess because it's got like a normal dude in the front. I mean, I'm a sucker for layered additions as you get deeper into a dungeon. Like I said, I'm an absolute slut for them in SMT. But yeah, I think where this song gets off is that it's an actual good song. Or a lot of these have been like generic metal covers or medleys that try to do like everything and they feel very overproduced. Not all of them are bad. Some of them are acceptable. Rarely do they try to have any kind of like this like unifying sound to them or style. But this one as well at least tries to focus on the parts that were cool about the song. This like synthy noise. Like it's got a little bit more of like the classic like that screeching synth in the background, but like it's still focused on that main kind of catchy melody bit. Yeah, I really like the idea of different battle themes in each area, and I think it's a perfect thing to add to a remake. I've just not been about many of the songs. Like you can still hear it in the old bit. It's in the back. Dun, 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 dun. They just made it a little louder, but you still hear this part pretty clearly. It's cool how you do the side by side to see the difference. Yeah, it's a lot of effort for sure trying to play these at the same time, and it makes the playthrough double the length, even when I'm synced up because I am going to talk so much. But there's not many games you can do it with, and mostly I feel like people would do this and produced in a video where you crop it everywhere. But I don't know, I like doing it live because we get to talk, and I can move around and I can fuck around and just change everything right then on the spot. I don't know. I mean, I see what you're saying. Trust me, I have a huge hard on for the original. I don't mind the original. I don't mind the new one though. I can jam to both. This one fits like a Mario RPG kind of feel a bit better. Like it doesn't sound like an outright just straight up like rave. It's not like a Sonic soundtrack where like they sound like you're just throwing all the genres in there, and it works for those, but it's like there was a certain charm of some of the sounds used in the original and how they worked genres within those sounds and stuff that I do think kind of added a lot of kind of charm to the whole package. But as far as just a song goes, I think the new one's good. And it's at least trying to do the same shit. But I mean, I get you for sure. Like they're both a jam. I mean, with music, it's super subjective, yeah. But you can absolutely argue, I would say, in some of these, the intent of like the sound, right? I mean, you can't turn like a song that's supposed to be spooky into a song that's goofy, alright? That there is a problem then, because they are supposed to capture a tone. And I think they miss generally on that front. The new one tends to be too not this song, but in general, too bombastic, too overproduced, too all over the place. To the point that they sound like cheap covers. I think it's cool as a bonus because it just sounds like a cool little remix, like somebody's take on the aquatic ambience kind of thing, right? But as a replacement, as like a first time, I think they don't fit quite right. When everything goes really hard, nothing really does. This one makes sense. I mean, this is like the big dungeon, the bad guys and all that. Like I said, as long as you can accept that they just abandoned like a unifying sound, I think it's just apples and oranges at this point. Oh yeah, I got you. No, I mean, I think it's important to hear it all. I mean, I get where Cactus coming from. Trust me, that's me in every song generally. This one's just been alright. I'm okay with this one. This is the one you can do it. Like, yeah, they're adding some extra shit in there, so it's gonna depart a little bit, but this one was already, like, the one that was pushing that sound the most, right? Like, you got some, like, actual guitar and rock that kind of stood out a little bit. It didn't sound out of place or anything, but this one was like the, like, damn, this is almost like a full dance song and, you know, My 1,000-Year Door, right? So it makes sense this one would fit enough. I feel like they're gonna slaughter like the Bowser song and shit because that one's ripe for like fucking metal cover bullshit. But we'll see. Okay, we got the badges in there. I'll catch up on XP later. I mean, I'm fine with First Strike and easy dudes. Yeah, it's whoever's on the front, definitely. Yeah, I definitely don't feel strong about this one just as a song. I definitely feel like as far as the battle tracks have gone though, this one's definitely a better one. I honestly feel like I'm listening to the fucking Honkai Star Rail soundtrack. Some like gacha or some shit. Where they just kind of go off. Any honkers? Yeah, it sounds kind of like it reminds me of like a gacha like space battle track, right? Which, hey, this is like a RPG battle track in space, but it's also a very different tone and style and kind of charm kind of to it, right? Yeah, this one's a jam though. I mean, it's like I said, it'd be really hard to super fuck this song up, man. Like you'd have to just totally abandon what made it like one of the best songs on the list. I mean, it's pretty much the same melody, isn't it? This part? I mean, the background part, the dun dun dun, like that you hear behind this bit, definitely is louder. But I thought it's the same kind of progression. Well, I mean, maybe it's yeah, it's like a different. I don't know, what do they call that? A fucking octave or some shit? Maybe, yeah. I mean, obviously the kind of sound it is super different, right? This is way more like kind of like alien space blips and bloops, right? It's kind of what it's made out of. So it makes it definitely just sound different in general. God, this guy's shooting me from across the map. I fucking hate that shit, dude. Now let's hear the new one, because we're gonna probably get a different layer. Or listen to the original right now, by the way. I didn't change the bottom, because we usually don't listen to it for long. Oh yeah. I just lit Goombella on fire. I love my original battle music. Alright, let's swap over. Oh. Oops. This song sounds like a Honkai song. What's that? That part fucking reminds me of one of those. I don't know why. I don't even play fucking Honkai Star Rail anymore. It just fucking, that's the first thing I think of for some reason. There was some song on that soundtrack we heard a lot that I think had a sound like that. It was Honkai Sib as a honker. Wait, don't you have to go in here and unlock the door from the inside? I think it's Prince Motion, the whack-a-mole guy. I think. Like, I haven't really watched it or looked into it, but... Because I've been taking my time getting through this, I've heard, enough kind of in the airwaves that I think that's probably the case. Yes, is the whack-a-mole guy fight, like, legit? That's a whole thing? Like his vengeance or something? It's not like a gimmick fight or anything? Oh. Jesus Christ, dude. Leave it to the original for me to immediately take a hit. Oh, he's after Boto, okay. Yeah, that's one of the biggest complaints I've had. As well, some areas feel like they are like improved visually at times. There's this just desire to have every surface reflective, and it just reeks of that kind of like gimmicky post-production, kind of like, you know, it's not post-production, but like, you know, that like, you know, that kind of like, ooh, look how shiny and fancy it is, it trailers really well, you know, kind of thing, and it's like, it doesn't really look that good in the long run. Like, I can buy it here for sure, but like when the grass and the dirt's reflective, like, it's just like, it makes everything feel too like artificial, which is probably the idea they want it to make look like everything's papery, but like, you gotta tone it back a bit. I think the lighting in general has not been as bad. I think it peaks with how bad it is in Petal Meadows. It looks truly atrocious in that chapter. Like Mario's glowing green, there's so much like ambient light and all this shit radiating off of him. Oh, it's a good fight. So how do you get that fight again? Do you just go back through the is it in the pit? Or is it like in the Coliseum? Like the Glitz pit? Oh, you just do Glitz pit again. I don't know. We'll see how much time I got. This is a long playthrough. I've had fun with it, but fuck me. I mean, I usually beat this game like 20 to 30 if I'm, you know, really pushing. This has been like 50 plus already at the start of the stream. No, you're good. I just realized we were talking about with multiple people. I had this conversation sort of with somebody else earlier. It's like there's multiple pits. I'm like, wait a second, which pit? Yeah, no, I mean, I love reimaginings. I think this doesn't try to do enough to be called a reimagining. And because the availability of this game is so low, the original, this is kind of the first way a lot of people are going to play it. So I'd rather it be the best foot forward in all aspects. And you can listen to the original soundtrack in this game, so it's totally fine. I wish they were a bit more upfront about it. I wish they gave you that badge just right when you got off the boat. But I think I can't really fault the game for the music at all. We're comparing the soundtracks, but at the end of the day, you can play whichever one you want. Now you're stuck with the reflections. You're stuck with sub 30 FPS. You're stuck with the quality of life changes. If you could argue that's even a bad thing, but you know, those are a little bit less modular. Oh really? That's cool. Yeah, they do point you to it, you know. If you don't explore the map, I mean, you're probably just not going to appreciate much anything anyways. Because you really should be exploring like a map in a game like this, like in an RPG. It's like a whole shop, right? You know, it's not like, hey, you're not exploring like, you know, you're not ground pounding every fucking area. Like, I get that, right? But, I mean, it's enough where you're probably so used to the remake music, you're just going to be kind of like predisposed to it. I'd like people to be able to give it a shot right off the bat. See what they want to go for and start changing immediately. But it's like 5 feet in, so it's fine. I just think they could give it to you right away. It's not a big deal, but it's good that the music's there. I assume the application of the original music is fine? I don't know. I've heard that they do not add in the new tracks. They just leave it how it was in the original. Now, I don't know how effective still it is, like if they fuck it up at times or what. But... A mini-map? Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, most of Thousand Year Door is a hallway, so... Now, I could see having like a little area map maybe, so you kind of know where you are, but... It's a very hallway game. But yeah. That feels like an easy one they could just slide in, but that might require more work than the 30 people making the lighting in this game can handle. I still can't believe there's over 30 people who worked on the lighting in this game, and a lot of the time it's kind of fucked. I wonder if that counts the reflections? Maybe you need 30 people when every surface has accurate reflections. New tracks aren't replacements for old tracks, still play. So for example, most cutscene songs from the remake still play, but the unique battle music... Oh, okay. Certainly faked. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to figure out why the FPS is so low. But... It's like... So you're telling me the new songs where there was nothing before pop in now? That could be nasty. It depends. That would be really jarring. Because this style does not vibe with the other style. You heard them back to back. Like if I go into a shop in Rogueport, is it going to give me the new Rogueport shop sound? Or does it still play the other one slightly ducked like in the original? Because in the original it would duck the audio just slightly in the back. And it would sound like you were indoors and the outside is where the music was coming from. I mean, that gave it a neat effect. Okay, so it's literally plays original. Gotcha. So only for songs that were places that are completely empty. Gotcha. That's fair. I don't know how many spots that is. A fair few, probably, but I kind of wish it wouldn't do that. I'd rather have all the ambient noises and stuff of the original. Did they change the ambient audio too? The original had different soundscape for sure for the Oh really, it's like actual reflections? That could explain it then. It's not just their bodies, it's like the backgrounds that move and shit, you'll see as well. Man, that guy, they really want that guy dead on the other side. Now he is. Time stopped though. You get fucked over a lot harder than the original, I'd say. By luck if you get unlucky. Look at this shit, dude. Christ. Biko streaming again? Oh god. No, god, no! Why does he keep fucking streaming that fucking thing, dude? Like, does anybody get pumped for that? Does he actually like manage that thing? Is it just his passion now? Just trying to get this thing going? I don't get it, man. Doesn't he have Silent Hill left or right now? We got time for all this VTubing, could I say? Oh shit, it's 5:30, dudes. I actually was going to leave like now. Let me go save. I was gonna leave very soon. I want to like actually get some sleep, so. I mean, I could leave whenever I want, it's not a big problem, but I'd like to be back and like be ready to kind of get some shut-eye before the Jeff Keighley shit tonight. Then we'll be back on this. There's still some more I want to explore in this area. I want to like walk all the way to the left on the top. But I'm adding a save point to every floor is good. So anyways, guys, I really enjoyed talking to you guys today. Thank you very much for chit-chatting. I didn't come across as the most cynical person on earth. It's a cool thing to, it's a cool kind of playthrough to do, so it's, I feel like it's been really great for chatting. It's a bit of a pain to play, but it's cool on the overall. Okay, I'm barely hurting. We'll just rock this. But yeah, I need to go. Or I'd like to go. I want to get that shit done. So I will catch you guys later. So this will continue after the Jeff Keighley bullshit. We must go. I'm going to space. I'm working in space today. Or maybe I'm streaming from the moon. Who knows? But yeah, so tonight 6 p.m. CST will be the Jeff Keighley bullshit. I hope to see some cool indies, some creative stuff. I'm gonna get excited about. If I expect to see anything from an IP I know that I'm excited for, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we probably all will, especially the main one. But I'm hoping the smaller ones where we get to see a bit more of the passion projects and non-big budget shit is cool. Anyways, it's the Jeff Keighley thing. A couple hours after that, it's the Day of the Devs. It's then it's the Devolver thing the next day. There's 3, 4, 5 different kind of indie shows. We're gonna skip a couple. I want to make sure we continue this after the Jeff Keighley thing tonight, but also during that point. I might rewatch the Guerrilla Collective. Apparently that happened today. Like 70 indie games. I wouldn't mind just watching that in between stuff while we wait. Sunday you're getting bigger conferences, so stuff like Xbox, I guess PC Game Show, stuff like that. And then Mondays, Ubisoft. I guess we'll watch the Ubisoft Forward. I could give a shit probably, but yeah, I like to keep my finger on the pulse even if I'm not. I mean, hey, maybe I'll see Beyond Good and Evil 2, right? Maybe Rayman's coming back, bros. Well, probably not. Anyways, yeah. Thank you guys very much. I will catch you later. I'm gonna go ahead and start get moving. Probably got, I don't know. It could be like 3-4 hours. It could be 5 or 6. We'll see. But we'll see. I'll be having to make some coffee though for sure when I get home. I don't think I'm gonna get enough sleep before this. Majora's Mask will look with 3 times. I don't know. I mean, probably very different. It might be too much. Could be cool. Alright guys, see you later. And I guess, I mean, if you guys want to keep chit-chatting, you can use this space. But also, I guess we got the Discord. What does this link do? Feel free to jump in the Discord if you guys want. These kinds of combos, wherever I can.